You are watching the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford alongside the man they call Moon, Eli Moon. We are so excited each and every single weeknight to bring to you a continuous stream of programming right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Absolutely, Double A. We will start at 8 o'clock sharp with the Daily Spiral. Autumn Chisholm bringing you everything you need to know from pop culture and entertainment and, of course, sports. And Autumn gives a very, very interesting take on a lot of things. We may get into it from time to time, but we love her, and you're going to love it as well. From 8 to 9, that's Daily Spiral, right into Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Your favorite afternoon show is Join the Evening Stream, and you're getting all your late-night news talk. Of course, Kyle has some strong opinions on the sports world and other things as well. He'll usher it in right into Inside Edge Primetime Double A. Chad B and I, Chad Bryan, we're going to rock out. We're going to do our thing from 10 to 11:30 now. We get an extra half hour. We get to cut loose a little bit, and we can't wait to get just entertaining, fun, and have a lot of great moments with you for an extra half hour. And then, of course, we hand the keys off to you. I hope you're ready to drive the Benz. But from 11:30 to 1, midnight run with an extra half hour now.
And listen, we're going to be running. We're going to be sprinting. We're going to be getting after it. Listen, the key to this lineup and the key to these shows, you're getting everything. You're getting entertainment. You're getting local community news. You're getting music. You're getting your top sports headlines. And if you're a foodie, I'm talking to you. You like steak. You like eggs. You like whatever. We have it all covered for you here on the Inside Edge Network across our stream. Dude, let me tell you, Eli, this is incredible to have this digital space, to do this every single night. People at night, they're looking for something to tune in, something to just watch, just people to vibe with. Are we still allowed to say vibe?
I don't know.
Don't tell us we couldn't say vibing.
I don't know. And she'll answer this probably almost every night when we said that right now about vibes. But you know what? Like you said, music, sports, entertainment, mental health, community. That's what we're about. And we are going to bring that to each and every one of you every single night that's been with us since the start or is jumping on right now for the ride. We're excited. Double A, myself, Kyle, Autumn, Chad. We are so excited to rock with you for not just 3 hours this time around. We're rocking with you for 5 hours, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Where else could you be in the evening but with the Inside Edge Network?
Yeah, we hope you guys tune in again. This broadcast, thanks to all of our partners, thanks to you, and thanks again to the Brothers Lounge, of course, sponsoring us here at the Inside Edge Network. West 117th in Detroit, right on the Cleveland-Lakewood border. We have you covered. But guess what, folks? That's enough from us right now. You're going to see us. You're going to hear us a little bit later on. You got Eli Prime Time. You got me at Midnight Run. But coming up, we got the Daily Spiral. We got Unfiltered coming your way next. This is Cleveland's digital leader. This is the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome back to the Daily Spiral, everyone. Did you miss me?
I did.
Eli, what's up?
Yeah, Autumn, it feels like forever ago we did a show together. But I think it was just last Thursday, last Friday?
What's last Thursday?
Yeah, we had you were off Friday, and then obviously I'm at the end of the week now. It's a little different, I used to be, Tuesdays and get after it. But yeah, here's the good news about being at the end of the week now. Is we get all the news stories, so we have so much to talk about by the end of the week that we're in the clear.
I think you're lying because when I tell you it was a struggle to find something to talk about today, I have never struggled this hard to be like, what do we talk about? I don't know, man. It is there are two sweet spots in the calendar of sports and entertainment. The dog days of August where there is literally nothing entertainment wise going on,
Yeah.
but so much sports that you're like, I don't know what's going on, but it's really just football, but basketball is happening too, but it's this is like the weirdest time of the calendar. It's not like July where there's literally a day where there's no sports whatsoever.
Yeah.
This right here is just like brutal.
Yeah, and honestly, for me, I'm starting on the sports side because you mentioned, in the sports world, I'm starting to get my rally on when it comes to the Guardians. I know they're not necessarily on the docket for you tonight, but I'm getting my rally on when it comes to the Guardians. And Papa Moon, an avid baseball fan, was my baseball coach pretty much my whole life growing up. So he wants one World Series, Autumn, and you know what? We're gonna root for it. I don't know if it's this year, but I'm gonna root for it for Papa Moon because this man has had to go through 95, 97, and 2016. Can we cut my pops a break? My goodness.
And depending on how old your father is, the team was bad for 40 years before that.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
just been through hell. But we will not be talking about the Guardians tonight. We won't even be talking about the Browns tonight. We will be talking about some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
But we have to eulogize the Pro Bowl. I know you guys talked about it yesterday, but we got to talk about it on this show. The NFL's Pro Bowl is no more. The league decided yesterday that the Pro Bowl has always been about recognizing the players who distinguish themselves as the very best in the NFL, says Peter O'Reilly, who is the vice president of club business and international and league events. He said a Pro Bowl selection will return to its original purpose, honoring the best of the best. We want that distinction to carry even greater meaning for the players, their families, clubs, and our fans. So, I'm guessing the Pro Bowl as it is right now is probably not going to happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm gathering. And honestly, Autumn, I don't know if it'll ever come back. At least that's my thought. And here's why. Double A actually mentioned on Midnight Run, or main event actually, on last Sunday or the Sunday before, about Sean Taylor. And everybody remembers Sean Taylor and the hit he laid on Mormon, the punter, and just a heavy hit. Now, we've seen the league take time from that to then, okay, hey, let's have respect for the guys, so we don't want to get them injured in a game that is to recognize the league's best, but we don't want the league's best getting injured in a game that, again, is not a regular season game, not a postseason game, not even a preseason game. So I think the league started taking a look into that, and then you started seeing it turn into the point where these scores, 6-7 years ago, it was like 84-77 or some bonkers score. Guys were barely even, wrapping up for tackles. So it started to become a joke. And then, of course, and we've seen the NFL switch to the flag football kind of style, the competition type. And I'll be honest, I liked some of the competition stuff. I thought it was cool to hear some of the guys talk about their off season, how the season went, things like that. You got some candid moments. However, to answer your question, it does appear the Pro Bowl, this iteration is done. I think the old iteration is done. I think this is going to serve, and seeing a few reports where this is still going to serve as an honor. You'll still get a Pro Bowl recognition. It'll be voted by the fans for who's the best, and you still have your All-Pro and all that jazz. But with all that being said, I think it's really just because of the contracts. It's because that's built in as an incentive for a lot of these contracts already. So if they were to go, we're not doing Pro Bowl at all already, well, a lot of contracts are going to have to be reworked in the NFL. So it's interesting. But, yeah, gone are the days of Sean Taylor laying hits and guys actually caring about just wanting to showcase the league.
Yeah, so they announced that the Pro Bowl will be just a team announcement. It will be like, hey, you made the Pro Bowl. It will not be what it's been the last few years, which has been like a whole Pro Bowl weekend where you get a bunch of events, fans can come to a game. The Pro Bowlers will be invited to LA for an in-person celebration during what is usually Pro Bowl weekend, which is right before Super Bowl weekend. Yeah. And then it'll just serve as sort of an accolade. Also, it will just be the original 80 spots. It will not be, we need an alternate because guys can't make the Pro Bowl because they're playing in the playoffs. or their bodies haven't recovered from playing in the playoffs, or they're just like, I'm not gonna do it because it's the Pro Bowl. Why would I do it? Because like the Pro Bowl used to mean something. You used to get your Tom Brady's and your Eli Mannings and your Peyton Mannings. Like people used to actually go to the Pro Bowl, but I don't know when it changed to where now they don't even want to like show up. And I think like I will say this: we've talked about this before on another show about the sort of like I think me and Chad talked about the All-Star game and how we both despise the Major League Baseball All-Star game and just like what it's become. And I think the Pro Bowl is kind of like the first one that's kind of like, okay, hey, we tried everything we could. Like we really did. We tried to make it. We moved it from Hawaii because people were like, well, I don't want to fly to Hawaii. So then we moved it to wherever the Super Bowl was. Okay, now it's wherever the Super Bowl is. It's still a hot climate. Well, now you can't tackle people because everybody's hurt. So now it's the flag football game. Well, now we're going to add a bunch of skills competitions. Well, now we're going to add a pre-Pro Bowl stuff. And it's just like they were trying to throw so much stuff at the wall that it just is like, okay, now we're just done in general. Now it's just, you get the honor. We'll celebrate that you're a Pro Bowler. That's it.
Yeah.
And it's this trend of like the All-Star games not being for the fans and not being for the celebratory of you had a great year, this is your accolade. It's like now it's like, well, we got to do all this stuff because we got to have sponsors and keep the attention. It's like, no, just go back to what it was. This is just an accolade.
Yeah, and to your point, they've tried everything. You mentioned the location. They tried day and night, they've tried at 1 p.m. They tried at 8 o'clock at night. They've tried doing incentives to give the winning team and even, everybody participating more money. And you get money already built into your contract, but then the NFL's like, we'll give you more money on top of that. I mean, they've tried to make it as easy as possible with the flag football and these competitions, and guys are still kind of bowing out. So it is disappointing because, again, I'm 29, we're at this age bracket where we remember Autumn, like we are not too far off, in age. So we both remember this age or this time rather because of our age bracket. We remember a time where the Pro Bowl was a ton of fun. The All-Star game was a ton of fun. The MLB All-Star game, NBA and MLB. Those were memorable things, and now we don't really have that, or at least. Not like I remember, and I'm sure as you remember it, growing up. I remember the All-Star game even. Kobe Bryant, they were like, hey, we're going to take it easy a little bit. And Kobe's like, we're not taking it easy.
It's
and certain guys,
exactly.
You get these moments, Michael Jordan and Kobe defending each other in that game. It just, I know we're talking NFL, but I would not be surprised if we have this discussion with another sport or two in the next, 3 to 5 seasons, because NBA started to head that way already.
I was just about to say it's probably going to be the NBA next, because when I say they have tried everything they possibly can, like they've done USA versus the world. They've done let's have the players draft each other. They've done East versus West. They have done everything they possibly can for that All-Star game weekend for the NBA, and it is just not hitting.
Yeah, no, it's not. And first off, I believe the players deserve to get paid more for the All-Star game. I do. And my reasoning for that is because it's not a contractual obligation where they have to necessarily walk in and play this game. So I think you should, if they want to grow the league, they should at least compensate them some. That's where I agree with the NFL, at least throwing that incentive out there. And then, of course, that was just too far gone. When you go from football is a little different, because when you go from a sport that literally is designed to tackle, it's hard hitting, and you switch to all the way to where now we're just doing flag football, which, of course, there's a U.S. flag football team. That's not it. This is not what we're talking about. We're talking about the NFL, and people want to see who they voted in. Well, I voted in a defensive tackle and a linebacker, and neither one of them can hit anybody. So why are we even caring about that? That's kind of, I would imagine, where fans are feeling. Now, the NBA, again, I think they need to compensate them a little bit more. I'm not saying give them 10, 15, 20 million, but a little extra buffer. Here's an extra, 500 to $1 million. And maybe that's not enough to move the needle, but then again, we got to look at the players at that point and go, well, how much do you love the league? Because there's a fine line between getting your bread, which I believe the players are entitled to, especially when the NBA continues to print out money by the second. But I also believe that the players should care about the game. And Rob Ruzicki actually made a really good point on Main Event months ago when the NBA was still around the actually All-Star break. We were talking about this. Anthony Edwards, guys were discussing about, wanting some more, incentive when it comes to the NBA All-Star game. And some feel like, okay, they've already made enough. I'm on the side where they deserve it, but they also got to care. If we're going to pay you this extra money, you got to care. You got to be there All-Star weekend. I want you out in the community. I want you spreading the love for the game, because that is how you continue to grow the game. That's anything, and basketball is in such a cool spot right now. I know we're pivoting for just a moment, but basketball is in such a cool spot, and the NFL too, where they can go international with this, and they choose to kind of limit themselves. Because that's what I view, the NBA All-Star Game, and then back to where we're talking, I view the NFL Pro Bowl as a way to grow the international game. Because you can view it from anywhere, and it's just something like fun. You're not sweating it out if you're a fan of the Bills or the Broncos or the Browns or whatever. You're just watching the best of the best.
Look, I'm going to say this. If I was the NFL, not only would I still have the Pro Bowl game, I would do what you say. Make it international. Make it something that everybody wants to attend. Like, first of all, doing it the week before the Super Bowl, crazy. Do it the week after the Super Bowl, okay? Or somewhere in that time frame, because, like, the people opting out is like, okay, I'm opting out because I was just in the playoffs and I'm so tired, or I'm in the Super Bowl and I'm so tired. And it's like, no, just do it the week after the Super Bowl. Do it to have the momentum, and do it in one of the countries where you're going to have an international game. So say this year's Pro Bowl, you're like, you know what? We're going to do it the week after the Super Bowl, and we're going to go to London.
Yeah.
That would be fun. And make it a whole thing around London and the history of football in London. And, like, you could do that. You're going to have games in Madrid. You're going to have games in Spain, Brazil, Australia. You're going to have a bunch of games. Like, all you have to do is just, like, tailor it to what you're doing. And I think the death of the All-Star game is something that we are witnessing with all of the sports, because, like, football bad, basketball bad, baseball getting there, hockey, like, low-key kind of figured it out. But it's just like, we got to get it together here.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, hockey's been. I'll say that. You talked about hockey, the way they did it with the country.
The Four Nations. Oh my God,
the Four Nations.
Perfect.
Incredible. And I think me and you and I may differ a little bit with the MLB All-Star Game. I know it's not the same. I really still enjoy it. I just think maybe they just go, and they won't ever do it. I know, but I get your thought. But me personally, I just disagree, because it's somewhere where I don't have to sweat it out. Again, kind of back to the NFL point, I don't have to sweat out the Cleveland Guardians for a night. I get to just watch the best of the best. And a lot of times you can't really half-ass, for lack of better words, a baseball game. You can't just go in there and you can't sit in the box and go, well, I'm going to, half swing at a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. There's a lot of danger still involved, that's where football, when they switched to flag football, and even before when they were not really following through on tackling, it's like, well, you're not even playing the actual sport. Basketball, the defense, or lack thereof for a majority of it. Besides the 1 year, I will give them the exception. The year Kobe passed away, Kobe and his daughter, I mean, when they passed, they really played hard. They had the jerseys dedicated to both of them, the Bryants, obviously, and they balled out. Like, they played hard. They played defense. I'll be honest. I was in Vegas for the first, and actually I gotta get back. I've only been once, but we were there in Vegas, and we were watching. Actually, it was our last night in Vegas, and it was the All-Star Game weekend. And it was in Cleveland at that time, and we were watching on a TV. And we're like, man, what are the odds we plan a trip for Vegas and the All-Star Games in Cleveland? That was another thought. But also, man, this is one of the better ones I've seen. So I don't know. Overall, it is disappointing, I guess. But I will say this. Here's what I'm thinking, and maybe I'm off, but I don't think I am. And I'm going to stand on this. The NFL removing the Pro Bowl is going to allow them to have an 18-week season down the line. They're trying to free up the schedule as much as they can, so they can have this honors award. They can have the Super Bowl, have a little bit of space to slot in a 18th game. They've already talked about it in the past. There's been reports about it. They kind of cooled off a little bit. But Autumn, now that they kind of are helping out, the players and being like, hey, you don't have to go do this. We'll still honor you. Make sure you still get your bread if you're incentivized in your contract to be a Pro Bowler. But when it comes to, hey, we want another game to make more money, essentially the ratings, and get an 18-game season, I think this opens the door wide open for that.
I back from the break for just a few. We're going to talk some more sad news. People are dying. I don't understand why this is happening, but we're going to talk about Peter Cullen, the voice of Optimus Prime, and we're going to talk about our favorite roles. And honestly, it has to be Optimus Prime. And I'm going to, later on in the show, I'm going to tell you about two of the craziest scammer stories I've heard on the internet. Eli, just be sat for this because you don't even know what I'm about to bring. These two stories are nuts.
You know what? I missed you. I'm ready. I'm ready for it.
When you guys are watching this here on Inside Edge Network, we'll be right back.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Hey guys, awesome Unfiltered today. Got into a bunch of different things. We honored Tim Curry. We also talked about attendance laws, a lot of school-related topics, honestly, too, including Meta, that giant $17.1 billion settlement for social media being addictive. Like, we needed them to fucking tell us that. Obviously it is. But nevertheless, got into a bunch more, included all that good stuff. Hey, tomorrow we have even more to dive into. More details about the NFL owner, Jed York, that was arrested in the Youngstown area for alleged prostitution. Being a part of that, we have more details, and it's something else. That plus the Cleveland Public Library ratifying their new contract. Any update on Fairview schools? Remember, the teachers have been working without a contract since June 30th. I mean, we'll see if we have any updates on that. And all the latest news, talk, sports, and everything in between right here, Unfiltered, 9 p.m. tomorrow, your Thursday, and the one and only Jake Underwood. He'll join the program as well after 9:30. Talk about just whatever is on the docket that day for him, for us, for you, for me, for everybody. It's a special conversation. So we'll have all that for you guys tomorrow again, 9 p.m. right here, Unfiltered, all along the Inside Edge Network. I will see you Thursday night.
All right, welcome back into the Inside Edge Network and the Daily Spiral, everyone. Eli, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little sad. Tuesday, we started off with the death of Dolly Parton. Yesterday, it was the death of Tim Curry, a man who literally was the voice of a childhood and the voice of a nightmare, because it is genuine. Not touching it. But woke up this morning, another one gone. Peter Cullen, the only voice of Optimus Prime, has passed away.
Yeah.
He was, I think he was like 86?
85. Yeah, 85.
85.
He
was 85. Just turned 85.
Yesterday.
Literally.
Yesterday. Like crazy.
Just turned 85. His last role was actually in the animated superhero show Invincible. He played Thaddeus, one of the leaders of the Viltrumites. He just consummate, like, you never know what's going on, and it's just too much. It's too much. Dolly Parton, terrible. Tim Curry, worse. Peter Cullen, oh my God.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say this. Peter Cullen was actually the voice of so much more that people didn't know. He was the car in what is the name? Knight Rider.
Yes.
He literally versed, like, Knight Rider, the TV show, the car in the TV show. He voiced that. He did the clicking sounds of the Predator in Predator.
Yeah.
He was Eeyore since like the 80s for all Winnie the Pooh stuff. Like, he was in DuckTales, Chippendale, Rescue Rangers. He was literally Monterey Jack. Like, when I say you could go all the way down, just
yes, incredible. I mean, incredible career, Autumn. And I do want to correct myself real quick. He passed away yesterday. His birthday, July 28th. So I misspoke. He was a month being 85 years old. But still recent with his birthday and celebrating. You mentioned the career of Peter Cullen. I mean, a guy that Transformers for me was like, and still, I mean, if I put a Transformers movie on now, I'm not getting anything else done for at least a few hours. Just incredible. I mean, incredible, and to see how that alone, that series elevated, to where it's at now. Even, there was a Transformers movie a couple years ago, even where you have different cars or Transformers and things like that now. But the voice of the Transformers, we always talk about who's the leader of a team in sports and everything like that. Who's the leader of a music group, things like that. When we talk about the leader of the Transformers in that universe, it really was Peter Cullen. You mentioned all the stuff he did. I mean, across the board. I got to be honest, Winnie the Pooh, that series was real cool. Like, growing up, I mean, I have not watched Winnie the Pooh recently, but one of my mom's best friends, she loved Winnie the Pooh, still loves that type of series, that vibe, and you think of Eeyore, you think of those types of things. It's been a rough week, man. I mean, Peter Cullen, we lose Peter Cullen, we lose Dolly Parton. I mean, we lost Tim Curry. It's crazy.
It's too much.
Insane. And you know what? It's a legendary week up in heaven. That's the one thing. A terrible loss here on Earth for the three that we have lost. Dolly, Peter Cullen, and again Tim Curry. But Heaven's having a party with that. I mean, I got to be honest. Papa Moon and I were talking yesterday about Dolly Parton. He's like, what? Kenny Rogers is up there singing. With Dolly Parton and Tim Curry. I wasn't with you. I know you were solo yesterday. Just talking about the week. Tim Curry really opened up the door for people to really be human beings too. We talked about with Dolly Parton, and I got a little emotional talking about her passing earlier this week. Tim Curry, Rocky Horror, and all those things really opened up the door. I mean, open up the door for people to be human beings and be themselves and express, and so many different things he did. And then, of course, Peter Cullen, really an impactful series for, again, like the age bracket we're in. Like Transformers came out, like the one with, everybody knows the one with Megan Fox that it comes out. Yeah, I was like a teenager, so like to grow up and see like maybe even a little bit younger than a teenager, maybe 12, 11, whatever, just seeing that all the way up to where it becomes where it's at now. And then you mentioned all the other things, Autumn. Death is never easy, and it's tough when it's people that have helped shape in one way or another your childhood and your young adult life.
Yeah, me and Double A were talking about it earlier in the week. We were literally talking about like we went from Dolly Parton to talking about all the like traumatic ways we found out news. Like literally, when I say 2026 has been like a crazy, terrible year. Like I've talked about my grandma died, Double A's grandma died. Like all these people are like one of my mom's best friend, her mom died, and this is one of those years where it's like, just when I say hug the people you love really, really close, you never know what can happen. But I was gonna ask, what was your favorite Peter Cullen role? Because obviously Optimus Prime is probably the one that everybody would say.
Yeah. I kind of got to lean towards Optimus Prime, and I know you kind of already teased it. I got to lean towards Optimus Prime when it comes to like again the impact he made in that entire series. You gotta lean towards that. At least for me, because I love I was a Bumblebee guy, I was Optimus Prime guy too, but like being drawn into the Transformers and you're like, okay, here they all are. I don't know, man. That's so cool to me, Autumn. I would say Transformers just because it's something that I like, you talk about Monster Jam and things like that, to see where they're at. I don't know what that was.
It was Double A. Sometimes Double A is the funniest person.
He's just barging in. He can't wait till 11:30. I don't know.
I don't know. Look, wait, no, I can't wait. Hold on. I know we're having a serious conversation, but I can see the coffee cup in his hands.
I don't know, man. He's just doing his thing. I guess that's program director stuff, I suppose. But no, we have of course when Peter comes back to Peter Cullen here, I just think Transformers, because what it did for not only like the generation I'm a part of, but I think it'll be for the next generations as well. Transformers will live on. So I would say that. I think you're spot on with Optimus Prime.
Yeah, I honestly, Peter Cullen is like gonna go down as one of the greatest like voice actors of all time. Like, so is Tim Curry. Like, they both really put voice acting. I would say the voice acting male holy trinity of like celebrities that you wouldn't think are like just great at voice acting. Mark Hamill, number one, literally the Joker. Tim Curry, number two. Tim Curry, literally the voice of so many things you probably didn't even realize. Like, you probably would never watch a movie and be like, that's Tim Curry. Like, that's how iconic he was. And then, of course, Peter Cullen, number three, because Optimus Prime is one of the greatest characters, not only in movie history, just overall history. And this is a character he was voicing for almost 50 years. It started in the 80s. There was the 80s boom of Transformers. They canceled Transformers in 1986. They did some animated movies. He didn't do anything Transformers related until they brought the franchise back in like 2007 with the Shia LaBeouf Transformers that we know. Now, I'm not even gonna lie. I've seen the Shia LaBeouf Transformers movies quite a few times, and I'm very harsh when it comes to movies. I love those movies. They're my favorite.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's a lot. Like, again, it's so hard to narrow it down to just one, right? Like when it comes to like legends, that's like asking, like, earlier in the week, if you were to ask me, like, a music guy, like, what's my favorite Dolly Parton song? Like, see, there's so many impactful things that have happened with all of these, guys and girls that have passed away this week, Autumn. I just, sometimes you don't have the right words when it comes to like expressing like how much their legacy meant to a lot of people. Mm-hmm. And I think each of these, again, had an impact in one way or another in people's lives, from music to movies to just being a solid human being. Like, that's what you hear a lot of these stories out of all three of them, is just being a solid human being and shaping the world a different place. So I don't do well. I'm not going to lie. I don't do well with death. I mean, I've never met any, all three of them. I have a story when it comes to Dolly where, somebody who was, it gets confusing. Somebody that was supposed to potentially be my uncle became my great uncle. Before that was dating Dolly Parton's sister, Stella Parton. So I call her Aunt Dolly because it really, really could have been close to Aunt Dolly. But, I know we're talking Peter Cullen today. Yeah,
it's just one of those things where it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, wow, I can't believe like somebody that I grew up watching or just hearing is now passed away. Like, that's just something that, like, I think now that more people are getting older and more people are like passing away, it's like you're kind of reflecting, like Dolly Parton, like, just to like sort of bring it back to like what we were talking about in the beginning of the week. Dolly Parton was a big part of a lot of people's childhood. Like, I know she was a part of my childhood. She was Aunt Dolly in Hannah Montana. Like, I watched Hannah Montana every Friday. Yeah. Every Friday at 8:00, I was watching Hannah Montana. Hannah Montana came out when I was 11, so I literally grew up watching her. Tim Curry, like I said, it was terrifying. But every Christmas you watch Home Alone 2. He's the rude. Well, okay, he's not rude. As an adult, that man was doing his job. I will say this, y'all. That man was doing his job. All right?
Yeah.
But like, every Christmas you see Tim, like, it's just like these childhood legends are passing away. Now, we're going to go to the break. When we come back, I'm going to tell you about two crazy scammer stories. Social media scammer stories. And I'm going to ask you the question, Eli.
Yeah.
Would you go this far to get this much recognition? Would you go this far to make a name for yourself on social media? Would you do this much to be famous? Think about it. We'll be back in just a few, though.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Eli Moon here, one half of Inside Edge Primetime, and that's right, Chad Bryan and myself, we're back tonight for another episode of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network at 10 p.m. So excited to be with all of you. We have a lot to talk about. We're going to talk about the NCAA mess. The conferences are coming out and standing their ground. What does this mean for the college players that went to the NFL and now want to go back to college? We'll talk about that. And of course, we will have our first installment of the Inside Edge Primetime College Quarterback Carousel. That's right, one more time. The Inside Edge Primetime College Quarterback Carousel. How about that? We'll rank our top 5 prospects, a little different than Tuesday Top 5. We'll have our top 5 prospects throughout the year in terms of who's the most draftable, who do we like prospect-wise right now, and we'll keep an eye on it throughout the season. And, of course, we'll talk about Kyle Lowry. The reports, of course, of him having his jersey retired by the Toronto Raptors this upcoming season. Is he the most important Toronto Raptor of all time? We'll talk about that and so much more here on Inside Edge Primetime on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure you like, follow, subscribe at Inside Edge Net. Check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com, and we'll see you after Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell.
All right, Eli.
All right.
I gotta tell you about the scammers. Which one do you want first? You want the Duke University scammer, or do you want the football scammer?
I think we'll start with the Duke.
Okay, Duke University scammer. Her name is Angel Victoria Murdoch. Now, Angel Victoria Murdoch is apparently no stranger to reality TV. In fact, in 2025, she was on a Netflix dating show. Well, I used to know it as a USA dating show called Temptation Island. She has over 300,000 followers, and she apparently studies at Duke University in their physician's assistant program. Now, apparently, Duke University's physician's assistant, PA, or as they say it, their PA program is the best in the country. Mm-hmm. Small class. Like, this is the program, right?
Right.
She posted get ready with me's and scrubs. She posted about clinicals. She posted, when I say everything you could think of about going to school, she posted it. She even posted when it was time for graduation and she was graduating from the program. She posted in robes and everything. Mm. Well, comes to find out that she was lying.
Copy. Okay.
She, in fact, is not a part of the Duke University PA program. She doesn't even go to Duke University because it was revealed by the PA students at Duke University that they're like, we've never seen this girl. Like, we actually have never seen this girl. She has never come in. They've never seen her. Now, she also at one point claimed that she was a realtor in both North Carolina and Georgia. She said she sold houses for over $300,000, shared pictures of house tours, posted clients. But come to find out, wasn't a license, right?
Okay.
But yes, so she faked an entire career at Duke University. Like, when I say, like, you will see photos of her and videos of her in scrubs getting ready to go in the morning. Everybody's like, so was she just getting out of bed, throwing on these scrubs, making these videos, getting in her car, pretending to drive somewhere, and then going back home?
That's actually insane. That's like, I don't understand how people like there's so many ways to make money. Just an honest way. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
how they even found out was from a group chat. So the group chat started, they saw her. So it's only 89 students in this program. None of these students saw her. They put it in a group chat. They were like, we don't know this girl. She's not even registered with the National Commission on Certification of Physician Assistants. Her name wasn't called at graduation, like nothing. So somebody said to the New York Post, that's where I'm getting the story from, it was sometime last year that we found out about her. We knew she was a fake, but we kind of let it go because we were too busy. They said she had gone quiet for a really long time and it was out of sight, out of mind. But one of my friends sent me her graduation pics and it was crazy. I thought, okay, this girl is going all the way to the finish line. She needs to be stopped. The person was like, I was angry as hell, if I'm being honest. I'm so mad because PA school is not a joke. It is hell on earth. It is so hard. You are constantly in the trenches. So seeing someone faking and parading around campus when you haven't opened a single textbook was the final straw. She also said there was only 6 Black women in the course and that it was so obvious that she was not a part. This person said, I think she did it for optics. She knew there was a #1 PA program and wanted the clout and prestige. She wanted the world to know she had the beauty and the brains. And that is coming from the class historian who just graduated. And then she said, if you look closely, she has never posted anything from inside our program. It really sucks because we were actually going through it. It's a very big deal to impersonate somebody. She said, it's scary now because now that you've graduated, what are you going to do? Like, what was she going to do? Was she going to be like, hey, got a job at this random hospital or this random, like, what was she really going to do?
I don't think these people, and when I mean these people, I mean scammers or people that just live a false life, don't really have a plan all the way through. They're kind of just winging it until they get caught and until they kind of spiral, for lack of better words, into their own fate. So I don't know. I maybe she didn't plan that far ahead. Who knows? I mean, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. I'm like shocked, actually. Like hearing this, trying to process it. Okay.
Yeah, she's not even the worst of it. The worst of it is the one that I found out just an hour before the show. All right.
Yeah.
Now, this comes from 49ers Sports Talk. And they said the feds say a 35-year-old man faked being a 49ers player and allegedly scammed 26 women out of more than $1.3 million through romance and investment scams. He reportedly used a fake 49ers career, fake Instagram, fake bank statements, luxury cars, and dating apps. His IG even had free agency, year 1, and Super Bowl highlights, and he was arrested at the airport when an alleged accomplice. He faked a hole in a pair. My question to you is, who's worse?
I think they're equally bad. I'm going to be honest. I don't think there is a good They're both just terrible. I mean, this is bad. This is what the world is coming to. People just scamming to make some dollars. Again, there's a lot of ways to make some bread. 9 to 5, entrepreneurship. I mean, there's tons of different ways to go out and get it. Go mow some grass. I mean, go shovel some snow in the winter. I mean, go do things that any person can do. But again, so these people were for the football one, they were being scammed over the internet. They never met, obviously, this dude.
No, he allegedly, his name, first of all, he's 35. That should already been the red flag. 35. His name is Dejan Lebre Love.
Okay.
And he was with an 18-year-old named Taylor Jamie Chan. And they were both charged with conspiracy to commit wire fraud and wire fraud. They were arrested by the FBI on Monday. And they flew from California to Boise, Idaho. And that's where he allegedly was meeting these victims. And apparently this goes all the way back to 2022, February of 2022. They created fictitious investments to defraud women in California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. Love would meet the women online through dating apps, while Chan falsely posed as Love's financial advisors. He portrayed himself as wealthy and often as a player for the 49ers or a real estate investor. And it's look, it gets worse. The U.S. Attorney's Office said the scheme relied on Love's creation of fictitious personas and display of a lavish lifestyle, which presented to victims both in person and on social media. He convinced many of the victims that they were in sincere romantic relationships with him and that he was a sophisticated investor and that Chan was his investment advisor who helped Love grow a fortune worth tens of millions of dollars. Yeah, apparently there's a screenshot of him in 49ers gear standing near super expensive cars. Another screenshot showed up on an app that claimed he owed that he said he had more than $5 million in cash and $15 million in investments.
I don't understand. Why wouldn't anybody go out if they're in California? Where is he at? Where was he? Where's his location? Idaho. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm giving people a little bit, too much credit. But maybe you ask some follow-up questions before you send a ton of money over to somebody.
So apparently this started when Taylor Jamie Chan was 12. No, excuse me. He's 18. No, 14. No, 14. 14 because he's 18. So it started when the child was 14 and he was 31.
Right, but I'm asking the adult, like the 31-year-old, now 35. Like, I'm asking you more questions. Like, okay, well, hey, let's meet up. We'll exchange, the money. That's fine. We can do a wire and all that, but I need to verify. I mean, it's literally cut and dry, folks. Our parents tell us growing up, this is the internet's been around. Don't trust everything you see on the internet. That also means people and accounts and things you talk to. Fraud is not to be serious for a moment. Fraud is such a dangerous thing right now. I mean, they call every other, minute, it seems like, with certain people, they're calling everybody trying to tell you they're your bank or the feds or the police or whatever. They are trying to get people into these scary situations where they're freaking out, or in this case, they think they're in love or they think that they can help. I mean, this is absolutely insane. I mean that with every single letter in the word insane. All capital. Insane. I ask more questions. Autumn, if somebody hits me up, now I think I'm a savvy guy, so you don't have to worry about this. But if somebody hits me up and goes, hey, I'm so-and-so, I can be your sugar mama, but I need you to show investment to me first. Send me $100,000. Now, don't get me wrong. If somebody wants to be my sugar mama, I'm not going to be mad, but I'm going to ask more questions and meet up with them. Or at least have a FaceTime, have some sort of conversation, do my own research. I mean, this is where we're at, where we just don't do research, we just take somebody's word on it? That may have worked, I don't know, in the past. Not now. You can't just take somebody's word on face value. I mean, a lot of people do lip service and aren't even the people they're saying they are. And that's why we talk all the time about social media. Don't believe everything you see on social media. Somebody living this life or that is not always the case. And in this case, it's not even the right person.
Yeah, honestly, the I was gonna say the Angel Girl was bad. This one might be worse.
This is worse.
You got a 14-year-old posing as your financial advisor, and you scammed women out of money. First of all, as someone who we all know on the show that I have had my fair share of terrible dating stories, right?
Yeah.
One of the first things you do if somebody, first of all, the biggest red flag a man can be is one that's sliding into your DMs on Instagram. Instant red flag. If he is sliding into your DMs on Instagram, no, don't even answer it.
Unless you met in person first.
Yeah,
First.
unless you know them or they know one of your friends, and even then, it's like I have to know who you are if you slide in my Instagram DMs. That's number one.
Yes.
Number two, it is so easy to take someone's name, to put it into Google, and find out if they are a football player or not. Stats are readily available for football players. You can go to 40, you can go to rosters, you can go to any sort of internet database about athletes, and their names will be right there. So that could have easily been debunked. You could put the image in reverse Google image search, and it will pop up on what it is, because he clearly probably either rented those cars or he just could have just stood in front of like luxury cars. Like, this was such an easy, like, you could have not done this. It really was like you could have like caught him. But the fact that he got $1.3 million out of the women. Also, the other biggest red flag is that he lives in Idaho.
Yeah, exactly.
What football player lives in damn Idaho?
I mean, and then posing as a 49. I mean, just I know you don't have to live in California to play. I get it, but still, just I mean, no sense out of this. I mean, and who was the guy? Now, the host of Catfish, the show, was that Nev? Was that his name? Nev?
Neve, yeah.
Neve.
Yeah, Neve.
We need Neve. We need Neve to start cracking down on some of these
Honestly,
social media scammers again.
That's the other thing, is that we are the catfish generation. There was an entire TV show for 10 years that showed you how to not get yourself into this situation. I don't know how many life lessons I picked up from Catfish and like just skills, because I'm like, all you have to do is put their phone number into Google, put their name into Facebook, go to Cash App, put their number in, and you'll see, and it'll pop up their name. Like, the skills that sometimes I feel like people lack. I'm like, y'all clearly didn't watch Catfish. You clearly didn't watch Catfish. A show was on for 10 years that showed us what to do and what not to do.
Yeah, I feel for people, but at the same time, if you're not going to do some research and you just are that gullible, I'm not saying you deserve it, but you kind of walked yourself into those types of situations. I mean, again, I've had crazy things happen where, like, you know, Huntington Bank has called me and I have to do my research, and I'm smart enough to know that they start asking for some personal information. We're not giving it over the phone. But again, and I can understand with the elderly, like, truthfully, I can understand if an 80-year-old, you know, gets tricked into something like that. That's not right. That's not right. And, you know, it's a different time, you know, in terms for them. But to your point, we have literally grown up throughout the catfish era and scamming and fraud and all that to be this naive. Because these people have to be around this guy's age. If he's 35, they had to be around his age, I'd imagine. At least close.
I'm guessing he probably went after women. He definitely didn't go after successful women. I'm gonna just say that he definitely did not go after successful women.
Well, they had to have some sort of money, though. Autumn.
He probably went after influencers. Influencers who were like had some money, had some like new money that really want to date a football player just to be like, hey, I want to make cute, get ready with me. That's the girls he had to be going after, because any woman over a certain age is going to question why you are a professional football player living in Idaho.
You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. And we don't have time for it today, but I'll tell you this. Speaking about not necessarily scammer, but social media stuff and all that, I got to watch some of the Brett Favre documentary with the Jen Stanger, I believe, was her last name. That was not good. I mean, I knew when the story came out, obviously, but hearing her, I mean, talk about oh my goodness, the internet sometimes sucks.
Yeah.
I'm going to be real. And I mean, there's a lot of benefits to social media in terms of like getting your brand out there. Obviously, we're on social media across all the social media platforms. We appreciate you for tuning in and rocking with us. Make sure you follow Inside Edge Net, of course. But at times, with stories like this, and then the Favre story from back in the, sliding into Jen's DMs and really disrupting her professional career, people just make me sick sometimes, Autumn. And it's disgusting that I got to get mad in a tie-dye shirt. How often can you be mad in a tie-dye shirt? I don't understand it. Here we are. I'm in a tie-dye shirt and I'm pissed off. Welcome to the Daily Spiral, everybody. Got a few minutes left.
Okay, we're going to give you our good spiral. Well, I'll give you my good spiral. My good spiral of the day. Go watch Transformers. Go watch specifically the first 3. The one with Mark Wahlberg, I don't count those. Those don't count. Don't watch those. Those are terrible.
What about Marky Mark? Come on,
those are awful. I saw one of them in theaters, and I was like, "This is a waste of my time," and it was like 4 hours long. This is not a bad spiral, but this is more sort of like on the spectrum of like good and like evil. There is a man who is making his college football debut. His name is Justin Buzzard. Do you know how old Justin Buzzard is?
You know what? With the current state of college football, I'm just going to guess a little bit older than the typical college athlete. I'm going to say like 26 years old.
Oh, Eli, he's got 20 years on that. He is 47 years old, he's a defensive end. And
he's not.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I'll put it in the group chat. He's 47 years old. He retired from football 30 years ago due to injuries, and he is playing for San Jose Junior College.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, because you know what? If you got injured and you had to put it down 30 years ago, nothing says I'm more ready and healthy now than 47 years old. And that's no shot at Chad Bryant. Let me be clear, my co-host of Primetime, who is 47 years old. Okay? Look, some of us do a little bit better at 47. Some of us, like this guy. But Chad wouldn't go. I'll ask him later on Primetime, but I know he wouldn't line up as a defensive end at this point. Maybe he would. I don't know. I don't know the guy sometimes. He was a potato the other night.
47 years old, playing his first college football game against the College of Redwoods. Up next, Kyle Cornell will bring you Unfiltered. Hold on, let's switch over real quick.
I'm switching it. I know. Don't worry. I got it. Whoa! Look at that. Did Kyle do something crazy? All right, let's bring in Kyle. Kyle.
Gotta change the background.
Yeah.
The side hustle one. Hold on.
We have so many options, dude. So many. Okay, all right.
The normal one.
Yes.
Hey, what's wrong with a guy who left football when he was 17 because he was hurt? He decided, and guess what? He made the team.
That's what I was gonna say.
I mean, hey,
that's why I said it's on the cusp. Like, I'm slightly impressed but horrified.
This is actually like a real life rookie. This is like Dennis Quaid pitching. Like, this is awesome. Like, I'm enjoying this. Like, just live for the ride, baby, because we don't know how long it's gonna last.
I know, but my only point on this, and then of course this is your show, Kyle, but I'll say this: my only point on this is we're talking about 24-year-olds taking away from some of these college athletes. Daquan Wright and these guys going back. I understand it's a junior college, but think about the next generation. There's
nothing junior about him unless it's in his last name.
Sure is. No, there ain't. Oh, my goodness. Kyle, what's happening, man?
Not much. I wanted to keep Autumn for a second because she actually is an employee of the Cleveland Public Library. So there was big news that came down.
We work in the same systems. Let's just say
that. So you obviously know a lot of people that have been dealing with this whole, are we going to strike? Are we not going to strike? The deal was reached. They ratified the contract today. So your thoughts on it?
I'm just going to say this. I fully understand why they were going to strike. I have no problems with them striking. As someone that works in library systems, there is a lot that people don't realize that goes into libraries. Libraries are a resource. I'm going to just say this. Anybody who goes into a library, the only things that are free in a library is your ability to check out books or movies. Nothing else is free. I'm going to just tell you like this. If you want to, if depending on the library, if they have like a makerspace, you can like sign up to use the makerspace, right? That's also free. But if you want to print off something, that's not free. If you, I know the main branch of Cleveland Public Library has like a cafe that's not free. most programs are free, but like for the most part, nothing in the library is free. So you have to think about it. Some libraries, like I know the one I work at, sometimes we pay out of pocket, like our own money, to provide things for the community. So I've been seeing the deals. People have been coming into my library saying we don't know if they're going to be closed. We had a huge influx of people on Monday, like huge influx, because they didn't know whether the library would be open or closed. I'm just going to say this. Yes, they came to an agreement right now. I don't know if that is going to last.
Really?
Yeah. Because of proposed budget cuts. So I'm going to just tell you, libraries don't operate off of the budget will be cut in the future. They're operating off the budget is going to be cut now. The budget could be the completely same. Like it cannot change for 10 years. But if you just threaten and say, hey, the public library fund may be like rolling back some things, you might not get as much as you normally do. They're going to operate it as they have no money. So Cleveland Public is probably operating they're going to cut the public library fund, and now we're not going to have any more money, and now we're not going to be able to pay you. So if I'm working 12 hours a day, if I'm working 6 to 6, and you're telling me I can't pay you more, and they're in a union, not everybody's libraries are in a union, they have the ability to sort of negotiate, but libraries are not doing well right now. I'm going to just tell you like that.
I kind of brought this up, I want to say, when we first talked about the story, because they were going to the table. It was an 11th hour deal just to get it, just to say, hey, we have a tentative agreement before the vote even took place. The use right now of public libraries, I feel like even from when we were kids, is so different. Like there's just not as much maybe programs or whatever. I'm just not seeing as much, even in some communities where you think maybe it'd be more prominent. I'm not seeing it as much as a pillar as it used to be, unfortunately.
Well, okay, Kyle, where did you grow up? Like, what was your library growing up?
So, grew up in Parma, so it was the Cuyahoga County Public Libraries or whatever it was, yeah.
So the Cuyahoga County libraries and the Cleveland Public Libraries are two completely different systems. So the Cuyahoga County libraries operate off of county money. So that's guaranteed money. They're getting county funds plus state funds, right? When it's like a Cleveland Public or like a Cleveland Heights or even where I work at, we're operating off of state funds and city funds. And depending on the city, some cities they can operate. They can have a lot of like sort of parity. Some cities can't. Like the one I work at, it's rough out here. I'm gonna just say that it's real rough. I don't want to say where I work, but it's real rough. And like even we have rolled back stuff, but it's to the point where I'm gonna say people think that the library is just to check out books. So they're just like, I don't want to read a book. Who wants to go to the library just to read a book? And it's like, well, that's not just what the library does. It's like you can come and you can have an event there. You can have a program there. You can get on the computer. Most libraries have like tech classes. Most of them have access to different other places probably won't, like 3D printers or embossers or stuff like that. So it's just all what you know. Like I know Cleveland Public also you can rent out bikes. You can rent a whole bunch of stuff through them. So they have a pretty big functioning library system. So that's why I'm really also surprised that they're going on strike or tentatively might go on strike still.
Again, so the agreement's been signed, so they should be okay. I don't know the length. Well, obviously, we'll get into the story a little bit later in the program too. But I guess the good news is it feels like we're going to be okay, at least temporarily. So
yeah, I would say still pay attention. Still go to your local libraries, people. Just all you have to do. The easiest thing before I go off air and switch back over to you. The easiest thing you could do: go online and get a digital library card. It costs you $0. Keep it in your wallet. Go to the Hoopla app or the Canopy app or the Libby app. Look up one of those three, and you can read books on your phone. You could listen to music. You could stream television shows. You could stream movies. That's the easiest thing you do. And that counts for that library statistics. And you could do it with any library.
It's
Like
great
any.
advice. Honestly, I didn't even.
So just even if you don't step foot in a library, just do that. The barest minimum. Do that.
Definitely do that, and definitely make sure you guys watch the Daily Spiral. It starts our whole coverage every weeknight, 8:00. Autumn, thanks so much for hanging out a little while after. I appreciate you giving us some insight on the whole, honestly, the library system too, and what's going on. Just because, to get an inside viewpoint of it is special.
Yeah, if you ever want to have me on, I can tell you a lot. I can tell you a lot that you probably don't know. I can tell you about how some people have done some illegal stuff in bathrooms. I'm gonna leave you with this and to think about as I go off air. There was one time at my library that somebody smoked crack in our bathroom. So
Was it the guy that has the crack show at 11:30?
No, it's not the guy that has a crack show. But let's just say the person asked my coworker for a pen, saw it was a clicky pen, said no, I need another pen. Got the correct pen and went into the bathroom with a lighter. And then it smelled like burnt plastic the entire rest of the day.
This is my surprise face, unfortunately. I feel
and
like
that's probably the most tame story I could tell on air. Like I could tell you some stories about.
The name of the show is Unfiltered.
Kyle, I could tell you about the time a man smeared shit on the walls.
I just ate too. I should I should go down this road. Autumn, you get out of here. Thank you so much. Appreciate you hanging out. We'll see you again tomorrow at 8:00 here on the Inside Edge Network. Thank you so much. And everybody, welcome in. Again, this is the official start time of Unfiltered here on the Inside Edge Network. We'll pause for our network identification. We'll play the intro. We'll get things moving here on your Thursday, almost Friday edition of Unfiltered, all along the Inside Edge Network.
Let's go.
Welcome to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Cleveland's digital leader for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget, follow the show on Facebook Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell and on X at Unfiltered216.
And with that, welcome in everybody, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, again here on your Thursday, almost Friday, August 27th, 2026. So happy, as always, you are with us here on the program in this live mega stream that runs from 8 p.m. until 1 a.m. Of course, don't forget, make sure you guys like, subscribe, punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all the different social media platforms you see right there at the bottom of your screen. YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and everything in between. Check out the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Great chance for you to learn about all of us here at the network with our personality profiles. You can see the full show rundown, when the weekly shows go, when the daily shows, times, all that good stuff. You get it all right there at your fingertips. Check out our partners page over at InsideEdgeNetwork.com as well. Chance to get those discount codes on all the different merchandise, the stuff from our great people we work with here at the network, and as well, the merchandise store itself for the Inside Edge Network is right there at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Shirts, polos, hats, t-shirts. I should mention also windbreakers. We're getting into September here shortly, just a few days away. Fall's right around the corner. Going to want to not get the winter coats on, but you want to get those light jackets, tell you what, man, those windbreakers are pretty awesome. Again, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Under the merchandise tab, you'll be able to find all of it. All right. There. Also, a big thank you to Roku. You can find us there. We have our own app. That's right. Whether it is on your phone, whether it is on your TV, your laptop, your tablet, it doesn't matter. Check us out. Just search Inside Edge Internet Network, rather, on all of the different ways you can find Roku on different devices. You'll be able to download us and take us anywhere. So, big thank you to Roku for working with us here on the Inside Edge Network as well. Okay, so we have a lot to get into today, and I'm going to start with Browns. And again, I appreciate Autumn for hanging out a little bit. We talked a little bit about the Cleveland Public Library. Obviously, cuts today were going to be a big thing. There were a lot of guys getting cut down on the roster, trying to make some space, get things moving. But the biggest one maybe was this guy. He was hanging out for quite some time, but Cedric Tillman is now gone. And again, others have been cut, but Tillman, one of the bigger names, one of the guys who's been around the longest, the Browns. We'll see after the preseason game tonight what else comes down the chute as they get a couple weeks to get ready for that first game against Jacksonville. But Tillman, kind of a surprise. He'd been with the Browns for a couple of years, played some decent football in his role. I mean, never was really one of the guys you kind of circled and said he's going to be, this key starter or whatever. But I mean, still, he felt like he had some stuff to give. And speaking of stuff to give, again, I want to just point this out now, as we know, Inside Edge Primetime, AA with Midnight Run later, are going to have the full post-game breakdown of the Browns' third preseason game. But right now, unofficially, about 3 minutes to go in the first half, Browns are up 20-10 here at home against New England. Dylan Gabriel has looked fantastic in this game. 11 of 14, 179, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. And I think they actually just scored another touchdown. Browns did. So now it's 26-10. I mean, for all the talk about who's going to be able to move the ball, what quarterback can do the most, do the best, I don't know. Maybe it's Dylan Gabriel at this point. And I know it's against the second and third stringers for New England, but I watched a little bit of the first quarter and part of the second quarter before we jumped on here. And the command of the offense, he just looks like he's in control. And from the clips and plays and a play I've seen from the other two guys, Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson, I don't know. I mean, Dylan Gabriel looks like he's the smartest. It's like he's got the offense down. I guess his biggest thing will be the physical limitations. But right now, the Browns, I mean, again, preseason game, Dylan Gabriel threw his third touchdown pass, by the way. Also, a shout out to Luke Floria, Mentor graduate. He has 2 touchdown catches tonight. So, Floria, you talk about, a guy that, because Tillman has been cut, could possibly be the 5th receiver on this team. Luke Floria just trying to earn a roster spot. I mean, this looks pretty good for him. He had 3 touchdown catches in 2 preseason games he's played. I mean, it's pretty damn good. And Dylan Gabriel, whether it's as the third string quarterback for this team or whether it's, as a backup for someone else who's watching this tape, he's putting some really good tape now. 12 of 15, 186 yards and 3 touchdowns in the first half of this preseason game. Somebody got the memo to wake up and play football today. I guess that was the gist, and it was Dylan Gabriel. So credit to him for doing that. I mean, didn't see it coming. Honestly, even against backups and third stringers or whatever, you just didn't really know what you were going to get with Dylan Gabriel. He hasn't had a lot of reps. He has no reps with the first team this offseason, but kind of like a flip from last year, huh? But still, he's found a way. Guy started 60,000 games in college, so he's been around forever, and he's got a lot of starting experience. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe the Browns see this and they have a change of heart. Probably not. But still, I don't think about the starter. I think you're getting you guys are getting Deshaun. Sorry, I hate to break it to you, but he's going to be the guy for at least the first 2 games. I love how Todd Monken gave himself that 2-game kind of little breathable space of like, hey, they're both road games to start the year. So that way, if he plays like shit, we can just put Shedeur in and everyone will be happy for the 3rd game. And then Shedeur will, because his ego is not going to get hurt at all by not beating out a guy who can't read the other side of a paper bag, even though it's spelled in bold font. He's going to go out there and probably struggle because he's only played in 7 or 8 games, whatever it is. By the way, too, Deshaun Watson, for anyone who's wondering, It's been 4 seasons with the Browns. He's only started 19 games for the team. He is 9-10 as a starter. Think about that for a second. How many Browns quarterbacks, since they came back in 1999, have been 500, at 500 or better in their tenure as a Cleveland Brown? I'm just saying. Listen, he's playing like dog shit. Like, you can see, like, he's not throwing the ball well. All that, his reads are bad. And last week against Buffalo, you can just tell that team is just better than Cleveland. But despite bad stats, Deshaun Watson has still found a way to be almost a 500 quarterback on the Cleveland Browns. Just saying. Don't be surprised if he goes like 1-1. they find a way to win a game the first 2 weeks. It's Tampa and it's Jacksonville. I guess they're just going to take up residence in Florida. Because why not? Just get those teams out of the way quick. During hurricane season, that's fantastic. But, hey, just do not be surprised, is all I'm saying. Jacksonville's probably the best bet. They have a chance to come out a little sleepy. They lost their starting running back, to New Orleans, that kind of thing. So maybe there's a chance to catch them a little off guard. Tampa feels like Baker circled that game like whenever they release the schedule, and he's about to just tear their ass up. But because that's what Baker does. He plays really, really, really good for like 5 to 6 games of the season, and the rest of the season he's mid. And he'll have good QBR stats because of those 5 to 6 games. But listen, that's the difference, though, between the Browns' current situation at quarterback and a team like Tampa, who's got it a little more figured out. And what quarterback's perfect? I'll give you a hint. None. Pat Mahomes was under 500 last year as a starting quarterback. So take it for what it is. But the Browns cut Tillman. That's the most important thing. It's our first break here on Unfiltered. Hey, when we come back, we got to get a lot more update on the Jed York fiasco in Youngstown. My God, this dude, something special. A deviant in an area where I go to church. How dare this man? We'll talk a little bit about him and the circumstances that led up. I don't have the dash cam footage. I'm not going to do that. You can find it. It's up on any of the news sites or whatever. You can watch it at the 11 o'clock news, whatever. But we'll discuss a little more. We have a new lake in the United States, but only in the U.S. No one else is going to recognize it, but we have a new lake. I'll explain. I'll make up a little bit. Then also the one and only incomparable Jake Underwood will join the program. We will have a lot to get into. He is extra exuberant tonight. I'm using my Stephen A. Smith dictionary for him. So pulling out all the big words I never say. And I never will probably say again. We'll have him on. We have a lot to talk about with him. And don't forget, end of the program, viral video of the night. In honor of Spider-Man Brand New Day and how amazing that has been. Also a big Tom Holland guy, all that stuff too. But we have a viral video involving Spider-Man tonight. So all that and more coming up here on Unfiltered, all along the Inside Edge Network. We will be back after this. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. It's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, exclusively on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure to like, subscribe, and punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all our social media platforms.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Thursday, August 27th, 2026, almost to your Friday edition of the program. A quick segment here, and we got to talk about this lovely gentleman. More details coming down about Mr. Jed York, and it is not pretty. A report from authorities stating 49ers owner John Jed York messaged someone he believed to be a prostitute, but was actually a member of the Mahoning Valley Human Trafficking Task Force numerous times before his arrest. York, of course, arrested Sunday and quickly closed out the case on Monday after a plea agreement which found him guilty on misdemeanor charges of disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools. How those correlate? No fucking clue. Records state he was originally charged with engaging in prostitution, but the charge was amended. As part of that plea agreement, also included in court records was a motion filed on York's behalf to seal information on the incident, which was denied by the judge. A report from the task force, which features heavy redactions, states it began with an undercover ad posted by an agent known to a known prostitution website on Saturday. York messaged the agent, who he thought to be a prostitute, on Saturday, advising his name was Joe, close, and stating he'd like to visit her. According to the report, he then allegedly messaged her again Saturday, stating he was just checking in and seeing if she was available. Both of his messages went unanswered. On Sunday at 9:11 a.m., never forget, York messaged the woman another time asking if she was free and stating that, quote, He would love to come and see her. He said he was coming from Boardman and advised she sent him an address and he would start driving. The report states he asked how much she charged for 1 hour and was told full service sexual activity was $160, which he said the amount works for him and he was on his way. York was provided a meeting location address, which the report states was a mobile home park with a fake lot number. That mobile home park, Wheat Hill Mobile Home Community off State Route 170, posted on social media claiming that location was not part of the sting and they had no knowledge of it until after his arrest. Information was made public. York was witnessed by an officer pulling into the mobile home community and then going back out to the main road when he couldn't find the lot number, which is when he was stopped by officials. Authorities confirmed York had $160, which was the agreed upon price for the services, quote unquote, along with the phone he used to arrange the meeting, which is what was considered the criminal tool he was charged with. York pleaded no contest Monday morning to those charges and was found guilty. He was sentenced to 2 days in the Columbiana County Jail to be served concurrently with credit for a day served. He was also ordered to pay $1,150 in fines. Yeah, just rough. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan releasing a statement. Obviously, it's a very tough situation. I mean, the views for the organization going forward are as usual. There won't be any difference in that, but I know it's extremely fresh. It's a very, very personal situation. I got a lot of respect for Jed. I have a lot of respect for Danielle. The family does mean a lot to me. So with it being this personal, I'm trying as hard as I can to keep it that way. From a football standpoint, it has no effect on us. But it might. Something along these lines could lead to a lot more than just a couple misdemeanor charges and time served. It could mean pressure from other NFL owners to possibly sell the 49ers. So we'll see what in God's name happens with all this, because my goodness, just a really, really weird situation for a dude that, like, I brought this up the other day when this story first came out. I think it was Monday when I first talked about this. Like, you live in California. Like, I know you're from the area or whatever it is, but like, really? It's insane. And the fact again that it's a guy who is married, that's the one thing that's, and again, I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes too, but like this dude, I never did that. This dude, good God. That poor family. I guess Danielle is the wife's name, so I feel for her in the situation. I don't know what those conversations have been like over the past handful of days, but best of luck to her, and I'll be saying prayers for the 49ers family so they can figure out what's going on with all this and they can decide what's next. And I'm sure, like I said, the league owners, if this will gain some traction, I don't think it's just going to be a joke they send in group text. I think it could be a little more serious than that. So we'll see. But Kyle Shanahan's right. Day to day, it won't affect them, at least for now. But you get a new owner, some things can shake up. You never know. So we'll see. We're going to take another break here on Unfiltered. When we come back, the one and only Jake Underwood joins the program. We're going to talk about America's newest lake. This will be good. That and so much more coming up here at Unfiltered, all along the Inside Edge Network. Guys, thank you so much as always for tuning in. We're back after this. Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Unfiltered, your destination for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget to check out our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, to learn more about all of our shows, personalities, and buy some merch too while you're at it.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell again here on your Thursday, August 27th, 2026. As always, so happy you are with us here on the program. And now I want to welcome into the show the one and only host of the Jake Underwood Show. You can find him on AM 1420 The Answer and on Rumble, as well as his different social media platforms, too. He's got a lot going on with streaming that show in 15,000 different ways. It is the one and only Jake Underwood who joins the program. Hold on, I gotta do a thing.
What are we doing? Can you
There
hear
we
me?
go. Now,
Hello? Hello. How's it going?
there may be a little bit of a delay, just from the
Okay.
standpoint of I can't hear you through the headphones. I turn up the laptop.
Oh, okay. Should I talk slower?
Yeah, totally. Hey, what do you make of Dylan Gabriel looking like a superstar right now?
I mean, he only threw 2 interceptions last year. If we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it. Completed almost 60% of his passes, 7 touchdowns, 2 picks, almost 1,000 yards. Just saying. And real quick, can I put something in perspective here? The Watson win total. He's 9-10. He went 5-1 that season, but that's the same season that a washed up Joe Flacco went 4-1. PJ Walker went 1-1. And hold on. Oh, DTR won a game with us. That's when that defense was lights out. And we had Nick Chubb. This is a completely different team. You can put your hands up all you want. The guys that you can say all you want to say, and Shador's not going to be on this team past week 3.
Really?
If Deshaun Watson plays well week 1, yeah, Shador's done. Because then at that point, Andrew Berry could go, see, I was right. You said it was a swing and a miss. It wasn't. Look at me. That's what he's going to do. That's all this is. I'm telling you, watch. It's gonna be like it was with Charlie Fry. Charlie Fry was traded after week 1, if you remember that. Charlie Fry
because I didn't care.
Well, and then Derek Anderson stepped in, and that was in 2007. And it was a good year. We didn't make the playoffs, but it was an exciting year, which we say a lot about the Browns. But yeah, no, Shador, if Watson plays well one of those 2 games, week 1 or week 2, Shador's gone. They're not going to keep him here. They're not going to. Why? So the media could sit there and be like, oh, and Todd Monk could go, well, we don't really care what the fans have to say about nothing. We don't really care. You guys don't see the practices. There's practices, and we practice before we play. And if we practice it really good, then we'll practice even better. And if we're practicing, then it's he sounds like the grandpa from The Simpsons. This is a 60 or 70? 60-year-old head coach. This is his only chance to have the opportunity to coach. He's going to go with the guy that he's not going to look for growth. He's not going to look for development. And I'll tell you what, and to the people in local media, like the talking heads, if I got to hear that one more coach is a freaking guru, I'm going to lose.
He's a mad scientist, according to Berg Street. Yeah,
my cheeks. Yeah, that's what I say to that. Do we forget? Wasn't Stefanski a guru? Remember? Oh, could you imagine what he's going to do with Njoku in this tight end room? Look what he did with Kyle Rudolph. Like, oh, well, look what he did with Case Keenum. Case Keenum had his best season under him. Oh, he's a guru. No, he had Justin Jefferson. Oh, also on top of it, our leading receiver that year that everybody was winning, that was Amari Cooper. That's when Amari Cooper had his insane season. We don't have anyone like Amari Cooper on this team. Jerry Jeudy couldn't catch a cold if he was butt naked in Lake Erie in January. Don't.
No, but you're right. But I mean, you've got 2 guys in Boston and Concepcion that I think have a lot of potential. I think Boston for sure will be he's the guaranteed. His floor is number 2 in the NFL.
Yeah, a season and a half from now, they're going to be great. They're not going to do anything this year. Kyle.
You have to convince me. I'm not a Browns fan. I don't care.
I know, but has our offensive coordinator ever been an offensive coordinator before?
Probably.
No. Has our head coach ever been a head coach before? No. They're all
winning.
He's been around forever. Oh, not to mention he was the offensive coordinator in 2018 when they just did so great. Oh, it was so incredible. And then he went to Georgia and everybody said he was a genius. No, he's a one-trick pony. And to be fair, you could go back and listen to the show when he got hired. I was saying all this then too. He's a one-trick pony. He went with Deshaun because Deshaun is the closest to Lamar Jackson. That's all he could do. He built that offense around Lamar Jackson. He's not going to switch up what he knows. Shador is closer to he's not Lamar. He doesn't move the same way. He can't run options the same way.
Not even close. Not even when he was in his
correct
prime was he close to Lamar. No.
Shador's biggest problem is how he pats the ball. That's the only thing, because it adds a second and a half or a half a second onto his throw time. And when he goes to throw it and that route's open over the middle, he pats the ball and then throws it. They're not open anymore. Defenses could tell. And I'm not saying Shador's bad, but you know what? At the same time, I'm not saying he's the guy. But I think we owe it to ourselves to find out. We absolutely owe it to ourselves to find out. And we're not going to. We are not going to.
You have the exact take that I've had the entire time, where you don't really get anything from Deshaun playing okay this season, or even like just keeping you at 6, 7, or 8 wins or whatever it is. Right.
No, Kyle, you know what you get? I'm going to tell you what you get. You get Andrew Berry being able to go, see, Jimmy, I told you he wasn't as bad as everybody thought he was.
If Deshaun Watson wins 6 games and plays the entire season healthy, he will not be back in Cleveland.
Oh, absolutely he will.
No.
Oh, Kyle, listen, I'm going to tell you right now.
And Shador will be gone too.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I think Shador's traded. Shador's traded for the trade deadline this year. I'm being serious.
You think they keep Gabriel?
Absolutely, they will. Gabriel is going to be. Oh, what was his name? Hold on. Ken O'Connell. Ken O'Connell played a long. No, listen. Ken O'Connell played a long time in this league, and he was a serviceable backup. He was a good backup. Look, do you trust Dylan Gabriel to go into a game, not turn the ball over, and maybe lead the team down the field for a game or two if your starter's out? Absolutely, you do.
Oh, based on what? His 1-5 record last year?
Based on 7 touchdowns and 2 interceptions.
Doesn't really translate though. Like Shador had terrible stats and went 3-4. So I don't know.
What are you talking about? He was a Pro Bowl quarterback,
which is crazy because he led the Browns in passing yards. That's why he ended up doing it, and because 15 guys said they couldn't play, so, and that's why there's no more Pro Bowl. So there you go.
But what I'm saying is you have to understand. Todd Monken doesn't know what he's doing, and neither do the Haslams, and neither does Andrew Berry. Like we talk about all these different things. We go, well, fundamentally, it's corrupt. Blah, 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 all these different things. So let's keep that strategy for a second. Let's keep that mindset. Who did Andrew Berry learn from? Sashi Brown. What was Sashi Brown good at doing? Tearing things down and trying to be the smartest guy in the room. Andrew Berry is trying to be the smartest guy in the room. This is ego. This is pride to him. Listen, I hope Deshaun works out. Personally, I want to see Shador. I want to see what he's got. I think the kid's got it. It might take him another 2 seasons. But man, I think he could do it.
I think he will for a different team.
I think it's going to go one of 2 ways. I think either Watson is just going to completely just crap the bed, and he's going to look really bad week 1. Week 2, they're going to roll him out there. Whoever is not starting week 3 will be traded.
I don't know based on tonight's performance. I think Gabriel's done. I think you're going to see Taylor Green in the second half of the Browns.
Right, and they've been
talking. A lot of teams are going to circle Dylan Gabriel and say we want. Honestly.
See, I think the way, because Dylan Gabriel's a really smart guy, and I see Dylan Gabriel being that person. He's going to be on the Browns probably for another 4 or 5 years. And the reason why I say that is because, now listen, hold on. I'm not saying because of play. I'm saying because he's smart when it comes to understanding the playbook. He's that guy. He is. He's that smart guy who, if you need to plug him in, you said it earlier. He's running this offense really well because he knows the playbook inside and out. You need that guy on the sideline. I guarantee you, if you go back and you look at games, who was next to Shador? Who was talking to him? It was Gabriel. They're sitting there breaking every
quarterbacks huddle together so they can learn. But I mean, yeah, I get your point. I mean, it's
Dylan Gabriel is that guy. He's that. He shouldn't have been a 3rd round pick. I will say that. I mean, he's a guy that I think you could put in for a game or 2. You might go 500 in those 2 games, and you got to hope that your starter's not injured for more than 2 games. That's who Dylan Gabriel is. And honestly, we need a guy like that. I see this quarterback room being Watson, Gabriel, and then Taylor Green, because they've been talking up Taylor Green so much so they're not going to chance it putting him on a practice squad and getting picked up and going elsewhere. I know the way. I've watched the way Andrew Berry works, man. This is what he does, because then this is what he'll do. Ready? I'm going to tell you right now, and you know I'm right when I bring up the point. Shador was a 5th round pick. Well, I mean, we got a 3rd round pick for him. Think about oh my gosh. I mean, all the quality of the pick that we got. Really, it's a smart move. And then Andrew Berry is going to come out to the media, and he's going to talk about how incredible of a move it was. And we just really saw a way to gain assets for the draft to build this team in the future. That's what's going to happen. And Browns fans are going to sit there and they're going to eat it up. Well, I mean, I would have liked to see what Shador would have done, but I mean, he was a 5th round pick. We got a 3rd round pick for him. That's pretty good. Let me go spend $150 on a ticket to watch him lose by 20.
I will tell you this. Deshaun Watson will not get traded or cut.
No.
He will be on the roster even if he's the 3rd string quarterback because of his money, and they're not going to find a team, especially if he plays bad the first 2 weeks. No one's going to be like, yes, let's trade for Deshaun now.
Correct.
This is his last chance to play NFL football ever again.
And Kyle, if he plays decent, the Browns are going to re-sign him.
I don't know about that.
Oh, I do, because they are going to do everything they can to save their ass and say, look, see how good it was? Now listen, Kyle, he's going to play well enough to
What's
be able
decent?
to say, for him,
That's the big definition here. Like, what's the true mark of decent? Because for his level of skill that he was playing at before, he's got to be above 500 for me to consider resigning.
well, I mean, technically, he's one game under 500, right?
Well, I'm talking about this season. I don't the other stuff. Again, I know I use it as a crutch to say like, hey, he's somehow found a way to win games. But in this season, he needs to be above 500. Whether he plays 9 games and gets hurt, or whether he plays the full 17 games, I need like 9 wins.
I somewhat agree with you, but this is why I don't. Because we're talking about all the question marks. Well, it's 2 rookie receivers. We don't know how the defense is going to look. Jim Schwartz is gone. If they win 7 games, people are going to go, wow, Watson led this team to 7 wins. We got to see what he could do. We got to start building around this guy. And
the biggest thing for him is health. Is he going to stay healthy for the entire season? Because, dude, 2 Achilles within 3 months of each other, the shoulder, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot over the past 2 years.
See, I think the way that this is going to end up going, I think he's going to play decent. He's not going to play bad. Like I said, this offense is built for, I should say, someone with his skill set. So he's going to look good, hopefully, because I've seen the stuff from training camp and practice, and it's terrible. But, I mean, it's bad.
The game was pretty bad, too.
Well, no, listen. We should have cheered him. Don't you know that?
No, we don't. No fan base cheers bad play. I wish whoever's
Kyle,
the media guy for this dude, whoever's the PR dude who's telling him,
no,
like, someone slapped this guy on the ass. And tell him, what are you doing?
No, we should all stand there on week 3 with our arms open, and we say, "Come to us, Deshaun. We want to give you a hug." And then he's going to go, "Yes, sir. Yes." What happened to yes, sir? Remember, everything was yes, sir. Every answer, every question he was asked that first 2.5 years. Oh, yes, sir. I just love being in Cleveland. Oh, yes, sir. I just love. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What happened to that? What happened to that? Where's that at? Where did that go? It's as if overall it's terrible. But Browns fans are going to eat it up. They're going to go sell out every game. That's what they do.
I still think even if he goes 2-0, even if he throws for 300 yards a game and doesn't throw an interception and looks great, I still think he gets booed.
I'll tell. I agree with that. I'm telling people. I've said it on my show. I even wrote a Substack about it. That's how upset I was about all of this. Don't go to the games. Don't do it. Don't go to the games. Instead, go to the downtown businesses that the Cleveland Browns told to F off. Go to those businesses. Support them. So instead of buying a $150 ticket, plus spending what, 50, 60, 70 bucks on parking, depending on where you're parking at, and then you got to deal with the walk, go to a restaurant downtown, park in a parking garage, go to a bar, watch the game there, get in your car and leave. Instead, spend 70 bucks at the business owner that's not leaving downtown Cleveland, that's not abandoning downtown Cleveland. Do that, because the Haslams have given us the bird. They're going to go do what they want to do in Brook Park. Oh, it's just down the highway. Yeah, I get it. But you know what isn't just down the highway? All those businesses that they're screwing over by taking away millions of dollars from downtown.
It's fair.
So go to the bar, go to the restaurants. Go on.
Speaking of taking things away,
mm-hmm.
We have a new lake? Question mark? Thoughts? Lake America?
Sure. Okay. I just want to buy a house, man. Yeah,
that was today.
Yeah, I just want to buy a house. I mean, it's okay. that honestly, dude, that's where I'm at with it. I'm like, okay. Like, I wish I had more for you. I spoke at an event tonight. I didn't even talk about this. All I can say is okay. I don't know what else to say, dude. I don't. I mean, of all the things that are a priority, okay. Sure. Okay.
It's one of the things that I talked about. Grocery prices, gas prices still kind of hanging too high, whatever. We've got
real quick,
wars, all this stuff going on, and we're worried about renaming a lake and making sure everyone calls the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of. It's like I love patriotism. I am American. I love where I live.
This is the goofy stuff. Real quick with the gas prices, I want to point out something. I had Secretary of Interior Doug Burgum on last Friday, and he was in Toledo touring a refinery. So Ohio's going to play a big part in that, and it's actually going to lower a lot of the prices. That's why we're starting to see a break here. So the issue is we do have a bunch of barrels of oil. When President Trump, we have so much oil, beautiful oil. He's right. But the problem is that because of the back and forth with different, whether it's the Green New Deal, green policies, all that different stuff, a lot of those oil refineries were shut down. To bring them back up to speed to reopen them, or to be able to reopen them, you'd be looking at close to maybe 2 to 3, maybe even 5 years. The problem with that is this administration doesn't have 5 years. So they're trying to, I don't want to say rush it, but in a way they're trying to rush it and get it so that they can open and move everything along. But that's why we're starting to see the breaks in the gas prices. Did you hear about the giant AI data center down there in Pike County? Brother, 9 gigawatts? That's more than the entire state of Ohio uses. I spoke with a Republican congressman tonight, and I go, what's up with the data centers? He goes, I don't know. I don't want them. I go, who wants them? Because I keep hearing everybody telling us that we want them. I don't want them. Kyle, I've talked to you. You don't want them. I have callers who call in. They did, but then when they realize what's going on, they don't want them. I'm going to say this, and maybe I could put my tinfoil hat on for this. I don't think it's ironic that flock cameras and AI data centers are popping up at the same time. I don't think that's ironic. And they're going to try to tell you that it's for your safety. I don't care if China has my photos. Apple already does. Where's Apple? What do we think that they don't already have it? And then the best part is the people that go, well, they're already watching you. Okay, so anybody who walks into my yard, I'm going to beat with a baseball bat. You know why? I'm using flock camera logic. They might break into my house. They might do it. There's a good chance that they might commit a crime. So I'm just going to beat everybody with the baseball bat and defend myself. That's how ridiculous this sounds. Big government means you become little. That's where we're at here. Fight against big government. You're mad if you're mad about not making enough money, tell the government to stop taking your taxes and to let you keep it in your pocket. This government has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger, and we've seen more and more of our rights go away. It's time for it to be small again. That's what we need. We need smaller government, and for Cleveland to decide what Cleveland needs and Parma to decide what Parma needs. People in DC don't know what you need. They don't know. They don't know you. They don't know how much you're paying and what your bills are. You know who does? The people you elect locally. We need to get away from big government, get back to smaller government.
I want to get more into your show, and everyone can, Monday through Friday, dude, 9 to noon. It's awesome. Oh, by the way, sick haircut.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I'm glad
good,
you. Thank you for noticing. Nobody at the event tonight noticed, and I even went out of my way and I said I'm very upset. Nobody said anything about my wonderful haircut. They did a great job at Great Clips. It's all in the name. They do a great job.
You do a great job, man. Where can people find you one more time?
AM 1420, The Answer, 102.9 FM. We are on X, Rumble, Facebook, YouTube. And if you want to see behind the scenes, we're on TikTok, Jake Underwood 92, and also now Facebook, AM 1420, The Answer. We are streaming live on there, or look up the Jake Underwood. Dude, I know, man.
Good luck.
And here's dude, believe me. Oh, it's interesting to say the least, because they all just love me so much. And then the share it from personal to my personal profile to the show page. Yeah, it's all over. I'm trying here. I'm trying to show that local media could do exactly what the national guys do. I'm working 10 to 12 hours a day sometimes, just trying to push stuff out and just trying to make sure that, the local stories get the attention, because the reason why local media is so important is because it holds local government accountable. That's the main thing. If they're spending like crazy, you got to do what you got to do. Hold them accountable. That's what we're supposed to do. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't care you left, right, center. If you're corrupt, you're corrupt. I don't give a damn.
Well, you're not, man. We appreciate your time. The one and only Jake Underwood here with us tonight, again here on Unfiltered. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate you, buddy. We're going to take one quick break. When we come back, it's the viral video of the night and Inside Edge Primetime with Chad and Eli. Don't touch that dial.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Eli Moon here, one half of Inside Edge Primetime, and that's right, Chad Bryan and myself, we're back tonight for another episode of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network at 10 p.m. So excited to be with all of you. We have a lot to talk about. We're going to talk about the NCAA mess. The conferences are coming out and standing their ground. What does this mean for the college players that went to the NFL and now want to go back to college? We'll talk about that. And of course, we will have our first installment of the Inside Edge Primetime college quarterback carousel. That's right. One more time. The Inside Edge Primetime college quarterback carousel. How about that? We'll rank our top 5 prospects, a little different than Tuesday top 5. We'll have our top 5 prospects throughout the year in terms of who's the most draftable, who do we like prospect-wise right now, and we'll keep an eye on it throughout the season. And, of course, we'll talk about Kyle Lowry. The reports, of course, of him having his jersey retired by the Toronto Raptors this upcoming season. Is he the most important Toronto Raptor of all time? We'll talk about that and so much more here on Inside Edge Primetime on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure you like, follow, subscribe at Inside Edge Net. Check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com, and we'll see you after Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell.
All right, folks, coming up, we got Midnight Run at 11:30. We'll give you the latest on Browns Patriots, the post game. Luke Floria already has a touchdown. 2 weeks in a row with a touchdown for Cleveland's very own, Minter's very own. Is that enough for Luke Floria to earn a roster spot? Of course, Cedric Tillman released just a couple days before. So did Luke Floria do enough? Plus all the latest storylines. And we have a major programming announcement coming up tonight at 11:30 on Midnight Run.
They love me here. They love me in Seattle. 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, right here on Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health, the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome back, Unfiltered, wrapping up here on the Inside Edge Network when I bring in the boys, Eli, Chad. What is going on, my butters? How we doing?
Oh, my goodness. We are good, man. You know, oh, no.
Hold on. You got to wait.
There
You
we
can't
go.
hear us.
I can hear you.
Wait.
Oh, you can hear us.
It's like an old man. He's got to put it in his hearing
Chad,
aid.
he can hear us now. Don't
He can
worry.
hear us.
He can hear us.
He knows I said that. Okay. Well, hey, Kyle, what's going on?
Hey guys. Yeah, I can hear you
yes.
now. Again, for some reason, it was working. And then when Eli left earlier, when Autumn was still on the show, that's when everything went dark in my headphones.
Damn it.
And I have to
That was
have the
crazy.
laptop. Yeah.
We're going to figure that out. What did you ever, you put the ticket in the other night. Did anyone ever respond?
He did at first. He said that, we're here.
Oh,
He,
yeah.
he acknowledged the ticket, but didn't do much
Still
about
open,
it. I feel like I'm still waiting in line, honestly.
Damn it.
You are number 1 in line. I should be up.
I'll see if I can escalate it. I'll see what I can do.
Gotta
Escalate that
go.
ticket, man. We're going to get to this too, the viral video of the night. Hey, you guys fans of Spider-Man?
Heck yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Check this out.
Hey, I'm here to save the day. Oh God, Spider-Man, please don't. It's in my mouth.
That might have been your best one of the week. I'm not gonna lie. I know we still got one more day. That so far is the best one of the week. I don't know about you fellas, but that was good, Kyle. Gosh.
That was pretty fast. Maybe we need to say it again. That was pretty
Yeah,
fast.
I got you.
Hey, I'm here to save the day. Oh God, Spider-Man, please don't. It's in my mouth.
It's in my mouth. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I got your spider in my man.
Oh my goodness, man. That was fun. That's kind of what Dylan Gabriel did to the whole quarterback battle tonight in that first half.
Dude, he splooged all over New England's defense. My goodness.
Unreal.
Dude, I gotta say this about I was watching halftime a little bit. They interviewed Vrabel and they're like, Coach, you talked about the defense and the depth. What are you looking for here? He's like, a more inspiring effort than that.
And then he said, "Where's Rossini?"
Oh
No, he didn't say that. He didn't
Okay, all right.
He didn't say
Hey, but a shout out to Luke Floria.
Yeah,
Touchdowns
seriously.
tonight. He may make the team.
Yeah, I feel good about, Luke Floria. I've been mentioning the last couple of weeks, and I got to see him on Saturday, playing that preseason game. I believe he's a sleeper to be the wide receiver 3 on this team by the end of the year. I'm not saying week 2 or 3, but he has something about him in terms of his route running ability and getting open. And if you have that, it all depends. Here's the thing. It all depends on how long Shedeur Sanders is here. But it seems like that's one of Shedor's guys. He's went to him in both times, big plays in the preseason games with Shedeur Sanders. I think if they have planned for Shedeur, then I could see Floria rising up the ranks of that wide receiver room. But, of course, you have Isaiah Bond there. You have Greg Laverdane. We'll see if he makes a team. Malachi Corley. There's a lot of guys, but Floria's not going away. And for a guy that was on, he got injured in preseason last year. Yeah. They did an injury settlement. They get him back, here this year. I mean, heck, man.
It would be a great story,
Come on. Yeah.
It would be a great story.
It really would.
Yes. Absolutely. Well, hey, Kyle Cornell, we appreciate you so much. Yeah. It is always fun and goodness gracious.
Hey, I'm here to save the day. Oh, God, Spider-Man, please don't. It's in my mouth.
You never know what you're going to get with the one and only Kyle Cornell. Of course, Unfiltered, 9 p.m. It's exactly that. Unfiltered.
Wait, hold on. The fart and the effort grunts, man. Can we talk about, like, I'm almost 50 years old. Like, that's a pretty common occurrence for me. Like, I go to get up out of bed, and it's like,
If you do that, you're throwing your back out.
Yeah, that's a given. I mean, you just live with that, though. I'm used to that. That's the normal state of being. Yeah,
I might have to keep that clip along with this.
Jeez, oh, Pete. Can I please finish what I'm going to say? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's literally me. Anytime there's any sort of Cleveland Browns news, for the most part, I get a little worried. I'm like, can I just finish what I'm about to say about the Guardians? Please don't break any more news. Like, goodness.
Jeez, Pete's. I love Jeez. I haven't heard Jeez Pete's in.
Dude,
and when you're answering questions about the Browns quarterback situation, you can always do this.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You're damn right.
I really wish that would have been Monken's statement at the press conference the other day when we went to announce it. Like, I'm just not telling you. I'm not saying. I'm just not.
Dude, I'll tell you. Well, hey, look, you had a great show. We really appreciate you. It was good hearing from Jake, too. Obviously, he always has some great insight. And I didn't think he was going to spend that much time on sports today, but
he got a haircut. All of a sudden, he had energy.
Yeah, crazy how that happens. Crazy.
You lighten the load, and it's easier to go. Well, wait.
So you get a haircut. I'm getting a little. I got to get one here soon.
You need to trim that beard, get the hair looking tight again, like you did before. You were handsome for like
there you go.
About a month and a half, 2 months.
Dude, you know what? Hey, look, it's like that Chance the Rapper song. I'm like, yo, baby, I look good. I look handsome. All right, so here we go. With all that being said, Kyle Cornell, before he gets sick of us, we're going to let him get out of here. 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Filter weeknights. That means tomorrow you'll hear from Kyle, of course. He's got a busy Friday, but he's going to make time for all of you, and you should do the same. Unfiltered, Kyle Cornell, we appreciate you.
Bye.
See you, Kyle.
Kyle is out of here, which means we got to switch a little studios. I always enjoy, Kyle had a good one tonight. I'm not going to lie. That viral video was pretty funny.
That was
I'm a big Spider-Man guy, dude. Dude, I love what we did with the place, man. I mean, you did all the work. I just delegated, but
it's not bad. I mean, you moved some furniture around. I did some of the designing stuff. It's fine. Team effort.
Yeah, you're right.
Look, there's the body cam video. See it? There it goes. In the bottom. You guys can't see it, but it's.
You look, see it? None of them can see it.
Wish I could put him on stage.
Yeah. All right, folks. We're off and running. It's Inside Edge Prime Time. That's Chad Bryan. Am I right? You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We're back with the beginning of Inside Edge Prime Time and talking the NCAA. They're in a mess. We'll talk about it next here on Inside Edge Prime Time, right after our cool intro and station identification.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams.
And welcome in, everybody, to another episode of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We're back in the saddle, on the saddle adjacent here for another episode of Inside Edge Primetime. It is Thursday. My goodness, it's Friday Eve, what we call it here on the network, and I'm sure most of you at home call it the same. So happy Friday Eve to everybody. Yeah. We are excited. Got a jam-packed show for you. Yesterday, we had so much going on that we had to move a few things to today, but an exciting show nonetheless. Of course, Cleveland Browns in action right now. We're going to briefly mention that probably later on in the show. It should go final by then. They're in the second half. Dylan Gabriel, though, with 3 touchdowns, very efficient from the field. Yeah. Luke Floria, you heard Kyle and us talking about it there. 2 touchdowns for, Mentor's own Luke Floria. So a lot of great stuff there. Greg Laverdains has some impressive catches, too, getting out in the field, out in space on the field, rather. So very, very exciting stuff for the Cleveland Browns in this game, of course, against the New England Patriots, in terms of not necessarily you're seeing the starters, but you're seeing who can get this depth. And sometimes, Chad, it's cool because these guys are literally fighting from being on an NFL team or looking for employment in a week. Yeah, it's great to like stories like Luke Floria if he makes the roster. How cool of a story is that? Local kid, and like you said, it's not you're fighting to make the roster, and if not, you go I don't know, play for the Patriots or the Seahawks and go to the Super Bowl or something. Like you're probably not playing football. You might make the practice squad, you might do that, whatever. But yeah, these guys want to get out there and play, man. They want to be on the 53-man roster. They want to go play on Sundays, and the practice squad is great. It's so much further than I could dream of making it in my athletic career. So it's not a shot at anybody. It's just you'd rather be on the 53-man roster, right? So these guys are battling it out. And it was nice to see Dylan Gabriel looking good tonight. I get it. He's not playing against the ones, also not playing with the ones. So there's something to be said there. But yeah, I thought he looked on time with a few throws. I was out and about a little bit tonight, running around, just got in the studio, a few minutes before the show here, but just tried to keep an eye on my phone. He looked really good. He looked in time with the offense. I was impressed, who knows, a little bit of improvement maybe from last year to this year. I still don't think he's, you don't consider him as the starter. It's not, some of the Dylan Gabriel fans are going to come out of the woodwork now, but he played well. He looked good, and it's just nice to see a quarterback back there taking snaps and looking pretty good on the field for, our team in brown and orange, because it's very few and far between. Yeah, we'll take it. We will take it. Reports coming out, though, I thought this was interesting. Then we'll pivot, of course, to our what we have to talk about with the NCAA, because we missed it yesterday. We got to get on it today. But one thing that I thought was interesting, this was reported from Mackenzie Flume on Twitter. She said, I know it's preseason, but there's a lot of empty seats. In quote, I know it's preseason, but holy cow, Huntington Bank Field is empty. Of course, Mackenzie Flume, 92.3 The Fan over there in Q104. So they're at the game, and I mentioned it on Saturday, not a whole lot of attendance. And as we get closer to week 1, we'll kind of see, the 2 road games and week 3. So keep an eye on all of that, of course. But we'll get into the Browns talk potentially later. We'll see what's going on there.
And I will say really quickly, it's the 3rd preseason game, right? You're not going to see many of the starters, really any starters out there. It's also a school night, right? These preseason games, I think, are great opportunities to take the family out. You can usually get a hold of tickets. They're pretty affordable. You know what I mean? For a family of 4, 5, 6, whatever to go. And the weather's great, right? So usually this is when the time when you see like families going out to the preseason games, and maybe Thursday night, primetime games, just a little bit undoable with school the next day, but maybe that's why. But could be the other thing too.
Absolutely. Hey, we'll talk a little bit Browns possibly later on. We'll see. We've got a busy show, and we'll start here with the NCAA. They're in a mess, And when we talk here about football, the reports have come out. Obviously, the court rulings that college football players that went to the NFL that weren't really sticking with the team, and we're in that time zone, whatever that means. That time frame could go back to college. Of course, LSU big in the news with this. Lane Kiffin getting Daquan Wright, who played just a week or 2 with the Cleveland Browns, suited up. Yeah, last week suited up for the Cleveland Browns on Saturday in the preseason game, but entered the transfer portal after the Browns waived him. The plan was to go to LSU with Lane Kiffin, who he played for at Ole Miss last season, and other guys, of course, moving along as well. The Big Ten said, no, we're not doing this. They came out and said, you can't do this in our conference. Maybe other conferences, sure, but not us. Then the SEC followed suit and said, hey, guess what? Big Ten said it. We said it too. Can't do it. Then the Big 12 came out and said, hey, those guys said it, so you know what? We're with them. Can't do it. Then we had some rulings coming in from Texas, a Texas ruling here, and actually Autumn had sent this in the chat here. This is from Barstool Sports Bussin' with the Boys. They had reported that a Dallas judge has signed an order preventing the NCAA, the SEC, and Commissioner Greg Sankey from barring pro athletes from college athletics, and that's per ESPN. Of course, tweet from Bussin' with the Boys from Barstool Sports. Chad, I don't know where to start, bud. I mean, I think it's pretty cut and dry. If you play 4 years and you get your fifth year by redshirting. Then you go to the NFL, and if you don't, you're not cut out for it, then, hey, that's why you go to school to get a degree so you can go elsewhere, right? So that's pretty cut and dry. However, 2026, we've had a lot of things that seem cut and dry, not be cut and dry across all facets of life. This is one of them. What are your thoughts on, and again, I just, let you know about this per ESPN about the Texas judge now ruling that the SEC can't prevent this, and the SEC seems to be the main conference where this is happening at, especially LSU. So what are your thoughts on this entire dilemma?
Well, I mean, the SEC has to catch back up with the Big Ten a little bit, right? You got three national champions in a row coming from the Big Ten. And not one dominant team, three different teams. So that's good, right? There's a little bit of parity. I will agree that the bottom half of the league is, whatever. I mean, that's fine. Maybe not quite on par with the rest of it, but that's how every conference is. And I think maybe to a certain extent, the SEC feels that pressure, right? So they're trying to push some of this legislation through. That's really easy for me to say. Thank you. Yeah. Round of applause. No, I think they're trying to push some of this through to just, I guess, like I said, you try to find any competitive advantage. And I guess if you can find the court that gets the last word in before the season starts, then you can have whatever. This is crazy. I mean, whatever. I don't blame anybody for being prepared. I saw some of Lane Kiffin's statements, and sometimes when Lane Kiffin speaks, I expect to listen to it or read it or whatever and just be annoyed, right? But he's been making a lot of sense this offseason, and I don't ever find myself siding with Lane Kiffin on things. But man, he's made a lot of sense this offseason, about not only this, but I just, a little bit of everything. I mean, the retired jersey whole thing with Jaden Daniels. He's like, listen, a promise was made before I got here. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, they told the kid he could wear the jersey, then they took it away from him. It's pretty well documented. They made I got the kid the jersey. It's a jersey. It's a number. I mean, man, calm down, right? And then also you've got players that are they're getting a court order that says that, okay, you can have your 5th year of eligibility. Well, okay, if you have that information in front of you, if you're Lane Kiffin and you've got a guy that's interested in coming to your program, why would you not kick the tires on it, right? He's a good player. He knows him personally. Played Ole Miss last year with Lane Kiffin. Of course you kick the tires and you do the groundwork. And then a different appellate court says, no. Okay, so we'll stop talking to him. And then a local circuit court says, yeah, you can go back. Okay, we'll talk to him again. I mean, what are you supposed to do if you're a coach right now? I mean, Ryan Day said as much. He understands that it could be a thing. It may not be a thing. Doesn't necessarily agree with it, but he also has to be prepared in case that does become the reality. But at the same time, we've got college football starting as soon as tonight. The big, Division I starts, FBS starts on Saturday. You're looking at a situation where, like Ryan Day said, I mean, there should be a certain date where you would need to have your roster kind of locked in, because how do you plan for a week 1 match? I mean, Ohio State plays Texas in a couple of weeks, right? Right. They're looking at maybe adding 2 or 3 guys to the roster in week 1 or week 2 of the season. I mean, this is crazy. The whole thing has become like the Wild West, right? I have no problem with NIL. I have some issues with the way that it's applied, I think. Don't think it should be used as a recruiting tool. It's a different conversation for a different time. We've talked about it before. I don't think it should be used for that. Right. But I have no problem with these guys making money. But I think the eligibility thing is I get it. They fall into this gray area that's kind of between the decision, right, for the NCAA. They didn't really exist. Well, they existed, but they didn't play. They didn't like have their heyday in the 8, 9, 10 years of eligibility. Like we were in a crazy time with COVID, right? We had guys playing at 26 years old. Like, you know, whoever said like, oh, he's a 9th year junior, you know, finance major out of like, what is happening? So they kind of fell in between the rulings. So I get that there's a gray area and legally there's going to be this battle back and forth, but this all has to come to an end at some point. I mean, we're either adding these guys to a roster or we're not. And it can't go back and forth. I mean, are you going to have is Daquan Wright going to play like week 1 for LSU and then be ineligible for week 2 and then play for week 3? And then we're going to go back and go, well, you know, the NCAA decides that he was ineligible for the whole season. So now, you know, they've got to forfeit those games. I mean, where are we headed with this? That's the thing. It's just a battle back and forth between different appellate courts and circuit courts and local and federal and state. And what a mess. I mean, it's everything the NCAA touches lately just turns into, it's like the reverse King Midas effect, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, and I wonder, you know, and I've mentioned it, you know, are we turning into a developmental league for college? Like we have the G League in the NBA, but yet Charles Bediako from Alabama and other guys went back and played college basketball this past season. So you see that. You know, we see it with football, and we'll see, you know, we're literally, you know, in terms of like time, you know, if you were looking at it on a clock, we're like moments away from the start of the season for all these conferences and everything like that. FCS started up tonight, you know, Youngstown State in battle. Shout out, you know, the Ohio guys, Youngstown down there. But, you know, they're in battle. LSU and all these guys are going to start up, right? You know, next week. So this is a mess. And we talk about developmental leagues, and we talk about, hey, the G League, like the G League helps with the NBA. Well, if guys can just go back to college after playing in the G League, what's the sense of the G League? And same thing with the NFL. I know
the go-between league. That's what that stands for now.
Right. And you have the USFL. You know, you have all these other leagues in football, you know, but what's the need for them if you can go back to college? I foresee college football becoming the developmental league for the NFL. If these guys can just go back and forth, that's fine. But in this hypothetical, I would say treat it like baseball, kind of tying a little bit of everything here together. Treat it like baseball. You can go back to college, you can come back. But once you come back, you now essentially, you know, you've been optioned once because you went back. You optioned yourself. If you do it 3 times, you know, 2 or 3 times, now you're done. Once, like, I don't know what else to do though, and that's not even a foolproof plan. But Chad, something has to stop because G League. The whole point was, okay, if you got in the G League, I'm just using basketball here because that we have a clear example of players from G League playing in college the same season. You know, in that same 12-month run. So what exactly is the point of the G League? Well, before it was you get paid. You know, even if you're on the NBA, you can work your way up. But now college athletes get paid, and they deserve to get paid. But then I swing back to what is the sense of the G League if they're getting paid in college and the G Leaguers are going back to college? There makes no sense. There is no sense about all of this. So I just believe college eventually is going to just turn into developmental. There will be the G League, as well as it's been doing for the last, decade now, and really the last 5-6 years have been even more prominent. We've seen some of the top draft picks in the NBA. Scoot Henderson, you know, the Thompson brothers weren't in the G League, but still branching off from different things, right? I believe we are going to see the end of these developmental leagues. I believe everybody's going to flock to college. You know, go get your, you know, if you want to get your master's degree while you're playing football for your 8th season, I guess you can do that. But just keep in mind, I don't know. It just makes me so mad. It makes me so mad. You know, I thought the biggest frustration when it came to college football was going to be Trinidad Chambliss fighting for his 6th season of eligibility. You know, or some of these other things that have been discussed. You know,
Brendan Sorsby trying to get back after the whole
exactly. Lane Kiffin.
Somehow now we have bigger scandals. Like what?
Exactly. Like Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss in the end of their season for LSU. Those types of discussions. Hell, I'll even take Jaden Daniels arguing over his jersey number over this mess.
Sure. Yeah. That's his mess. You know, like that's his whatever. A little unnecessary and it's silly or whatever, but that's not a league-wide or an organizational-wide problem. I mean, this is. And I don't think this is going to last much more than, you know, this season, maybe next season, whatever. Like I said, these athletes, and it's not just these guys because there are other sports, they're, you know, also whatever. But these athletes are in this gray area between the NCAA's ruling. So I hope this is a temporary thing, but this is this is what happens now. Somebody always finds a loophole, right? There's some attorney out there, and I'm not throwing shade at attorneys, but there's always someone out there that finds a loophole, right? And they can, well, you know, yes, here's the new agreement. But based on what happened, you know, during the gray area years where now you have to give my client and my other 74 clients, by the way, who are they're in line behind them. you've got to give them an extra year of eligibility because, reason A, B, and X or whatever. And this is how it doesn't coincide with the ruling because state appellate court and I mean, come on, man. Like it's been so like the whole thing's politicized now. It's wild. College football used to be very, very pure. And now it's one legal battle after another every offseason. You've got, all the streaming companies fighting with, ESPN and ABC, whatever. You never know, like depending on what streaming company you have or what streaming service you have, I should say, you may not be able to watch the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season.
Right.
At least the ESPN, ABC games. So everything's become just greed and money and pull and power. And it just used to be pure. It used to be student athletes out there like playing a game as amateurs. And I think you can make NIL and still be considered an amateur. But the problem that I have, Eli, is once you collect a check from a professional organization, that I think should draw the line. That's it. I don't care if it's a $5,000 signing bonus. It doesn't matter. You have now collected a paycheck from a professional organization. You are a professional athlete. Doesn't matter what sport it is. You're a professional athlete. That's it.
Correct.
You've crossed the line. Not in a bad way. You just crossed the line over from amateur to professional. I don't think you should be able to go back to amateur. I know there's a whole argument against the Olympics, and they'll use that in the legal battles. It's just there's so many layers to it. It's so hard to unpack. And it's wild.
And I got a question for you when it comes to college football as a whole. And I'm not necessarily, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I'm not necessarily saying that I agree with this.
Sure.
But we've seen the playoff expand to 12 teams now. So a lot of teams feel like they're in it. And again, with that being said, you can get an 11th, a 12th, 13, 14, 15 maybe games to show NFL teams. Do you think that's playing into the factor? Now this whole court thing's a mess. Let's be very clear. These guys going back, but these guys fighting for the 5th year of eligibility without redshirting. You see Trinidad Chambliss fighting for a 6th season of eligibility, and now these guys going back. Do you believe that the playoff, just playing devil's advocate, having more exposure, of course the money's going to play as well, but having more exposure in front of a national audience for some of these schools, do you think that plays into it as well?
I think all of it plays into it in some way or another. I mean, everything, first of all, the more exposure, the more national exposure that you get, the better your chances to everything, right? It helps in recruiting. It might help you bring in NIL money from an unexpected source. You get a little exposure for a program. I'm just going to use SMU as an example. Think of SMU had a run where they slid into the playoffs 2 or 3 years in a row, right?
Right.
You might start get like the alumni base going, well, wait a minute, like if we're already right there, let's push this thing to the next level. Like I'll donate $1 million, you donate $2 million, this guy donates $5 million. Now we got some NIL. Like now we're cooking, right? And it just turns into it's really like a giant fundraising effort, which is fine. This is where we are with the NIL stuff. But again, I just don't like. I think it should be more performance based. NIL deals should be more based on the individual athlete, right? Maybe you have an agent that's responsible for your NIL, and your agent goes, "Hey, I went out and got a deal with Chad Bryan Ford or whatever, like Eli Moon Chevy, right? Like, I got you this deal. They're gonna give you a whatever. It doesn't matter, an F-150, a Silverado. You're gonna drive around. You do like 10 commercials. You do 10 spots. Whatever. They're gonna play them throughout the season. You'll have a billboard." And they're going to pay you this much money, whatever. And that's your deal, right? Okay, thanks, great. I don't think it should be like, hey, 17-year-old high school kid, we've raised $11.9 million to bring you to our campus. We hope you're going to be good.
Right.
Like it's a disaster in waiting. I mean, the whole Michigan Bryce Underwood thing is starting to kind of blow up. Now, like I said, you're hearing kind of rumblings that like there are guys on that Michigan roster that are outplaying him, in preseason practices. Guys that aren't really highly regarded as prospects, as major prospects. Right. And that's what, $12 or $13 million that they committed to him. That's not to throw shade at Michigan or Bryce Underwood. He'll develop, he'll get better. But it's just, the whole thing is just a disaster waiting to happen. It's somebody's NIL program is going to implode over one of these $12 or $13 million recruitment deals.
Sure. But I just believe the NCAA, and I agree with you, but I believe the NCAA has done too much at once from the NIL coming in, which the players deserve. But having that ruling and then having the transfer portal become basically the wild, wild west for everybody. And now having where, the conference realignment, that plays into it as well, too. Because say you're a recruit, think about it a few years ago when especially all this conference realignment started. When you're a recruit and you go, okay, I'm going to go play for Texas because they're in the Big 12. And then, you committed, and then boom, now they're in the SEC. That changes a lot, And some guys, and I'm not calling anybody out, but some guys would rather have a smoother conference to get to that limelight, win a conference championship, all that. Some embrace the competition, whatever. It's their choice ultimately. But I just think the NCAA has done too much at once, from the NIL to the transfer portal becoming the wild, wild west, from the just everything. And now this is just ridiculous. Again, it makes Trinidad Chambliss look a little sane because at least he didn't leave college, declare for the draft. He said, no, I'm going to stand my ground. I want this eligibility year. They gave it to him. And of course, the stuff with, I believe, Ferris State, and he was arguing he didn't even play football all of his years. And I get it, whatever. Trinidad Chambliss will definitely have a lot of discussion when it comes to the football season coming up. I'm excited to see what he does. And I'm not as mad at him as I am at all these guys coming in right now, because it's like you're not only disrupting the entire integrity, to your point, of college football, you're also stealing roster spots from guys that have been busting their behind all summer long, spring, spring football, all of this. And now they're going to be told, hey, sorry, tough luck, man. Better luck next year.
And not walk-ons, by the way, scholarship guys. Scholarship guys are losing this, but
Yeah, correct. I mean, it's not right because, imagine that. I mean, I couldn't, but, hundreds of $1,000s guaranteed in a scholarship, and then boom, now it's not. Now you got to figure out how to pay for school or you're not going here. Like, that just does not make sense to me. It really doesn't. Now, I'll say this. We got to get the break here in just a moment. I have Autumn brought up earlier that there was a 47-year-old that is going back to a junior college.
It's not me. It's not.
No, it's not. No, I actually said that earlier. I said, I don't believe Chad would do this. I said, no shade to 47-year-olds because my co-host is one, of course. I said, but my goodness, I don't think you'd be out there playing defensive end for a junior college. They said he got injured at 17. I guess his injury derailed his whole athletic career. So you know what says I'm more healthy now? Being 47 playing defense.
Yeah, he was on the 30-year IR. That's pretty common, I think. I think that's how you do it.
It was like the Bobby Bonillas of injuries.
I love it. Let me tell you, it's not. Well, I don't know. I haven't played tackle football in a long time. I don't think it's any easier to take a hit at 47 than it was at 17. I don't. His body's gonna let him know pretty quickly. Maybe I'm sure he's training. He's not just gonna go out there like, I think I can play again. At what position? Do you know? I saw the story, but I didn't.
I believe defensive end. Yeah, I'm
defensive end.
I'm just double checking here. Autumn dropped this on me in the last 10 minutes of the show. Yeah. Okay.
Well, he's not a rush end because at my age we don't move fast anymore. You don't do anything quickly. So it's gonna be
here it is.
Yeah, take his time in.
I got the story. Yahoo Sports. It's from courtesy of Matt Reed from Yahoo Sports. The headline. Would you like to know the headline? It's 47-year-old pastor makes college football team as defensive end. Okay, so all right, man of God. All right. Okay. Justin Buzzard. He is going to be playing for the San Jose City College Jaguars.
Buzzard Town. Yeah.
In 2026. This marks the first time he'll be on a competitive football field in nearly 30 years. He enters a locker room with players nearly, this is from the Yahoo article, nearly 3 decades younger than him. He said, no one's going easy on me, and I'm not going easy on them, Buzzard told Fox and Friends first. I'm giving them everything I've got, too. He's listed at 6 feet, 2 inches, and 210 pounds as he prepares for his freshman campaign of college.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of guys go on, a 30-year hiatus before they go to college. It's backpacking in Europe. Yeah, it's backpacking in Europe. You go find yourself, right, for a year or 3 decades, and then you come back and you play college football. It's fine.
This is like 21 Jump Street. This is but older. But
I'm happy for him because listen, he's living a dream. It sounds fun, right? Like if you're physically able to do it, it sounds like fun, right?
Sure,
that's great for him, but it's maybe it's a little too much, right? Maybe.
Yeah. I don't think he should be allowed in the locker room. I'm just going to be honest. I think at 47 years old, I mean, these are, college kids. I know 18 to 22. If I'm a parent, I'm like, I don't know if I want a 47-year-old. In all the respect to all the 47-year-olds I know out there, including one Chad Bryan, I don't want a 47-year-old in the locker room with my kid that's 18, 19 years old starting college. That's just me, though.
Well, you'd have to put me a little closer to the field to get. I'd have to get dressed. I'll never make it on time. Like I said, I can only move so fast at my age. So I got to go halfway down, maybe toward the field a little further and get dressed because I just won't make it by kickoff. But yeah, I mean, we're all over the place right now. The NCAA, man, it's everywhere. And I don't. It's like you said, it's almost like assault on your on your senses in a way. It's like the transfer. You ever had a plumbing issue where you turn the water on and then you go to and the faucet doesn't close and the water just keeps rushing? You're like, oh, All right. That's where we are right now. Like the NCAA, like open the faucet, right? And then they're like, okay, turn off the water. And they put the handle down and the water just keeps flowing and they can't stop it. You can fill up all the buckets you want with all the circuit and appellate courts and everything else, but eventually you run out of buckets and then you got a mess. And that's where we are. The NCAA has run out of buckets and we have a mess. There's water all over the floor.
Yeah, they sure are in a mess. My goodness. Well, I'll tell you, college football on the field, at least for the guys that are supposed to be playing college football, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Whoever that is. Yeah.
Yes. And we'll talk about that, of course, when we come back. We have a new segment for you that we'll be running all college football season long. And, of course, and just keeping up with it, it is the Inside Edge Primetime College Quarterback Carousel.
All right.
Or
we couldn't fit one more hard C sound in there?
We call it the IENPT CQC. QBC. All right. We'll workshop the acronym for all that when we come back. This is Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryant, am I right? You're right. Everybody's right. Somebody get that bird because I'm Eli Moon and we're back talking college quarterbacks after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. So guys, awesome show today on Unfiltered. The one and only Jake Underwood gave his thoughts on the Browns quarterback situation. You might be kind of surprised to know what he thought when it came to maybe some of the guys not being on the roster by week 3. We'll find out more, and you can find out more by listening to Jake's thoughts on the replay of that. For tomorrow on the program on Friday, we're going to get to a lot of the stuff we missed today, including all the latest news, talk, and sports as well. Going to get into the Cleveland Public Library contract that was ratified. Going to get into top high schools in the state of Ohio and in the country. How did Northeast Ohio and the state overall look when it comes to the full scope of the entire country? That, and don't forget the unveiling of the Unfiltered memes of the week you guys have submitted. We're going to have the results tomorrow, 9 o'clock, right here on the Inside Edge Network. I will see you on Unfiltered.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryant to my right, you're right, everybody's right, which means, yes, I am the man they call Moon, Eli Moon. I appreciate you so much. We appreciate you so much for sticking around with us all night long. I know the Browns are playing a preseason game. You chose the Inside Edge Network to rock out with. We appreciate that. Yeah. And make sure, of course, you like, follow, subscribe at Inside Edge Net. If it's your first time, hello, how are you doing? If you've been here before, welcome back. We appreciate you so much. Of course, smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live. Inside Edge Net on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Know when we're going live at Inside Edge Net for daily shows, a 5-hour 4-show, one-stream phenomenon. Of course, you have the Daily Spiral with Autumn Chisholm. I was on there today with her. I'll be back tomorrow with her. A lot of great stuff we talked about there from we first off, let's slow down. We talked about the passing of Peter Cullen, and we talked about his impact with, movies and the soundtrack to, like in terms of the voice of some of these important characters that, we grew up with, a lot of us. And Autumn and I talked because we're in that same age bracket. We talked about the impact with Transformers, Eeyore, different things. Just impressive. And, prayers and blessings go out to his family, his loved ones, everything. We talked about Peter Cullen. We also discussed some scammer stories. So that's a wide range of stuff we talk about with Autumn. I'll be back tomorrow with her, 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. All your news from national, local, talk sports as well. Yeah, Jake Underwood on from the Jake Underwood Show on 1420 a.m. The Answer today. Yeah. And he'll be back next Thursday. I'll be back with you tomorrow, and we're back with you tomorrow. Of course, not going anywhere yet. 10 to 11:30 though. Inside Edge Prime Time, Chad and I, and then 11:30 to 1 a.m. Midnight Run with our program director, our bro, AA Anthony Alford. A lot of great stuff. Monday through Friday, of course. Saturday we have Real Talk with Pop Moon. Saturday at 5 p.m. Main event Sunday night. So much great stuff here for you. Voice of the Land just happened earlier today with Ryan Moss and Kevin Arnold. Check that out as well once we're done with the stream tonight. Of course, you can read about all those great personalities I just mentioned, including your favorite Inside Edge Primetime host, Chad Bryan. InsideEdgeNetwork.com is where you can go. Go, of course, to our partners page. Check it out as well. Cannot do without our title sponsor, The Brothers Lounge. We appreciate them so much. They're on 11609 Detroit Avenue. Great music, first off, live music. All week long, so many cool bands, so many cool artists that come in. I got some shows coming up the rest of the year at the Brothers Lounge, so come see me. But get there sooner. Go check out the menu. Chef Win, winning bites, burgers, nachos, fries, wings. The cool thing about Wednesday, $1 wings. So you can go get $1 wings at the Brothers Lounge. So many great options. Just an incredible atmosphere. Hospitality. Billy and everybody does a great job at the Brothers Lounge. We appreciate them. The title sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. And, of course, all of our other partners we appreciate as well. Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, W Energy, Mosser Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, and Omega Video Marketing. A lot of great stuff from our partners. Go check it out at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And we couldn't do it without you. So go grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And here are I messed it up. Just grab the Inside Edge Network app on Roku. I fumbled the bag tonight. It's okay. It's okay. Just take the app with you. We want the reward points. Dang it. Okay.
It's how you know we're live, right? It's how you know it's live.
That's right. Hey. All right. Now take two.
Okay.
All right. Cut. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Go ahead and grab it. Check it out. All right.
I gotta get one of those things. I need one of those.
That'd be cool. Cool. I can talk to Papa Moon. He does like a lot of like auction stuff.
Yeah, I remember he was telling me about that. Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
So maybe I'll see what I can do, man. Let me put
fair
a
enough.
word in. Let me put
Let's
a
make
word
a
in.
move.
Yeah, I got you.
Let's do it.
I got you. Heck yeah. All right. Well, I'll talk
See
to
if he can
Bob
get me a
Moon.
director's chair too. I'll just sit up here and you know what I mean.
Don't tempt him. He'll start looking for everything. He'll have you a whole movie set up.
Man.
My goodness.
Is
All
he
right.
buying or? Is he... All right.
Details to be discussed. But Bob Moon, we'll talk to him in the morning. Of course,
Yeah.
I'll talk with him behind the scenes and figure out what we can do to get Chad some movie equipment.
Because that's what I need. That's exactly what I need right now. Right.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, what we're going to get into, I was thinking this new segment, and we're going to get into it, maybe a little bit of a tongue twister.
Yeah. What was it? What is it?
The Inside Edge Primetime College Quarterback Carousel.
College quarterback quickly quaking. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of.
So what if we called it the College QB Carousel, and we're Inside Edge Primetime, so they already know, like the people know that.
What if we call it the top quarterbacks who we think are good, but not gooder than? No, we got to workshop this. Yeah, we got.
For now, we will rock with College QB Carousel. It's the first installment.
Okay.
We're gonna
I'm not
stick with
saying
you.
that though.
Okay, I got you. I'll do it. We're gonna do this all season long. We're gonna start off before the season really officially starts. For the Power 5 conferences, go over what we think about the most draftable, the best draftable quarterbacks. Now, this obviously without the season starting, we're going off of body of work. We put a little bit into situations and things like that as well. But this, as we go throughout the season, is going to be our ranking of how we feel about the quarterbacks. Not necessarily, who's going to be the first off the board, but who we would say should be the first off the board, who we say. So keep an eye on that all season long. This is the first installment of the College QB Carousel. Chad Bryan, my goodness. You want to start this thing off? Want to rock?
What thing? The college QB, what was it? I don't know, what does it matter? Yeah, so I think what we are trying to describe here, it'll be a fluid situation. These aren't this isn't the final ranking, right? The college football season hasn't even started yet. Well, it depends on, the court section of the college football season has started, but not the on-field part. So a bunch of legal battles going on, but nothing on the field yet. Not until tonight. Well, technically it started tonight, but whatever. Doesn't matter. You know what I mean.
Yes.
No, these are our 5 quarterbacks that we think right now, based on, like Eli said, just based on their current body of work, which may in some cases be not a whole lot, or could be, a ton, just maybe at a different school. But these are the 5 most draftable prospects at the moment that we think can make some strides. And this could change. We could get into week 5 and none of these guys could be in our top 5. So, we're well, probably not none of them, but maybe 1 or 2 might slip out. A couple might, a couple other guys might slip in, whatever. So we're allowed to change our minds. But you want to start with number 5? Let's start with number 5.
I sure do. Number 5. I'll go ahead, and it's yes. Number 5 is Trinidad Chambliss.
We talked about
him. Ole Miss. Yes, yep. He might have fought like hell in court, but he's not in court right now. He's back with the Rebels of Ole Miss. You see him there in the blue and the red, and he's ready to rock. Chad Bryan, a guy that went on a deep playoff run with Ole Miss after Lane Kiffin left. You had Pete Golding. They were rocking for Pete. They were doing their thing, just like we do here on the Inside Edge Network. We rock with our owner, Peter Cullen. They were rocking with Pete Golding, of the interim coach and now the coach of Ole Miss. And Chambliss is an interesting guy, Chad Bryan. He's a guy that out of, we'll get through the list, but you'll see as we kind of move along, he's probably got the most experience out of any of these college guys that we'll kind of go through here. For me, and I'm going to hand it over to you because I know you have some factoids or stats about Mr. Chambliss, but for me, when I watch him play, he's a gamer, man. And I know that sometimes people, okay, what's a gamer mean? I mean, this guy, you could be down 10, 14. I still feel good about Trinidad Chambliss. He is a gunslinger. He also is a little mobile. I'm not saying he's Lamar Jackson or Michael Vick or any of these guys in the past that could sprint very well, but I do believe he's mobile. He's not a sitting duck in the pocket. And I think the thing I like the most about him is that in a world where he could have went to a different school, he could have went and left in the transfer portal, he wanted to stay with Ole Miss. That tells me he's a leader. When Lane Kiffin left and LSU had an opening, they could have brought him in. He decided, I'm going to double down, I'm going to stay with Ole Miss. So I think there's already some leadership qualities out of Trinidad Chambliss and leading Ole Miss when they lost Kiffin. I like this. I mean, what do you think about Trinidad Chambliss out of Ole Miss?
Well, I think the one thing that you said that really caught, I mean, Lane Kiffin goes, and usually as the head coach goes, so does the quarterback in today's college football, right?
Yes.
But you're right. He did. He stayed there and he stayed loyal. And I don't know if that means there was a rift between he and Lane Kiffin. I have no idea. I doubt it. I just think, again, the loyalty, right? And instead of fighting to get into the transfer portal and go to LSU, he fought to come back to Ole Miss, right? Yes. I mean, Chambliss he's just an intriguing prospect, right? Played it. I don't know. I mean, played it at Ferris State, right? Won a Division II national title. Won the Harlan Hill Trophy as Division II's best player, which is Division II's base. It's the Heisman Trophy for Division II. Conference Player of the Year, first team All-American. Then he transferred to Ole Miss in 2025 and took over after an injury for Austin Simmons. But I just again, I mean, there's a body of work there, but I don't think we know as much about Trinidad Chambliss as Chambliss. Words are hard tonight. As you think that you would after this much time in college. Really, really fast guy, athletic guy, runs about a 4.45 40, which is going to be, I mean, probably the fastest of really any quarterback that's coming out. Yeah. And that's what I think is going to be a little bit intriguing, but I don't know. Again, the speed is there. I think that's good. He's got a decent deep ball. Throws a good deep ball. You want that in the NFL, right? Not the biggest guy ever, but he throws a good deep ball. He's played really well, right? Against some really good competition. Think about Georgia. He threw for 362 yards.
Yes.
In that Sugar Bowl against Georgia, right?
Yes.
And he's I don't know, like I said, not the biggest guy. And they're gonna have to. Here's one thing about Chambliss. He fights for extra yards when he scrambles. Not gonna want to do that around 200 pounds in the NFL. Like, please, if you got to get him out on the baseball field, Ole Miss has an excellent baseball program. Get this dude running bases or something and teach him how to slide. He's gonna have to get down in the NFL.
Yes.
That's one thing that's gonna definitely further his career. But yeah, he's an intriguing prospect because, like I said, he's got the body of work there, but we just don't know much about him. And now that I think that some of the onus is on him, right? Like you go through these court battles and all of a sudden now everyone's paying a little bit more attention. It's like, okay, well, what's Ole Miss do after Lane Kiffin leaves? They had the nice playoff run without him, but that was already established with Lane Kiffin there. What do they do now in the post Lane Kiffin era with Trinidad Chambliss at quarterback? I think he can make a huge, huge leap in how people look at him as an NFL prospect this season, or it could go the other way. But it's on him right now to, the ball's in his court, so to speak, to make that jump.
Yeah, and he already went to court, Chad B.
That's true. We're not talking about court anymore. And also, we're not playing basketball. The ball's not in that court either.
It's okay. But I will say this.
I get confused with these SEC guys. I don't know what sport they're going back to play. It's confusing.
It's all right. We'll learn. We got a long season ahead of us. So one thing I'll mention about Chambliss before we move on to number 4, the pro style. Don't forget about that. Lane Kiffin, we talked about it a little bit, but Lane Kiffin, obviously there last year as his coach. Lane Kiffin, say what you will, but he has NFL experience. He runs more of a pro-style type of offense. So Chambliss, I think that it'll be a little more seamless than some of these other guys going to the NFL, and he will be going to the NFL. He literally has no more eligibility left. Like this guy for sure going to the NFL. So.
Unless no.
Oh my goodness! All right, let's move to number 4, Chad B. I'm gonna go ahead. I'll control the sticks here. Okay. Number 4. Yeah, if you let me can I drive the Benz?
Yeah, it's fine. I just got excited. It's whatever. I'll move over to the passenger seat. No big deal.
All right. Look, dude, I don't ever drive. All right, number 4 coming in.
Wait. You said you never get out of the driver's seat if you never drive. Get out of there. What are you doing? No.
Well, first time for everything. Look, man,
don't wreck the QB carousel car.
The Inside Edge Prime Time College Quarterback Carousel, or as we call it here, the IENPT CQBC.
BN9. Yeah.
All right. Absolutely. Moving to number 4 here. This was a guy that went from TCU and now at Indiana, none other than Josh Hoover. There we are. Josh Hoover. Now he is a guy, you see him there in the TCU purple.
Well, no current pictures in the Indiana uniform. I couldn't find that. Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, well, I know you worked hard and tried to find one. Now, picture day may not have done him justice. Here's the thing. What's going to do him justice is working in Curt Cignetti's offense. Curt Cignetti has already proven it, just a couple seasons to Indiana, how you can turn a program around. And, of course, some NIL money from Mark Cuban, that helps as well. But he's worked with Fernando Mendoza, the number 1 pick, obviously, this past draft, now with the Raiders. And you saw, again, I don't mean to double down, but the pro-style offense that Indiana's running right now, Curt Cignetti, he has it where it's a balanced offense, but he plays to the strengths. We saw with Mendoza last year, okay, hey, you can throw the ball deep, but I know you're going to be very precise, so let's work on these intermediate routes. Let's go over the middle. Let's go out. Let's get creative. Josh Hoover, a guy that really the last couple of seasons, touchdown to interception ratio, not too much of a discrepancy there, excuse me. But, I think the big thing for me when it comes to Josh Hoover, yes, he's a gamer. I think he's got all the ability in the world. The arm, his strength is there. The precision's there. I really, really think working with Curt Cignetti in Indiana this year, Chad, is going to do wonders for Josh Hoover. And that's why, at least, my thoughts are why we have him at number 4, because of Cignetti and because of what he's done in TCU. Now he gets to play potentially for a national championship. That's the expectation out in Indiana.
That is, and isn't that crazy how quickly that's turned around? Yeah, I think a lot of his strengths. It's funny because this is a good matchup, and this is why I wanted to put him on this list, because I think Hoover's strengths not only work well in Curt Cignetti's offense, but I think Curt Cignetti's strengths with development and player progression. I think it's going to help Josh Hoover a lot. This is a really good match. I mean, Hoover kind of reminds me of Mendoza in some ways, right? He gets in and out of his progressions really, really quickly. He's just got good footwork, right? He gets his hips turned, his body squared up. He's ready to make a throw, which is an absolute must. All right, when you're a quarterback, especially, it doesn't matter if you're running pro style, running spread offense, running RPO, it doesn't matter. If you see a receiver flash open as you're going through your progression, if your body's not ready to throw, you can't make the throw, right? Hoover does a really good job. He's a processor too. He's a good pre-snap, post-snap processor. He's good at identifying coverages. And not for nothing. College football is a little crazy now, but he does lead all active FBS quarterbacks in career passing yards entering the season. So there is that. He's got the experience, and I think that with Cignetti, Cignetti's obviously been able to coach quarterbacks up pretty well. They've had a couple good years in Indiana, including a national championship. So I think this is a really, really good match. And this is a guy like Hoover. He's not big. We talked about some of these guys on the list or whatever. Some of the guys we were thinking about, 6'4", 230. Hoover's not that guy. He's 6'2", 200 pounds. At 6'2", you can put some weight on there. You could probably add 10, 15 pounds of muscle in the NFL. He's not overly fast, right? Runs a 4.9 40. So, but he can scramble a little bit. I mean, he's got a decent, presence in the pocket. But with him, like I said, I just think he and Curt Cignetti are going to be a really good match because the strengths they play to each other. And I'm interested to see what happens in Indiana this year with Hoover, really, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and it stands out to me, Indiana obviously needing a quarterback. They go to the transfer portal, immediately pretty much get Hoover. Other guys were out there, Dylan Raiola, who ended up going to Oregon. You see some of these other guys move around. Josh Hoover is Curt Cignetti's guy. That's who he wants, and obviously he believes in him. And so far, we see what happens when Cignetti believes in a quarterback. So kind of keep an eye on all that. Chad B, that's number 4. Now, number 3, we're going to get into it here, folks. You may not necessarily all of you agree, but that's okay because we're here to let you know why we think number 3 is Texas Longhorns quarterback Arch Manning. There we are. And there he is. Arch Manning, of course, the Manning legacy. You have Peyton, you have Eli, you have Archie, that is. And now Arch. You have all these guys that have really, for the most part, been a quarterback legacy, a quarterback family. And so, of course, immediately when you think of Arch Manning, you're like, this guy's got to be good, right? Well, there's a few things. Now, of course, he's number 3, but a lot of you probably were expecting him to be number 1, at bare minimum, number 2 on this list. A few reasons we have him at number 3. For me, I watched Arch Manning play in a few big games. One that stands out to me from last season is Georgia. Now, Texas was on the ropes. They needed to win this game to really try to get back into the playoff discussion, the 12-team playoff. And Arch Manning looked lost. He was squeezing it into situations that he shouldn't have. He was holding on to the ball too long, taking unnecessary sacks, just looked panicked, like a deer in headlights against a Georgia defense that, hey, we're talking right now about NFL draft ready guys, like who we believe are going to be the best draft prospects. And this is our first installment. Well, based off that Georgia game, a team that has a ton of pro ready guys that go to the league, he looked lost. Now, I understand I'm going to hand it to Chad over here that he looked a little bit better, Chad B, but I just think that first half of the season just still sits with me against, again, Georgia, even a little bit later on in the year. And then Ohio State, I don't know. And this may be a controversial take to some, but if his last name was Robinson, if this was Arch Robinson, I don't think the hype would be as strong with a guy that really still has something to prove in college football. Not only win and loss record, Texas missing the college football playoff last year, but for him too. This is an interesting year for Arch Manning, and I'll be honest, when we were talking about this, Chad, we were arguing I mean, we get along pretty well, but discussing if, should it be 3? Should it be 4? Should it be 5? Like, but we definitely weren't going over 3, and that's where he lands. What do you think, Chad B, about Arch Manning?
This is such a polarizing, and he's not a polarizing guy. I think he's likable, whatever. I don't really, I don't know. I don't mean it that way, but he's polarizing as a prospect because, like you said, if his last name wasn't Manning, I think we'd be talking about a guy who we were curious as to, whether or not he would live up to his potential. But instead, he's thought of as the, consensus, one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks off the board because he's got the bloodline. And his name's Manning. Just like you said, the Georgia that Georgia defense is going to be full of NFL guys, not full of NFL guys, but enough NFL ready guys that's a test. You can do the eye test against what he may play like against an NFL defense, right? When they played Georgia, 27-43, 251, a touchdown, an interception. One of his 2 games on the year where he actually ended up with negative rushing yards. And the other game was, you look at this Kentucky game. This one scares me, right? This is Kentucky, right? They won 16-13 in overtime, but Arch Manning went 12 of 27, 132 yards, no touchdowns. And again, 11 carries with the ball, -1 yard, right? Not a great game. So he puts in these clunkers, and there's really not, like, if you look at his season last year, Arch Manning doesn't have a signature game. I'm not going to hold his feet to the fire over the Ohio State game. That's a pretty good defense. On the road, your first start, I'm not going to hold his feet to the fire there. That's fine. But I didn't think about the NFL guys that they had on that defense, by the way. So again, I'm not going to hold him. I'm just not going to put that on him. But later in the season, as you expect a Manning, right, to progress, at times he regressed a little bit and had some terrible games, threw some terrible balls. There were just a lot of concerns with Arch Manning that, again, if his last name weren't Manning, I think we'd be talking about, what's the 5-star prospect? It's not living up to his potential. Texas may need to go look for a replacement for this guy. He does some things well. Obviously, you're going to as a Manning. I think he's really athletic. I don't think he gets the credit for how athletic he really is.
Right.
He's not a burner, right? He runs about a 4.6 40, but that's pretty good. I mean, for a quarterback, and he's a big guy, 6'4", 219. He's got some room to add muscle to his frame. I mean, he could reasonably play in the NFL at 230, 235 and probably carry that weight just fine. So he does have the frame for that. I think that helps him. He does a great deep ball. That's good.
Yes.
But again, some of the weaknesses, he misses the easy throws, right? The short, easy throws over the middle. He missed a lot against Ohio State, missed a lot against Kentucky, missed a lot against Georgia, just read it wrong, throws behind receivers over the middle. Those are fixable things, but he's got to work on that. And because it's the body of work so far, I just don't know. I mean, he may improve on those things and he may not. But right now, he would not be my number 1 quarterback off the board, Eli.
Yeah, we're in lockstep. And just for everybody tuning in just now, we are doing our college quarterback carousel. We're basically saying, not who's off the board first, but who we would say should be off the board first. And we're moving through. I'm just tuning in. 5 was Trinidad Chambliss from Ole Miss. 4, Josh Hoover, the new Indiana quarterback there for Kurt Signetti. 3, Arch Manning from Texas. And yeah, Chad B, we just got to see more out of the guy. We got to see more. You mentioned, the style of offense. I really agree with you. That's one of the strongest points. Maybe, not telling him you picked the wrong school. You're allowed to pick wherever you want to go. But maybe, just maybe, he would have been better in a different style of offense.
Yeah, I would not want to make Texas fans mad. I told you earlier where I think he fits better. I'm not going to say it on air because Texas fans will get mad at me. But there are schools that I think he just the style of offense fits his style of play so much better than Texas. I think he could have showcased his skills a little bit better. But we'll see what maybe they'll open the offense up a little bit for him in year 2 as a starter.
Yeah, we'll take an eye, or we'll keep an eye on it. Don't take an eye.
Don't take an eye. No, don't do that.
Don't take an eye. My goodness. All right, number 2 coming on up. It is a guy that did not get to play in the college football playoff last year, but there was a lot of debate around his team trying to get in. Now, they didn't, but I do believe they're going to be a strong contender to go win that national championship this year. Number 2, you're going to see us for just a moment, and of course, there we are. There's number 2, C.J. Carr from Notre Dame. My goodness. This guy, C.J. Carr, when we talk about pro-ready, C.J. Carr is that guy, Chad. Yes, everybody's going to talk about the Miami game at the beginning of the year the game that got them out of the playoffs, essentially. Miami gets in, and that was essentially the tiebreaker, right? Miami gets in because they beat them head-to-head. Okay, that's fair. I can understand that. Make no mistakes about it. CJ Carr, a guy that, and Chad and I, when we talked about this, the pro-ready aspect of just being ready to transition right to the NFL. It's not like you're playing a gimmicky offense. We've seen guys in the past, here in Cleveland especially too, Johnny Manziel, kind of just running around like it's a video game, like the Techno Bowl or, just things like that. Now we see a guy, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We see a guy, you're fine. No, I love the soundtrack. Thank you. CJ Carr, this is a guy that you talk about the height, they talk about the weight. He has the frame of a NFL quarterback. And I know some people can get hung up on the height and the weight and, okay, whatever. But we have seen more often than not, if you're around that 6'3", 6'2" to 6'4" range, then you're going to do a little bit better. Now, there are anomalies. Drew Brees, we'll see what happens with Kyler Murray. I'm high on him in terms of the Minnesota Vikings. But let's talk CJ Carr here. He's got the style in terms of pro-ready, Notre Dame quarterback. They run a pro offense under Marcus Freeman. And also, he's got the build of a quarterback. And his accuracy is pretty dang good, too, Chad B. That's what stands out to me the most about a lot of these guys on this list is how accurate are you? Sure, you could throw the ball, fast or, throw the longest ball, but is it accurate? Are you actually getting it there, or is it just showsmanship? Because that's what's sunk some quarterbacks coming into the NFL. Most notably, Anthony Richardson recently, where his completion percentage was bad at Florida. So no shocker when he came into the NFL. It wasn't very good there either. So I think CJ Carr, he's a guy to keep an eye on. And again, as far as team, we're talking about the team push. Like, how much are we going to see of CJ Carr? Don't be surprised if Notre Dame's one of the Final Four teams in the college football playoff, and it's going to be based off of this guy right here on the screen.
Yeah, accuracy. You said it. I mean, completed almost 67% of his passes last year. 24 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions, right? For me, it was the yards per attempt and the air yards per attempt. 9.4 yards per attempt, 10 air yards per attempt, rather, which opens my eyes quite a bit when I look at CJ Carr and this Notre Dame offense. You don't really think of Notre Dame just bombing the ball over the field. So the 10 air yards per attempt is that's eye-opening to me. He's a bigger kid, 6'3", 210. Again, like Arch Manning, could add some muscle to his frame. He's not a burner, but he runs pretty well, about a 4.7 40. And we don't talk about bloodline. We talked about Arch Manning's bloodline, right? How about CJ Carr? His dad, Jason, played at Michigan. Might have heard of his grandpa, Lloyd Carr. He was the head coach there, right? So he's got some football in his blood as well. He's going to know. You grow up with that many coaches and college football, you're going to know. You're going to know the position as a quarterback, right? Yes. What I like about him is his mechanics are just he's got a short, compact throw, right? Just creates a lot of. It doesn't need a big wind up to get rid of the ball. It gets rid of it very, very quickly, and that combined with the accuracy. That's what kind of caught my eyes. Think about Bo Nix, right? When he was in college at Oregon, sometimes Bo Nix in Oregon, they were so good in the red zone in college because of that quick release, the accuracy, the ability to just read, post snap, what's going on in a short field. CJ Carr kind of reminds me of the same type of player. Again, not the biggest guy right now at 210, but he can add muscle to that.
Right.
And he doesn't do a whole lot of, off script creative. And he's not going to get outside the pocket and make a bunch of throws on the run. He's athletic enough to scramble and to move and to get out. If the pocket breaks down, he can, we can make the most of it. But he's not going to get outside and, make a bunch of cross field throws back the other way. He's not that kind of quarterback. He's more of an on script kind of a guy.
Right.
But I just, again, I like the short, quick, compact throwing motion, gets rid of the ball quickly. And I think he's coachable, which is what everybody said. You read whatever everyone says, he's very coachable. He's very open to, trying to improve and take those little constructive criticisms and do something with it. He's good at turning that around. And listen, he goes to Notre Dame. He's a smart guy. So I think that helps too.
It's going to be interesting to see how he does, especially without Jeremiah Love, who went number 3 overall to the Arizona Cardinals. So, he doesn't have a safety blanket either. So, obviously, we're going to keep an eye on that. Right now, CJ Carr definitely number 2, and I feel good about CJ Carr this season, Chad. And obviously, that's why we have him at number 2. And I think that's going to be one of the more interesting things, though, is in terms of how more pass-heavy are they going to be at Notre Dame? They usually run balance, but is this going to be a CJ Carr showcase year? And another note, too. Arch Manning, you mentioned his second full year as a starter this season. Same for CJ Carr. I just want
to highlight a comment real quick that we have because I agree with the username. Yeah, the Pacers stink, man.
Pacers.
No, this is actually Jason Carr's son. So it'd be crazy if Derek Carr already had kids in college. But no, this is Jason Carr. He played at Michigan under Lloyd Carr, who is CJ Carr's grandfather. Pacers stink. So there you go.
Thank you, Pacers stink. We appreciate you for joining us, and all of you for joining us. We have got through 5 through 2, which means we have number 1 coming up next. It's not CJ Carr. He takes the 2 position, which means number 1 is a guy that may have been the second quarterback off the board. We believe he should be the first quarterback off the board, at least before the season starts. Look no further than the Oregon Duck himself, Dante Moore. There we are. And there he is, Dante Moore. Look at that guy. He is a absolute stud, Chad Bryan. You hear the excitement in my voice because as Cleveland Browns fans, we don't know what the heck our quarterback situation is going to look like tonight. Of course,
week to week, we don't know. Yeah, we have no idea.
Yes. I mean, my goodness. We have at 11:30, Double A is going to break down the Browns, the post game. Dylan Gabriel and Taylor Green doing their thing. All that to be said, it appears the Browns are too comfortable with their 2026 quarterback room, which makes me believe that they're going to look in the draft. And if all that's correct, then that guy on the screen right there in front of all of you is the guy the Browns should go with, at least right now, unless proven otherwise. Dante Moore. Let's not forget there was a true discussion between him and Fernando Mendoza to who's going to be the number 1 pick. Now, you could say, sure, Mendoza was going to ultimately go number 1, but to have a discussion with the guy who won the national championship, that's a big deal. And Dante Moore kept Oregon in games and won games for the Ducks that they probably shouldn't have won. Dan Lanning runs a very tight ship there at Oregon, and for him to really just come in and grab the offense immediately and do his thing, he has, first off, a very exciting style of play. He's going to move around a little bit in the pocket, get out, but he's, again, not going to necessarily sprint the entire time, but can get out, get you a quick first down. If it's a 2nd and 5, 3rd and 3, he can go make that play with his legs. But the arm talent is really what I'm excited about, Chad Bryan. You look at Dante Moore, a guy that, again, Heisman, discussion all last year, gets Oregon into the playoffs, and the consistency that he has. Now, he started as a freshman with UCLA, had 11 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Then he sits, his second year with Oregon as a sophomore, played in 5 games. Last year, 30 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and 71% of his passes completed. And Chad, it's incredible, man. He can go from dinking and dunking, right over the middle of the field, and then all of a sudden you blink and there's a go route to the end zone. He's a lot of fun, and he is the main cog in the Oregon offense. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I said Notre Dame as well, and I feel pretty good, but I've been saying it for months. The Oregon Ducks, their floor is a top 4 team. Their floor is finishing in the semifinals this year, and it's because Dante Moore's on a mission. You don't go back to college. Now, you can say the NIL and the money, sure, but Dante Moore was going to be a first-round pick, so whatever. Yeah. Really, for him, it's about unfinished business. He has an opportunity to not only go take Oregon to heights they haven't been to in quite some time and go win a national championship, right, and get back to one the first time since Marcus Mariota was quarterback, but he also has an ability to really elevate as the undisputed number 1 quarterback in this class, and that's where we have him right now.
Yeah, right now, and I think it's safe to put him there for right now. I think a lot of people, I don't think he's the consensus number 1 quarterback off the board, but I think he's safe enough that a lot of people would agree with this, and some people might not. That's okay. But again, he's kind of like CJ Carr. He's got just a quick, compact release, right? I always like quarterbacks with just they have the quick, just the whip release, right? It's just easy to get rid of the ball. It comes out of their hand, kind of seems like it explodes out of their hands, right? And not like it doesn't. Not a huge deep ball guy, but he can throw it, right? He's pretty accurate on the deep ball. My problem with him is if you get to Dante Moore early in a game, we saw this with Indiana. If you remember when they played Indiana, you get to him early, you hit him a few times. He took 6 sacks in that game against Indiana, threw 2 picks, and he tends to when you hit him early, he kind of he goes away from the deep ball. He becomes a quarterback for an offense that you can kind of bracket in very easily because he'll just take the check down, right? He doesn't want to get hit again. That could be a little bit of the slight frame, right? You can have a little bit of muscle. He's not the biggest guy. We didn't talk about that. He's 6'3", 206. Runs about a 4.9 40, about middle of the ground middle of the road, middle of the ground. What does that mean? Middle of the ground. He's going to fall on the ground. He's not good at staying up on his feet. He's middle of the road as far as 40 times go. He's not the fastest guy. He's almost at 5 seconds for a 40. But he's athletic in that, like I said, just got the quick, compact release for a quarterback that you like to see. I think he is he's a good intermediate ball thrower, which means he's good at kind of, going over the linebackers, dropping it in front of safeties. The crossing routes are a plus for him. He can hit those really well. And he's played pretty well in big games. I mean, obviously, that Indiana game would be the outlier there where he took the 6 sacks and threw 2 picks. But that is my one kind of downfall for him. If you can get to Dante Moore early, you can get him a little, I don't want to say rattled, but maybe rattled. Again, he won't look down the field anymore. He becomes it's all crossing routes. It's all like bubble screen things, just the short routes. But he's right here at just over 9 air yards per attempt. Which really isn't bad. Oregon kind of gets they have the reputation of that offense that's just sort of like, well, just get the ball to a receiver out in the flats and they're an athlete, let him go, right?
Right.
But Dante Moore's throwing a little bit. Like I said, the intermediate ball is good for him. And I'm looking at the graphic and I realize maybe I should have used a font where the 1 looks a little more like a 1. That looks like terrible grammar. Looks like Dante Moore. Yeah, Dante Moore. No, I'm sure he knows how to speak sentences, but that's a me problem.
That's why he's number 1 on the quarterback carousel, brother. Come on. My goodness.
No, I think he's a great prospect. I think he's a really good NFL prospect because of the intermediate throws. Like sometimes in the NFL, those are the throws you need to make. Like I said, over the linebacker, in front of the safety, just throwing receivers open is a plus for him. But if you can get to him early, you can rattle him a little bit. So there is that.
I agree with that. And let's be honest. Obviously, as I'm sure everybody could tell, I got a little excited to talk about Dante Moore because I've been mentioning for months that this is the best quarterback in the class. And
well, you sold me on him, and I went back and watched a bunch of stuff, Eli, because I was like, I don't know, man. I wasn't impressed. But I will admit that the only real Oregon game that I watched last year was that Indiana game,
right?
And I just saw him get, he got completely just run over, right? And I was like, I don't know about Dante Moore, but the rest of the body of work is impressive. I'll give him that.
Yeah, and another thing to keep in mind, too, about Dante Moore is he's going to be feeling a little bit more pressure, not only just to go win a national championship and elevate his stock to where it's undisputed he's the first quarterback off the board next NFL draft, but also Dylan Raiola. And I know, excuse me, oh my goodness, I got so excited to talk about this point that anyways, Dylan Raiola.
Verklempt over there.
Dude, my goodness, make sure you drink your water, folks. Dylan Raiola, he transferred from Nebraska. So he's the backup in Oregon, and I know some people can be like, oh, well, that's, wanting to be Mahomes or, this or that. Dylan Raiola is a guy that still is a pretty good college athlete. We'll see what his plans are in terms of he'll probably stick around to go back to college if he doesn't snag this job from Dante Moore. And the only way he does is if Moore takes a step back. But he's going to be feeling that. We talk all the time, in the pros and about, whether it's the Cleveland Browns or other quarterback situations where if you have a talented enough backup that already has started for another, not only just a school, a college, but a college in your conference, Nebraska, that's going to put some pressure on you to play well. I'm not saying he has a short leash. I mean, the guy literally took him to the college football playoffs and took him on a run here. Yeah. But I do believe that's going to be a little bit of extra pressure on Dante Moore as you have a guy that has already started games, has been here all, the offseason primarily since he was transferred over to Oregon. So I think Dante Moore has a little bit more to not to use the last name, but more to prove when it comes to beating out Dylan Raiola. I'm curious because I thought that was wild. I'm going to bring us back here. Number 1, Dante Moore. That's our Inside Edge primetime college quarterback carousel. Yeah, we're sticking with the name. I nailed it that last time.
Yeah, I was going to say you nailed that. That's perfect. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm still not going to try it. Not right now. Maybe tomorrow. Next week.
Yeah. Well, hey, we're trying. We'll be here next week too. Don't worry. And tomorrow. All right. Dylan Raiola, though, I think that's a guy to keep an eye on because I thought it was so interesting he went to Oregon. He went there before Dante Moore came back. They thought Dante Moore, everybody was like, oh, he's going to the draft. It's going to be either first or second quarterback off the board. It's Dylan Raiola's team. And Dante Moore's like, no, I'm coming back, guys. Hey, I'm ready to rock. Yeah. So I'm curious to see how that goes on again. That's something that does motivate a quarterback, whether it's college or pros. When you have somebody that's ready enough to take your job, if you don't play well enough, and with Oregon, they have national championship hopes.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on all that, Chad B. But that is, of course, the first installment of the Inside Edge Primetime College Quarterback Carousel. We will do that every week. I know. We got to keep the name. We'll do that every week. So what we'll do is we will essentially – so college football for the Power 5 starts next week. So we'll have We're going to take a pause next week. You won't see anything because nobody's playing. So this is our get ahead of it. But every Monday, we'll bring it to you every Monday.
Okay.
Basically, after the college football slate is done, we'll have our weekly review. You'll see if anybody moved, if everybody stayed the same. We'll still go through it, even if it stayed the same, and kind of talk about what went down that week. But again, that's a new segment here for you as we go through the college football season. So much more to get into here tonight. And we have just limited time, Chad B, but we're going to take a quick pause for the cause. Make sure everybody grabs their drinks, their caffeine, their dinner, whatever they need, man. And we'll do the same. When we come back, we're going to talk about Kyle Lowry and the Toronto Raptors. He's getting his jersey retired this season. And the question I have for everybody out there, and one Chad Bryan, is Kyle Lowry, is he the most important Toronto Raptor of all time? We'll talk about that, of course, at 11:30 p.m. It's Midnight Run with our program director and our bro, AA Anthony Alford. He'll have complete Cleveland Browns post-game coverage about Dylan Gabriel. How about that? Luke Floria?
A lot to go through there. That's a lot to go through tonight.
And the Browns, they scored a lot of points tonight. They scored a lot of points tonight. If you're just tuning in here now, of course, the Browns won 37-13 over the New England Patriots to wrap up preseason. Double A will have all that for you at 11:30. We talk Kyle Lowry and the Toronto Raptors here after the break. That's Chad B to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This is Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network, and we are back right after this.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and a nicely crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife, Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
All right, folks, coming up, we got Midnight Run at 11:30. We'll give you the latest on Browns Patriots, the post game. Luke Floria already has a touchdown. 2 weeks in a row with a touchdown for Cleveland's very own, Minter's very own. Is that enough for Luke Floria to earn a roster spot? Of course, Cedric Tillman released just a couple days before. So did Luke Floria do enough? Plus all the latest storylines. And we have a major programming announcement coming up tonight at 11:30 on Midnight Run.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, you're right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle, on the saddle adjacent. We talked about the mess the NCAA's in. They are still fighting these pros that want to go back to college. And we talked about the college kids that can play college football, that are eligible to, and the top 5. We did the first installment of the Inside Edge Primetime College Quarterback Carousel. And we're going to be doing that every week here for you. And I'll be probably saying the title because Chad.
I'm just impressed, man. Yeah.
I'm impressed. I don't know how to be here all night. Thank you. Thank you very much. And hopefully you'll be here all night as well. Hopefully you've been rocking with us since 8 o'clock. Or if you're joining us right after the Browns finished up, we appreciate you for the first time. Thank you so much for joining in and joining the Inside Edge Network. And if you've been here before, welcome back. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell so you know we're going live. 4 daily shows, Monday through Friday. A lot of great weekend programming for you as well. Read about your favorite personalities at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Go check out our partners page there as well. The Brothers Lounge, our titled sponsor. They're on 11609 Detroit Avenue. Great live music all week long. Great food from Chef Win and Winning Bites, from burgers, nachos, fries, wings, voodoo pasta, so much great stuff there. Great hospitality. Billy, the owner of Brothers Lounge, and everybody there. The staff does a fantastic job. Makes you feel like you're at home there at the Brothers Lounge, home of the Moon Bash. Moon Bash, the 3rd annual, next July 31st, 2027. And I got some more shows coming up there at the Brothers Lounge. Meet me there and get there before and check it out for yourself. So much to do there. Karaoke, comedy, open mic nights. Again, live music. So much fun stuff there at the Brothers Lounge, and all of our other great partners as well. Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, W Energy, Monster Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, and Omega Video Marketing, and grab something nice from the merch store. Rep Cleveland's digital leader, your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And take us near or far, because here we are, Inside Edge Network app on Roku. All right, Chad B, we have just a few minutes left here. We're up against it. But I want to ask you this, and I'm going to hand the floor to you. Kyle Lowry, and we may have to dive in a little bit more into this tomorrow. But Kyle Lowry, he's getting his jersey retired by the Toronto Raptors. Now, Kyle Lowry spent a ton of his career with the Toronto Raptors. He's going to get his jersey retired on January 10th. It's going to be after the Raptors and Sixers game, where Kyle Lowry spent some time with the Sixers as well. It'll be a ceremony. That's kind of the new thing for the NBA, where they do it after the game instead of before. And, they just try to make it its own thing, which is real cool. Leads me to this question. Is Kyle Lowry the most important, not greatest necessarily, but most important Raptor of all time?
I mean, it's such a loaded question. I think that the general consensus would be yes. He was the point guard of that team that brought the franchise their first championship, right? You're always going to remember that fondly anyway. He was kind of the heart and soul as well. I mean, not the leading scorer or anything, but he did. I mean, he left the franchise as the leader in I think assists, steals, and 3-pointers made. 6 all-star selections, whatever. He was very, very good while he was in Toronto. Great, even. I shouldn't say very, very good. He was great. And again, just being the heart and soul, the point guard of the team that brings that franchise their first championship, I think that's going to be what kind of pushes him over the edge. I texted you. I said, think of baseball. I said, nobody really remembers the guys that battle through the 8, 10, 11, 12 pitch at bats to get on base, right? When there's a 3-run walk-off home run, you remember the walk-off home run. You remember the guys that hit the home runs. But the guys that get on base and push it are essential, right, to those games, those wins, those championships. And that's kind of how I look at Kyle Lowry, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he's a guy and we've been saying that a lot tonight. We may need to work on some other lingo we have.
Here's a guy.
Here's a guy here, and he played in Toronto, and he did a good job. No, but all jokes aside, Toronto Raptors, when you think of the franchise, yes, Vince Carter, of course. I mean, you're never going to forget Vince Sanity. I mean, the guy that was tearing it up. But when you think of the modern-day Raptors and the team that ultimately won a championship, you think of Kyle Lowry, a guy that throughout all of the turnover was there. I talked to you earlier about, that Toronto Raptors championship team. DeMar DeRozan wasn't on there, but he did play a big part. But you also have Pascal Siakam, who was on that team. Kawhi Leonard. I wonder, when we start talking about retiring numbers, because Kyle Lowry, the second Raptor, with Vince Carter to have his number retired. I wonder if, we talk about the championship team, Siakam, is he going to get on? I know he's a younger guy, but he really injected a lot of youth in that team at that time. And then Kawhi Leonard, we talk about most important as, greatest. Kawhi Leonard is probably the greatest Toronto Raptor of all time in terms of skill level, because this is before he was listening to Uncle Dennis all the way and doing illegal stuff and not planning,
Allegedly.
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 All right. Well, with that being said, Kawhi Leonard, though, he's probably the greatest Raptor of all time. I'd imagine his jersey will go up in the rafters, depending on how.
You think 1 year there? Is that enough?
I mean, 1 year in a championship, though.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I did say the championship was a factor for Kyle Lowry. I just don't know if you do it after one season. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Do they win a championship, though? The
question is, how's Jaden Daniels going to feel about that? Right?
We didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, maybe next time. Yeah.
Yeah, but Kawhi Leonard, though, I mean,
do they win without him? No, probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like the impact, right? Like, I can understand the argument we were having about Dennis Rodman in the past about, like, he wasn't there super long, but even then, I argued that he should, because of they don't win that second stretch of titles without him. And I believe the same thing with Kawhi Leonard. And I mentioned DeMar DeRozan. I want to give him his flowers here because DeMar DeRozan gets lost in the shuffle. When we talk about guys that really helped bring a new era of Toronto Raptor basketball, DeMar DeRozan was right there. Yeah. Kyle Lowry and him running together in that backcourt. And he did a lot of great things. I know a lot of people are going to remember, at least here in Cleveland and in the NBA world, for LeBron and the Cavs usually sending him home and LeBronto and all that. But somebody's going crazy. But DeMar DeRozan, man, he's a guy that I really believe deserves a little bit more love than he does get. And I'm hoping he gets up there. They should put his number right next to Kyle Lowry's. I know they do numerical, but for how important those two were and how heartbroken he was when he got moved, I don't know, man. I'm also a big DeMar DeRozan guy, like full transparency. He's been very big on mental health and discussion when that came out in the Players Tribune with Kevin Love.
And you mentioned if you'd like to bring him here, you've mentioned him more than a couple of times to me.
Yeah,
in the offseason that the Cavs almost didn't have. Yeah.
I rock with DeMar DeRozan, man. I think he deserves, love as far as Toronto Raptors greats. And I'm curious to see if those championship teams, that championship team, who all gets in there. I think you limit it. You don't go Fred VanVleet by any stretch, but I think, probably look at maybe Siakam, but for sure Kawhi and Kyle Lowry, and then I think DeMar DeRozan gets his talk as well. So here's what we'll do, man. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. That's a tease for you. It could happen at any time. We talk about the importance of jersey retirements. We've been doing that a lot the last few weeks between college and NBA and all that. I want to talk to you about who exactly should get retired. What are your qualifications as opposed to mine? We'll bring our qualifications to the board and we'll see if we agree or disagree. So we'll do that. All right.
Fair enough.
That's it.
Let's do it.
All right. Well, that's it, folks.
That's it.
No, I'm just kidding.
Let's go look at you now. That's it.
That's the end of Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. We appreciate you for tuning in. Whether you joined us at 8 o'clock or you joined us after the Browns game, we appreciate you jumping in and rocking with us. We're not done
at all.
In fact, are you ready to get absolutely unhinged? Because not only is it 11:30 at night and we're rocking till 1 a.m., but the Browns won a preseason game on prime time on Amazon Prime.
And also, by the way, they scored like 3 regular seasons weeks worth of points. So that was fun.
I'm curious what that means for week 1, but we'll keep an eye on all of that.
Shutout. They're getting shut out. That's it.
I know. All right, well, that's not up. Hey, look, we're off the hook. We're going to switch the studio over here. It's time, of course, for Midnight Run with Anthony Alford. Will he join us? Oh, he didn't. All right. Midnight Run with Anthony Alford, our program director, our bro. He's got complete Cleveland Browns post-game coverage. Their win over the New England Patriots in Cleveland. We'll hear from him. You'll hear from him. Me from time to time if I can learn how to talk in that next 30 minutes or so.
Hard. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do
No one
all
should
that,
have
of
to talk.
course.
It's hard.
Good news is, yeah. All right, so that's Inside Edge Prime Time. That's Chad Bryan to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This is Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. We're back with you tomorrow, 10 p.m., but now it's time for Midnight Run with Anthony Alford right after station identification.
Words. Yeah. Talk.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
Man, folks, we won. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody stand up. Stand up. I'm going to tilt my camera up. Stand up right now, folks. We won. All right. I messed up my camera. I'm off the screen now. I messed it up. I got so excited I messed up my own screen. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's one of the greatest things in the world. Unreal. I've done radio for years. Can you still hear me? Can you put your thumbs up and confirm you? Okay. I've done radio for a long time. I got so excited. I moved my camera. I went crazy. Absolute craziness. I'm only celebrating because, listen, we don't get that many Victory Mondays or Thursdays or Fridays, any of that whatsoever. So I'm going to do this. I got so excited. I messed up my camera. So we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to reconfigure. It'll take like 2 minutes. And we're going to listen. I can't believe that every single quarterback not named Deshaun Watson performed extremely well in the preseason. Everyone. Dylan Gabriel had a career performance. Taylor Green had a career performance. Shedeur Sanders was a standout in the preseason. And Watson was just, I don't know what that was. I don't know. But we got a lot to talk about. Also, Minter's very own Luke Floria, I think it's going to make the team. He's making the team. He had 2 touchdowns. He almost had 3 touchdowns today. But we're going to talk about all of that. I got so excited I jacked up my camera. I don't care. I'm a Browns fan. We only get like 2 of these a year. I'm excited. I know you are too. After this break, you're going to see our words from our sponsors, and I'm going to be back to break it all down right after this.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, man, we're back. Hey, man, we're back. It is 11:39, and we're starting. We're ready to go. Like and subscribe at Inside Edge Net across all of our social media platforms. We are there. Like and subscribe there. We're all set and ready to go there. Also, hopefully you can hear me. That's what I'm. Can you hear me, Eli? Just want to make sure we're good there. I don't know. We'll see. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Still nothing? That's
all right, folks. We're gonna do a little switcherooski here. Double A is having some technical issues. This is what happens when the Cleveland Browns win. I'm gonna try to bring him back here in 2 seconds. I think he may have sent his mic into a total shock in that last minute or two. I'm gonna bring him back here. I just want you to know we are all here present with the Double A.
Does it work now?
No.
Still?
No.
I got levels.
I don't know, Dubs. The Browns win, and now we're
Now?
No. The Cleveland Browns win. Double A's whole setup goes down. We'll work on that. Hey, everybody. You just saw me a minute ago. My name's Eli Moon. I'm here with Inside Edge Primetime. I do a lot of work here across the network. You just saw me a few moments ago. Double A going to join us in just a moment for Midnight Run. But the Cleveland Browns, how about them, right? They got the W tonight over the New England Patriots. That was a big preseason performance, and we're not going to necessarily say, it counts on the win-loss record. It won't, obviously, when the season starts. But something very exciting happened tonight in Cleveland, and that was a victory. We got him back. Let's see if we can get him in. Double A?
Mic check, mic check.
No. Oh, no.
Unless you can't hear me, I don't know if the audio, because I see levels.
No, my goodness, folks. This is what happens. This is live programming here for you. Cleveland Browns, I'll just while Double A is working on that, 37-13, the Cleveland Browns defeat the New England Patriots. A big, big win for, the Browns in terms of what they did in the preseason here. And Double A is going to have a ton to break down about it. I'm going to leave it up to him here. But yeah.
Chaz says he can hear me.
Here's what we're going to do, folks. This is what happened. the Cleveland Browns have broken everything going on with Midnight Run. We're going to take a quick pause. If you missed Unfiltered earlier, here's what's in store for tomorrow. We'll get AA fixed, and he'll run for a long time with you in just a moment.
So, guys, awesome show today on Unfiltered. The one and only Jake Underwood gave his thoughts on the Browns quarterback situation. You might be kind of surprised to know what he thought when it came to maybe some of the guys not being on the roster by week 3. We'll find out more, and you can find out more by listening to Jake's thoughts on the replay of that. For tomorrow on the program on Friday, we're going to get to a lot of the stuff we missed today, including all the latest news, talk, and sports as well. Going to get into the Cleveland Public Library contract that was ratified. Going to get into top high schools in the state of Ohio and in the country. How did Northeast Ohio and the state overall look when it comes to the full scope of the entire country? That, and don't forget the unveiling of the Unfiltered memes of the week you guys have submitted. We're going to have the results tomorrow, 9 o'clock, right here on the Inside Edge Network. I will see you on Unfiltered.
All right, let's bring it back here. So you got to love StreamYard. In the clutch, it sucks. All right, folks, so we're live here, and we're ready to go. All right, let's get down to it. Enough about us, and let's get to the game. Amazing stuff. And let's start with the X's and I don't even want to get to the X's and O's. Let me get myself back in focus here because we had a lot of technical stuff there behind the scenes there in the last 10 minutes. Let's pretend like Deshaun Watson didn't work here. Let's start there. If Deshaun Watson didn't work there, would you feel a lot better about the Browns season? Would you feel a lot better about the Browns period? Of course, the Browns a winner 37-13. They're a winner. But let's talk about Dylan Gabriel, 12 of 15, 186 yards. He had a masterful drive, a masterful performance. And, you know, Luke Floria, it went from this is a pretty good feel story to this dude could have a major impact on the roster. Now, it's going to be a little bit tough because the receiving core is deep, you know, with Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion. Like, it's deep. But if Jerry Jeudy doesn't go the distance in this regular season, I can see somebody like Luke Floria kind of slipping in there. I can see that for sure, him slipping in. 2 touchdowns. He should have had a third. The third, he should have had 3 touchdowns today. The third touchdown he dropped barely, like the football just hit the ground, and he scooped it up, but it was so close. But the officials, they went and checked it, and they took that third touchdown away. But still, 2 touchdowns. And Luke Floria, what he does, he gets himself open. It's just amazing to watch him work. Like, watching Luke Floria get after it just tonight, you know, you can see just a little bit. I don't want to reach here, but you can see traces of I'll use a former Patriot, a Julian Edelman. Like, you can see a little bit of him when you watch him play. It's just amazing. But Dylan Gabriel, we'll talk more about him in a few moments, but unreal performance. And then Taylor Green, oh my goodness, 5 of 7, but he could obviously run. I mean, in the Amazon broadcast, they kind of compared him a little bit to Terrell Pryor, him running the offense, a lot of scrambling. So he has the speed. His most impressive play was when he started his day at his own 2-yard line, was flushed out of the pocket, had pressure. He was this close to pulling a Dan Orlowski and stepping at the back of the end zone, like this close. And then he scrambled up, gained, I believe, I think it was the 30-yard run out of that part of the end zone. So incredible. And it's amazing to me, first off, the young guy stepping up. There's some players that play for New England's defense tonight that should not be on an NFL roster. There were some, I'll just say defensively for the Patriots, there were some business decisions made. There's a couple of runs where the Browns scored touchdowns. Booth had a touchdown where he should have been stopped in the backfield, but there were some business decisions made on the Patriots side of things, and some of those guys will not be playing for the Patriots this time next week. But that's not our concern. That's their concern over in New England, over in Boston. You got overall, finally, as a Browns fan, it's preseason, it's the third preseason game, whatever. You have something to feel good about. If you're a Cleveland Browns fan, something to feel good about. And no, none of it involves Deshaun Watson. None of it. In fact, I thought the broadcast tonight, and I'm not saying tonight's Amazon broadcast was bad. I actually thoroughly enjoyed the broadcast. Al Michaels still has his fastball. Al Michaels is one of the greatest storytellers in broadcasting. He's amazing. But I thought the Prime Video broadcast kind of illustrated what we're going to get in this Deshaun Watson PR redemption tour. And here's what I mean by that. I think you have a situation where, and I was talking with Eli about this earlier today over the phone. I think you have a situation where I would say a fifth of the fan base, maybe a quarter of the fan base, they're going to get you, no matter what the Browns do, they're completely locked in on whatever the Browns sell them. Forget about the fact that Deshaun Watson looked like complete garbage against, by the way, those same second stringers and third stringers, by the way. So if we're looking for a side-by-side comparison of how tonight's quarterbacks and Shedeur looked versus Deshaun Watson, yeah, you have that right there. There it is. There's your comparison. And for once, we can't even use the excuse, oh, well, Deshaun played against the ones. He didn't play against the ones last week. He played against the threes. Same division, by the way, the AFC East. Same division. So you're going to have a situation here where the Browns are going to try to get away in the NFL, and Prime Video did this tonight. They're going to try to get away with influencing what I would say would be some of the Browns super fans. Some of the Browns, I'm going to choose my words carefully here, Kool-Aid fans. Those particular fans, no matter what they sell, they're going to get you into buying the idea that Deshaun Watson can go 2-0. Nah. No. And here's what I mean by that. They're going to sell you on Deshaun Watson's redemption tour after that horrific press conference from a week ago. Horrific press conference from last Saturday after his bad performance where he blames the fans. And I'm not going to forget about that, by the way. I'm not going to forget that. No. You want sympathy? Go somewhere else. That might have been why I was taken off the air for the first 10 minutes of the show. I'm kidding. I'm only kidding. State television. No, I'm kidding. But they're going to influence those 20-25% of the Kool-Aid fans who's going to buy into, he's going to redeem himself. He's going to figure it out. He's going to get his legs under him. He's right there. And the Browns are going to use those Kool-Aid fans to convince the rest of us that me and you are terrible fans because we see the truth. We see what's going to happen. We see that a competent quarterbacks can go out there and perform at a semi-decent level, and Deshaun Watson can't. He can't process the game. He can't process the speed of the game. He can't process playing against professional football players in a system where quarterback play is is needed with Todd Monken's offense, the complexity of Todd Monken's offense. Deshaun can't handle that. And you're going to get the super fan, the Kool-Aid fans, because there are super fans. There's a difference. There are super fans who do see the truth and want to root for the Browns that will call out the Browns for their stupidity. It's like, do the other thing, you'll be fine. And then there's the Kool-Aid fans that's going to try to get you to buy in to a fake Deshaun Watson 2-0 start. Now, listen, if Deshaun does start 2-0, you could take this to Old Takes Exposed, whatever that page is called, and I'll live with it. I'll be fine. I'm a Browns fan. I'll be happy. I was so happy I messed up the first 10 minutes of this broadcast. I was good. I was good. And truth be told, if I mess up with the camera, there's a HDMI cord. It jacks up the HDMI cord and it takes it out of socket. So that's what I did. It won't happen again because it may not be another several weeks before the Browns win another football game. But I don't mean to be that negative. But what tonight proved to me is what happens if you have competent quarterback play flat out on the field. And they're going to try to force feed the one guy in the QB room who can't get the job done in live action. They're going to try to force feed it. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. You got Ryan Fitzpatrick. Oh, Eli, come on the screen. I got to tell you this. Eli Moon's our producer. He is the host of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network.
I sure as shit going to hear you, too. That's also what I was tonight.
I know. It was fun. I think it's one of those things with StreamYard. I know Kyle goes through it, too, where sometimes you jump back in and, like, one end doesn't have the audio connection. Then you got to go back on Twitter and YouTube yourself, like, oh, crap, you can't. So it was weird. Hey, don't worry about it, buddy. You're good. But listen to this from the Prime Video broadcast.
Yes.
Ryan Fitzpatrick jumped in, and he had mentioned, just as a slide note, he mentioned, he's like, look, when this Deshaun Watson thing fails, then you're going to see Shedeur Sanders and you're going to see Dylan Gabriel. Like, like to bluntly say that as an NFL analyst on a live broadcast, nationally televised broadcast.
Yeah.
I mean, people are seeing the truth here, and all I'm saying is I don't want this to be a war against Browns fans. It doesn't, but I'm sick and tired of the Kool-Aid fans telling me that I'm a terrible Browns fan because we see reason and logic.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, anybody trying to pit Browns fans against Browns fans, we all watch the games on Sundays. And for those Sundays last season, Deshaun Watson wasn't on the field. And for most of his run, he hasn't been on the field. We see here, just a comment coming in about Dylan Gabriel playing extremely well. It sure did. And yeah, we agree here about Luke Florio, man. We're rooting for him. And thanks for the comment. We appreciate chime on in throughout. Now, here's the thing. We've seen Deshaun Watson when he's available and healthy, and it hasn't been good. And I got to be honest, AA, this feels very interesting from a national perspective. Because usually it's like, woe is the Browns. They didn't get it together again, and who's added next? The entire world, the football world, feels to be rallying around the Browns, at least when it comes to this quarterback situation. We're not being punched in the mouth by the national media right now. In fact, it feels like everybody's siding with us, from Dan Orlovsky on ESPN telling Browns fans not to go to games. I mean, to freaking, tonight you mentioned Ryan Fitzpatrick on the broadcast, mentioning about, Deshaun Watson's going to fail. Like, that's what the expectation is. Throughout it all, because we've always been ragged on to do the national media, and who cares? We're Cleveland's digital leader. We'll give you guys the good stuff. But it feels good to finally have the national media seeing what we're seeing when it comes to the quarterback room. Because for years, people tried to say, when Deshaun Watson got here, well, just give him time. He's dealing with, the off-the-field stuff. He'll get his way back, and whatever. He hasn't. And now we're at a point where finally everybody sees it, man. And it feels good there. It really feels good there. So I think Browns fans that are still feeling like, well, you're not a Browns fan if you don't rock with Deshaun Watson. Well, then are you questioning the intelligence of almost every national media analyst Are you questioning the intelligence of a lot of reporters, former players? Are you questioning the intelligence of everybody that's seen the 19 games of Deshaun Watson, sans a few quarters against Baltimore? There really hasn't been anything to talk about. And off the field,
and I was just gonna say real quick, Eli, you could jump right back in. What did we talk about yesterday? I'm like, yes, everybody's, or not everybody, but the people who's defending Deshaun Watson are saying, well, what about that second half against Baltimore? I'm like, here's the challenge. You guys, you and Chad do the Tuesday top 5.
Yes.
Deshaun Watson fans, give me Deshaun Watson's top 5 Cleveland Browns in-game moments. Not practice, not, whatever, not interviews. Top 5 in-game moments from Deshaun Watson, and it has to be from 5 different games. Don't give me 4 plays from the Baltimore game from 3 years ago. 5 plays from 5 different games. Give me top 5 moments. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, no, I mean, exactly, Double A. And, again, and we harp on it here because it's a serious matter. Some people, tuning in, you may get sick of hearing about the off the field. That's something a lot of us take into account, not only here on, the network, but also across Cleveland, about the off the field baggage that came into Cleveland with Deshaun Watson, the 27 sexual assault cases, and the play has been poor too. So when you mix all that together, that's just a crap sandwich, to be quite honest with you. And that's what we've been fed here in Cleveland since 2022 here with Deshaun Watson. It's been very, very disappointing to have to go through this. And I want anybody out there that's tuning in nationally that may not be in Cleveland, because if you're in Cleveland, most of you I think are going to agree with what I'm about to say. But nationally, you don't necessarily understand the hurt that a lot of the fan base felt when Baker Mayfield was moved. Was he polarizing? Sure. But he also was somebody that a lot of the fan base rocked with. You know why? Because he loved the city when he was here. The passion was there. He went to bat for us. He loved this city. Sure, in the end, things get sour. That happens with a lot of cases when you're being forced out of your job. But for us as Browns fans, we felt a glimpse of just normalcy. Just normalcy. We're maybe not say elite, but normalcy. And it was taken away from us. So now to see the national media, Double A, finally on our side, and to have a win going into the regular season, I mean, I feel a little bit better. And I honestly, and I hand it back to you. This is your show, but I hand it back to you. I feel a little better about what we've talked about with Shedeur Sanders after hearing the national broadcast tonight. I got to be honest, because you and I have talked about maybe he's not here, maybe the entire season, for sure, maybe not 2027. It seems like, and I know we've talked about patience since 1999. We just need a few weeks of patience, and then we get to rock with the guy, whether he's the next franchise quarterback or not. At least we can cheer for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Baker thing is deeply rooted because I was in the camp of Baker didn't there were things that happened at the end where things didn't work out. We'll explore the Baker thing another time. Yeah. But here we are right now, the here and now. It's this game tonight. I know it's a preseason game. It's a preseason game. First off, again, my brother texted me. It's like, dude, you need to maintain your poise. I'm like, my bad. He got upset. I threw my mic down. I think it got caught on camera. My bad. He's like, maintain your poise. I'm like, the Browns don't win that often. My bad.
The first 10 minutes were crazy for all those that just now tuning in. Chad's texting me on this. He's like, I can hear Double A. Then why can't I hear Double A? I've heard him before why can't? Anyways.
And to be fair, between us two, that has never happened before.
I know. So when I thought maybe you just didn't turn the mic on, and I'm like, dude, flip the mic on.
It was weird because I mean, we see it now. We'll break the fourth wall for a second. On our end, on StreamYard, you can see your own camera. You can see the others joining in, and you can see there's green dots when it shows that you have levels, and it should work. But as we know with audio, us with radio, and even Eli, you on the music side, we all know with audio, you can see levels, but if the wrong switch is applied or something is wrong, you still may not be on. I've had that several times back in my board hopping days where, like, man, I see the levels. What's going on? Like, can't hear.
Dude,
can't hear.
I felt like a Jim Carrey movie or something, Adam Sandler. I'm like, No, like, dude, the mic, we need this. Anyways, dude, hey, look, hey, Double A, this is your show. I'm going to slide back down and let you get some more into it. But yeah.
You stay on because we got to take a quick break.
Okay, all right.
When we come back, our own Rob Rosicki's going to join us. He'll have his thoughts on on the game. Plus, we do have a major programming announcement that we will share with you next segment, the three of us. So we'll have that for you covered up. Also this hour, we'll grab sound. Ryan Fitzpatrick mentioning about what we was talking about just a moment ago with Shador and, Deshaun. And it's interesting. Herbie tried to you sure you mean this? You sure?
Yeah.
And Fitzy was like, yeah. And so we'll see if we can grab that for you. Also, later on this hour, we'll grab some post-game sound if we can. And there was something I heard from Todd McShay about Arch Manning. And if you missed my show yesterday, I had mentioned Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee show. He has let slip about Deshaun Watson's status with the contract. He's like, Deshaun Watson, he'll be here, this year and probably next year. He'll be here. And I'm like, Eli and I, we both jumped like, next year? This is the year 5 of the contract.
Yeah.
Todd McShay mentioned that he is hearing rumblings that Arch Manning may not declare for the NFL draft until 2028. Now, does the extra year from Shefty, does that sound now make sense? I'm not saying you got to like anything that I'm mentioning. I'm just here to forecast. Do you think meteorologists like forecasting when it's thunderstorm? Well, some do.
I was going to say, you did a hell of a job yesterday, man. So I don't know.
Listen. Chief meteorologist Double A. I was getting after it, man. I have history with weather.
That's right.
Y'all just don't know it.
Yeah, 11 years worth.
Yes, I have history. If the colors are different, that means it's bad. We'll be back right after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. So guys, awesome show today on Unfiltered. The one and only Jake Underwood gave his thoughts on the Browns quarterback situation. You might be kind of surprised to know what he thought when it came to maybe some of the guys not being on the roster by week 3. We'll find out more, and you can find out more by listening to Jake's thoughts on the replay of that. For tomorrow on the program on Friday, we're going to get to a lot of the stuff we missed today, including all the latest news, talk, and sports as well. Going to get into the Cleveland Public Library contract that was ratified. Going to get into top high schools in the state of Ohio and in the country. How did Northeast Ohio and the state overall look when it comes to the full scope of the entire country? That, and don't forget the unveiling of the Unfiltered memes of the week you guys have submitted. We're going to have the results tomorrow, 9 o'clock, right here on the Inside Edge Network. I will see you on Unfiltered.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, folks, welcome back to Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. Rob Rosicki coming up in just a moment. I want to play this clip from the Amazon broadcast. Ryan Fitzpatrick, is talking about, what's going to happen with the Cleveland Browns and the quarterback situation and everything. And he dropped this little nugget about how Shedeur Sanders could jump the competition. And listen to this ringing endorsement he had of QB1 Deshaun Watson.
But I also think this is set up here for Shedeur. I mean, if Deshaun, once he fails, Shedeur's going to jump into this thing, and he's going to be the guy, and this city is going to be behind him.
Yeah, so you think he'll fail?
Yeah, and it's going to happen. I mean, Shedeur's playing this year. I think all three of these guys. I think Gabriel's going to have a chance to play as well. But, this is such a young roster with a lot of changing parts and a lot of new guys. So they're going to struggle on offense this year.
First down from the...
Yeah, again, that's courtesy of Amazon Prime Video. That was Ryan Fitzpatrick along with Curb Herbstreit, and Al Michaels, and talking about how this quarterback battle is going to look, and I think it's going to fail. Deshaun Watson portion of it is going to fail. Browns a winner today, 37-13 over the New England Patriots. Let's bring in from the main event and from News Radio WTAM 1100 Rob Rosicki. Let's bring him on in. Rob,
yeah.
It's not often we do these shows reacting after a Browns win.
Well, first and foremost, I think we should all just kind of take a moment and feel bad for Al Michaels, because he's called Super Bowls. He's done the Miracle on Ice. He's called the Big Red Machine. There's been a lot of huge moments that he's been a part of, and this one was not one of them. This was like Yo-Yo Ma playing Nickelback. But yeah, I guess. Well, they have one more. They have a Thursday nighter week 4 against Pittsburgh. But yeah, apparently that'll count for if Al Michaels has any community service requirements for any sort of misdemeanor he has to serve. But yeah, let's just feel bad for that. But yeah, Browns game. Yeah, how are things? Yeah, I didn't see much of the game, so like I was running a radio show. But
we won a preseason game. It was just
Rob,
we celebrated so hard that I messed up my camera in the first opening seconds of the show.
Yeah, so when are the Browns signing Gabriel to that extension? That's my question.
And that's another question, because now you have I don't think there's not a world where you're carrying 4 quarterbacks into the regular season. So you're going to have to make a tough choice. Did Dylan Gabriel play well enough going 12 of 15 to earn a third spot? Does Kevin Stefanski need another quarterback in Atlanta? Is he a trade bait? Do you want to give him up, Dylan Gabriel, after by far his best performance in the league, or as a member of the Cleveland Browns? I think there's a lot of questions.
Well, what you basically have a choice between Gabriel and Taylon Green, the Rook. I would have a feeling that they would want to keep Green over Gabriel if given the choice, just because this regime, this coach drafted him. I know Andrew Berry was at the same point, but this is more of a Munkin guy. More Lamar, actually, if you kind of look at it, he led the team in rushing today for what it was worth. But with either one of these guys, what the hope would be, you have to put one on waivers, they clear waivers, and they go to the practice squad. Do you really see either one of these guys making a 53 across the league anywhere, if it is Gabriel or Green? I kind of don't. Just where everybody's, where these quarterbacks are at and where the league is at. So, I guess, what you could do is take a look at, which is the least desirable out of the two of them, cut them and, put them on waivers, and then hope you get them back, start of week 1 and when you're doing the install for Jacksonville.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. In fact, we have Top Munkin post game talking about the potential of keeping Gabriel and Green. Let's go ahead and play that right.
Is he going to lose Green to LSU again, or what's going on?
Maybe he might.
Okay.
Go ahead, Eli.
Played both of them, right? That's why we played them, to try and help us a little bit in terms of where we're at from a roster standpoint. So we got a lot to talk about, because I thought they both did some really good things. I really think the way they played was how I thought they played, right? Dylan really within himself, very poised. And then Taylor was going to have some splash plays, some plays where you get him on the perimeter and use his athleticism as you keep working to refine his throwing ability, not throwing, but his passing, right? So again, it was fun to watch him play, but just like every position, we're going to have to cut it down. It's just we can't keep everybody. You alluded to it.
So obviously it's going to be a tough decision, courtesy of Mary Kay Cabot with the cut. Go ahead, Rob.
Parade on Tuesday. Let's roll.
I want to get to the Deshaun Watson factor, what Ryan Fitzpatrick talked about on the broadcast, and kind of what we have been talking about. It seems like everything about not everything, the Browns are, who they are and things like that, but at least when you talk about Shedeur Sanders, you at least get some good thoughts, right? You talk about even the quarterbacks who played tonight, good thoughts. Luke Floria from your neck of the woods these days, good thoughts there. A lot of good thoughts. And then there's a dark cloud when we talk about Deshaun Watson. And I guess now, what is your read on that situation? What did you think of Ryan Fitzpatrick essentially saying, look, this thing, I don't care what the Browns are going to try to do, it's going to fail?
I think it's pretty honest. I don't know of any sort of counter argument to this right now. But yeah, you heard it just like I did, and yeah, you heard Herbie try to do everything he could to help out Fitzpatrick and try to have him walk it back. But I mean, if you ask for, the quarterback here, the sky is blue, the grass is green, and Deshaun's going to flame out. But I think I think he's kind of saying, I don't know if it's the quiet part out loud, but he's saying that part out loud right now where he's expected to fail. I think he's probably the only starting quarterback in the league where you could say week one, he is expected to pretty much just crash this thing into the hillside and watch it burn. And yeah, I think that's where the Browns are at. I think that might have been why. I don't know if you guys have been hitting it the last couple of days since the announcement. I know me and Eli jumped on the day it happened, and Eli was just sitting there in disbelief and looked like he got hit in the head with a big old sack of door. Actually, it was the easiest show I ever did. I just asked Eli a question. He talked for 25 minutes. It was great. But yeah, I could have played Madden. I mean, it was fine.
Like I got a whole half in. Oh,
yeah, dude, I got some time. But yeah, like kind of I don't even remember where we're going before that. But no, where we were just kind of the idea of you can go from Watson to Sanders a lot easier than Sanders to Watson. Mm-hmm. So I think this might be I don't know, maybe, and I wish you would expound on it maybe the next couple of days. Is he thinking the Browns are just going to are saying, hey, you're making $40 million this year. We have to play you at some point in time. Let's put you in. We'll flame you out early on in the season while we got some time to put this, thing back together again. And we'll give it to the kid and just move on. Is this your token chance to just screw this thing up and move on? And just so the Browns can say that we did. Now, I'm kind of curious to see what happens week 3. We all know that's the opener, the home opener. But yeah, I think this whole story, one of the big points will be opening day, and then the next big point will be the home opener.
Yeah, I agree. And I'll add a third game, of course, the Thursday night game against Pittsburgh in front of a national audience. We'll kind of see where it plays out.
Don't they have Tampa week 2 also?
Yes, against Baker.
Okay.
You cannot make this stuff up, buddy.
This is great. This is wonderful. If you are rooting for chaos and you are rooting just to watch this thing burn, you're going to be very entertained throughout the year, because I think that whole malaise we have around week 11, week 12, we're going to have that probably around week 4 or 5. I think this is going to be a pretty long off season. And then you got the baseball labor negotiations.
Yeah.
This could be a long few months, everybody.
Yeah, Rob, I know people nationally, across the country, fans complain like, why does ESPN talk about the Cowboys all the time? They're in the A block. Why is this way? Well, they might have a substitute in the A block during the first month of the season after the Baker game, maybe after the home opener, and for sure the Friday after the Pittsburgh game.
They're going to talk about the Browns for the next few weeks for the same reason why they've talked about the Cowboys for the last 20 years. They're a complete shit show, and shit shows are entertaining. That's why people slow down when you see a wreck on the highway. That's you want to take a looky-loo at somebody's day who's worse than yours. Everybody kind of likes to look at the NFL team that says, hey, you know what? It could be worse. And the Browns right now are that team. Now, I will counter argument that if you want to feel good as a Browns fan, just watch the quarterbacks in Atlanta work. Like I think you'll feel actually pretty good about yourself. But yeah, the Browns right now, they're just this hot mess. They're dealing with a very, very volatile fan base at this point in time. Very touchy at this point. So they know they can get a lot of movement on the needle, and yeah, they're going to go with this as long as this is the island of misfit toys.
Major programming announcement coming up at about in a few minutes. We'll have it for you coming up.
We're doing a gardening show.
We need to do that.
Yes,
we have seen people love their gardening. We will get on that. Our major programming announcement coming up in a few minutes. I'm watching the Prime Video broadcast, and I've kind of witnessed on social media and through, our local media here, not to call anybody out, and I'm not going to, but I'm witnessing kind of how the narrative is kind of being built a little bit and the strategy. Deshaun Watson had that horrific press conference from last Saturday.
Yeah.
And horrific. And the Browns want to make you forget that press conference happened. And they're trying, and
You're talking about the White House.
Exactly. And they're trying to sell he let it all out his system to Sean, let it all out his system. And now this is his redemption story. He's going to try to earn back the trust of the fans. And my theory, and what I'm kind of getting sick of, fans turning on fans, I think the Browns truly are taking full advantage of what I refer to as the fifth of the fan base that are what I would call Kool-Aid fans. Whatever they sell, whatever, look at those fans and say, hey, Deshaun Watson can go 2-0. It's going to happen. He's going to go 2-0, even though he's giving you 5 years of garbage. They're going to go 2-0, and then utilize those Kool-Aid fans and turn to the rest of the fan base and say, you're idiots because you don't believe that Deshaun Watson could actually turn it around and go 2-0, and you're a bad Browns fan. In fact, don't even watch.
Again, talk to the White House.
Yeah. Oh, I hope you got up Al Michaels his promo about Lake Erie and the new lake.
Oh God!
I gotta send you that clip. It's
yeah, I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah, I gotta send it to you. You'll find that funny. But go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to use this thing as a distraction. They're just trying to, I guess, start up enough shit and just start up enough, just have enough smoke where everyone gets kind of distracted with it. But this, I cannot remember a season, a situation, a decision, period, that was this, I'm not even going to say controversial, because, you say the Kool-Aid fans, that's about the only people who are left. I mean, you put 10 Browns fans in a room, 9 of them are going to say, get this guy out of here. And I've never seen a vibe that was this bad with the team. I saw, with Kyle's show, with his promo, he talked to Underwood today. Underwood on his show, he ran a Twitter poll. What was worse for the Browns, Deshaun Watson or the move? That's kind of where we're at right now. We're not talking. He has made Johnny Manziel look like Brian Hoyer at this point in time. So and Manziel was only here for 2 years. I don't know. I've been watching this thing as afar. You all know me. I'm not, Cleveland born and raised. My allegiances don't align with this team, so I'm taking it more for entertainment value than anything. But man, I just wonder how long this is going to keep going, and I wonder how long they're going to placate this whole thing, and how many fans are they going to lose now. The nice thing is, I guess, from a PR standpoint, you say, I heard you say, a few minutes ago here, earn the trust of the fans back. And I disagree slightly. Can you point to me the time and date when he had the fans' trust? He's not trying to get it back. He's trying to get it. And it's not like we're not watching Shawn Michaels throw Marty Jannetty through the window. We're watching, this is not a heel turn. We're watching the debut of Kane. Think of, whoever here, somebody who was just a bad guy to begin with. Nobody was disappointed with this. The only way you were disappointed with this was the play. So, I mean, I just don't know how long they're going to be able to do this. I'm sorry, I didn't even answer your question, though.
No, but I think I think a lot of fans, a lot of observers feel that way. And again on the television broadcast, Kaylee Harton interviewed Deshaun Watson, and she had a question. It was like, what do the men behind you, the team, see that the fans don't see?
Hey, at least the question wasn't, why is your hand on my shoulder?
That's a good point. But that's a good point. And he was like, he keeps going back to, well, I love the game of football. This team sees how I work and everything. All right, fine. Let's take that at face value, right? Just that response. This team sees how hard I work. Let's take it at face value. And actually, I'm going to bring in Eli, too, for this one. If you take that as face value, then I'm going to take at face value that us, the fans, do not see how hard you work, because I'm watching two quarterbacks who skill-wise, you're supposedly better than skill-wise, walk in the door, worked harder out on the field tonight against the same threes that you faced last week, and you look pitiful. So for what the players see, guys, and working hard in front of your teammates, we don't see that as the fans. That's not our fault that the fans, what we see is that you're trash. That's what we see. That's not our fault. That's just me.
Yeah, and honestly, it just reminds me of like when the teacher in school would be like, well, what are you working on when you go home? But I practice my multiplication and I've been practicing the imaginary numbers. I've been getting it down. And they're like, well, it doesn't make a lot of sense because you flunked the last 3 tests. And not just flunked, like you got 2 questions right. It's a 100-question test. Like, are you sure you're studying at home? That's what it comes off as. It's like, sure, you could tell us a bunch of lip service because that's what Deshaun Watson's done a lot of since he's been here. A lot of lip service. Not good lip service, just lip service. And that's why fans are like, okay, until you show us. And a lot of fans begin with, like I said, I'm in that camp too of there's just too much off-the-field baggage and poor play for me to really believe that, first off, to rock with this guy, and then believe that with the play, he's going to be able to do anything with this lineup, this roster. And the lip service is eventually going to come to an end, AA and Rob. Like we're 2 weeks away. We're literally 2 weeks away. We will find out how he works. And everybody will get to see what exactly that means if we don't know already through preseason and 19 poor games through Deshaun Watson. It's just, he's a hard person to rally around. Like, really impossible, in my opinion, to rally around because of everything I just mentioned. And the people that are giving him a chance, he's alienated them as well by his comments last Saturday. And now Browns fans are going to see, how does he look against Jacksonville? How does he look against Tampa Bay? Because best believe Tampa Bay has that game circled on their schedule. Like, that is a big game for a week 2 game. That is something that is going to actually shift how this season goes. Now, I mean, if the unthinkable happens and Deshaun Watson goes out there and looks good, then we're having a different discussion probably in terms of the season and things like that. But we've talked about it for weeks, for months now. Shedeur Sanders is in an opportunity to get playing time. And it really could come week 3. So I don't know, man. I'm going to be honest, guys, and maybe this is just me, and I know it's not. I still can't get it over, first off, I mean, the whole tenure with this guy. But I cannot get over Saturday's comments. I truly cannot. Once you let somebody know how you feel about them, and in this case, the city, how can we rock with you? Especially a city that, or Believeland, where the city that usually gets picked on by other national media and things like that. And for you to say some real crazy things to us, I cannot. Based off everything else and then this, Rob,
Yeah, I was irritated, but I wasn't surprised with that presser. I mean, he's been this guy since day one. He turned down the Browns at first, and the only reason why he went to Cleveland was they were offering a bag. He was here to get paid. And he was planning on, all right, I'll go on the field, I'll ball out, I'll get out of Cleveland in a year or two, and we'll go on our merry way. Okay, fine. That didn't happen. He got dinged up, poor play. If he stays healthy and starts week 1, that'll be his 20th game for the Cleveland Browns, period. And in 4+ years? Good job, Buckaroo. So he's been ambivalent at I guess the best word, maybe, ambivalent, if not just straight up apathetic about all of the off the field stuff, about how that plays, about the 26 different accusations. He hasn't, I think fans have just kind of watched him skate by. And remember too, this was the same quarterback that when he signed that mammoth contract, remember, they waited. The reason why we're in cap hell right now is they waited that first year, and they went out of their way to make sure that 11-game suspension was going to be as cheap for him as possible. They paid him like $1 million base salary. Yeah. That's why we're here right now. That's why we're getting, that's why we have no lube and we're getting screwed. So, it's just every time he's had a chance to turn this thing around and change the narrative and just do something that isn't kind of, to type. He hasn't. He's dropped the ball every time. It doesn't seem like he's cared that he's dropped the ball every time. Mm-hmm. And he's counting the days until the Browns cut him and they'll hand him an $80 million check and he can go play for somebody else.
Yeah. And AA, back to you, but I think the PR statement, which is what it was, after he got the starting job on Monday, actually did more damage. I've been thinking about this for a few days. I think it did more damage because, again, once you say what you truly have on your mind, and then you come out and say, well, I chose this city. Like Rob just said, and we've brought it up multiple times, numerous times across the network. He did not choose Cleveland. The Browns took 10 truckloads of money and dumped it in his front lawn and said, take it. Like that. So I just think we're too far gone. And I said it earlier tonight on Midnight Run here. Once the national media is on the Browns side, that's how you know we're not crazy. Like entirely.
Yeah. And that's just my thing. It's just like that's what I know. Again, tonight is preseason. You can only be as happy about preseason as preseason. Right. But this is one of these cases where I'm extremely happy for what happened, but in the back of your mind, there's a pit in your stomach that Monday is coming. Yeah. And Monday is the fact that Deshaun Watson is your QB1. No matter what happened tonight, Deshaun is your QB1. After, and we'll have the programming announcement up next. After, we'll play the cut right now from August 23rd. This is what Deshaun Watson, just think about this. I don't want people to forget about this. This is what Deshaun Watson said about you, the fans, and your city here in Cleveland.
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows. It has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think it's a disrespectful thing. So yeah, I'm gonna keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. And yeah, just move on.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
Does any of that make you regret coming here?
No, I don't regret anything in my life. I think the Lord put me through situations for a reason, so I don't regret anything at all. But I had different thoughts on how it was going to be, but it is what it is. Sometimes the tables turn, and I'm patient enough because I'm a child of God to wait for that time to change. So I'm not tripping on it.
Again, just real quick, Rob, I just want to make clear too. He has said this, and he's like, I have more comments. I keep it internally. So again, my theory, Rob Ruzicki, is whatever you say publicly, amplify it by 100 behind closed doors.
How long is that clip? About 90 seconds.
Yeah, 1:26. Yep.
Wow. Okay.
You're damn
radio
close.
producer here. What's up, Dick?
Look at that, buddy.
He did a good job. Like, it takes an amazing rhetorical, verbal talent to bring up old shit to remind everybody why they were pissed off at you, and then give them new reasons to be pissed at you in less than a minute and a half. Yeah. That's an incredibly efficient use of time, words, and oxygen. I do hand it to him for that. just where do you want to start with any of that? And I'm sure we spent the last 3 or 4 days dissecting this bullshit anyway. We're talking about it on Main Event on Sunday, for Christ's sake. But bringing up God, did God put you in that massage parlor, Deshaun? Is that what you're saying? You don't regret any part of that, or are you just kind of counting the 240 million and just being happy with what's going on with life? I mean, there's a billion different performance related. Flip over your football card, Deshaun. Take a look at anything after the year 2020. It's shite, absolute shite. I looked at it. He hasn't had in his 19 games here in Cleveland. If you were to just count that as a season, and never mind the fact that it's 19 to 17 games, whatever, that still hasn't even hit his lowest number of single season passing yards as a full-time starter in Houston. So that's where of course his performance, you fucking Nimrod. Yes, his performance. Because if the performance was there, you would have changed the narrative by now. You wouldn't have to be asking about regrets and all this bullshit. The performance was your chance to kind of get this crap behind you, but you couldn't even do that. Your body broke down, which I don't know if we can blame you. We can't blame him for the Achilles or the shoulder or everything else that's been reasons for him to miss games when it comes down to the body breaking down. But, it's just hasn't been a good situation for him, for the team, for anybody right now.
Yeah, I mean, but the one thing too with the injuries, obviously you can't necessarily blame the injuries, but we talk all the time just mentioning that staying in shape, staying around the team, staying locked in. You mentioned 11-game suspension, multiple times where he was away from the team. He's not really even been a full-time contributor of this team throughout his 5-6 seasons here now with the Browns, and that's got to play into it a little bit. We were talking even on a baseball note, just with training with Ralphie Velasquez earlier this week about, what's it going to, are you going to be able to get full reps in? And it keeps your body in shape and keeps obviously training and getting better, but keeping you in physical shape. And he hasn't been able to stay on the field before that with the suspension to stay in shape. It's been stop and go, and it's never been good.
Out of he started 19 games.
Mm-hmm.
That's out of a possible 68.
It's less than a third.
In just a tenure. Hey, we're a little behind. Let's take a quick
need a pay raise right now. Can I just show up to the radio station a third of the time and get all of my money? That would be really, really cool.
That would be
I
nice.
mean, even for a couple of weeks. I don't need, I'll get bored after a while. But that would just be, imagine any job. If it's McDonald's or President, with President of the United States showing up 3 days a week is kind of what's happening. But, and that's amazing. You know what? He's not in the Hall of Fame. He's never going to Canton, but he needs to be in some sort of sports business Hall of Fame. Great work, Deshaun. Great work.
Hey, he's probably he hustled his way through this one in the worst way. We're late. It's actually my fault. It's nobody's fault. My fault here. Let's burn a quick break. When we come back, major programming announcement. We're all in it, and it involves
Cricket show.
I know.
Rob, stop giving it away.
The
Anime Hour with Double A.
Hey, we were close to having that hour, but no, we'll take a quick break. Program announcement coming up next here on the InsideEdge Network.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and a expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Mosser Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Mosser Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, everybody, I'm going to bring Eli and Rob back in just a moment. Just a couple quick observations. We got a programming announcement coming up and Smash or Pass. Just a couple other preseason observations. Dylan Gabriel, by all accounts, through our reporters here locally in Cleveland, that's what we have seen in practice. By far today, Dylan Gabriel's best game as a member of the Cleveland Browns. You do wonder what was Kevin Stefanski doing, but I do tend to agree with Kurt Herbstreit. He's like, the Dylan Gabriel we saw tonight is the Dylan Gabriel we have seen in college. So can that maintain? Can it keep going? The operation, the offense was smooth and all of that. Taylor Green, Green's going to be interesting. Again, more than likely, you're not carrying it over 4 quarterbacks. He's an investment worth making, but we didn't see him, throw the ball that much down the field. A lot of scrambling. Again, it felt like I was watching Terrell Pryor out there, which is not a bad thing. But I believe Rob or Eli made this point earlier that this was a Monken pickup. So you kind of see a little bit of a makeup of Lamar Jackson when you see Green out there. I think that's interesting. Luke Floria. If you're just joining us, I think he's making the 53-man roster. I really do. I think he's going to make the roster. Cedric Tillman was released earlier. Cedric Tillman, critical injury issues. We didn't see much of Tillman really at all in camp. Luke Floria, I feel like I'm watching Julian Edelman out there on the field. Like he has found a way in his preseason games to get open. Whatever routes he needs to run and motions and things, he finds a way to get that open pocket, get open, get in the end zone. I think eventually, by the end of the season, he takes over, I think, the slot role that Jerry Jeudy's probably going to enter in the season with by the end. I think you're going to see Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, and I think Floria's going to get a lot of work maybe in the slot, just to open the field up. I think by the end of the season, you just got to get through the experiment known as Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy doesn't get that much smoke because he's not the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns, but he can go too. I'm sick of him dropping balls each and every single week. I know he didn't play today, but I'm just forecasting what we're going to see in week 1, in week 2, 3 through 12. Okay, so you do have that. 10 minutes from now, you're going to see a special sneak preview of this week's episode of the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast. Myself and Kyle Cornell, we will have that for you. All right, but right now, we have a major programming announcement. Let's bring back in Eli Moon and from the main event. Actually, they're both on the main event. Eli Moon and Rob Ruzicki. Rob Ruzicki of News Radio WTAM 1100. And for this particular announcement, it involves our fine partners at the Brothers Lounge, and I will open the floor to Eli to share the announcement.
Yeah, I'm beyond excited. First off, thank you to the Brothers Lounge. We've been talking about it the last few weeks. They're our titled sponsors, so you see the commercial, you see why you should go there every day of the week. And another reason to stop out at Brothers Lounge is we'll be there every Browns Sunday. We'll be there for pregame. We'll be there for halftime and postgame. Come hang out with the Inside Edge Network. It's going to be a lot of fun. Get great food with Chef Wynn, Winning Bites. A lot of great eats there. And great hospitality. Billy and everybody does a great job. We're excited to be there. We needed a kickstart because, ladies and gentlemen, here's the reality. We're Browns fans. And maybe if you tune in tonight, maybe you just wanted to see, be part of the fun. But you know what? You could be a Browns fan tonight, too. We need the early morning start. So, the guy on my right, your right, everybody's right. How about that little prime time
That's
action
the first
for you?
time I've been on the right in a while.
Yeah, easy. Don't get used to it.
You might want to rephrase that, Eli.
Yeah. Well, he's just on the right of my screen. Other situation. Anyways, Rob Ruzicki. We are very happy. First off, you've seen Rob do main event. We've been doing main event for on and off for the better course of 11 years. We brought it back when the Inside Edge Network started, and we got a lot of things we're working on. One of those being that Rob Ruzicki, right there, you see him, he will lead the beginning of our pregame for the Cleveland Browns Sundays at 10 a.m. Very, very exciting. He'll be joined by Chris Beeble, and you may have heard of Chris Beeble before. He's been all over the broadcasting world, so it's official. Rob Ruzicki and Chris Beeble, they will start our Sunday mornings off this fall for the Cleveland Browns 2026 season. We couldn't think of two better guys to kick off the morning. It's exciting. Rob, obviously a ton of experience, here obviously on the network, but a decade plus at WTAM. And Chris Beeble, we mentioned, an experienced broadcaster as well. They're gonna have a lot of fun because they like each other, so they'll have fun. And you'll have a lot of fun too. Sunday, start off with Rob and Chris. They'll kick it over to Brothers Lounge, where of course pregame will be led by Chad Bryan and Anthony Alford. That's him, AA. More news on that coming on the way potentially. So stay tuned with that pregame show at Brothers Lounge. Halftime, you'll see a little bit of a change. I'll be there. From time to time, you'll see Papa Moon. And then you may see Chad Bryan, may see AA. They're going to mix it in there. And then Kyle Cornell will lead our post-game coverage. And I'll be there with Kyle. But Rob Ruzicki, you see him here. He is going to lead with Chris Beeble our Sunday mornings. Rob, we appreciate you, man. You're going to rock with us this fall. Cleveland Browns, baby.
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
I'm excited. Team notwithstanding here and prognosis notwithstanding, I'm excited to work with Chris. Excited to get going on a pregame show on a weekly basis. That'll be for all the things I've done actually in broadcasting. I've never really had a chance to do that, so that'll be fun. And again, Beeble, we've been as long as we've been doing this show, we've pretty much known Chris Beeble, so
yes,
that'll be a good time for everybody. It'll be weird having to start drinking that early in the morning, but I'll get over it. But yeah, we'll have a lot of fun for sure.
Yes.
We'll get you ready to go with the Browns, not just the Browns, because I'm sure you guys are going to be hitting that hard probably hitting a lot of things hard at the Brothers Lounge here. But you'll be hitting the Browns game hard, so we'll be hitting a lot of NFL stuff. Again, 2 hours. We'll just get the fantasy updates, some injury reports, that kind of thing, and we'll have a lot of fun doing it. And hopefully, you'll have a lot of fun listening to it and watching it. And we'll be a worthy start for the festivities at Brothers Lounge. I think Eli and AA are going to change their mailing address to there by the end of the season. So. Yeah, it should be a fun season. Again, I'm very happy to get it started. Actually, just in a couple weeks now. It's so preseason's wrapping up right now. Labor Day is 10 days away, and then we're playing football.
Yeah, and we appreciate you, Rob. I'm going to hand it over to AA, but we appreciate you. We know the work you do, like you said, and everybody that has seen you put in the work for the last decade. We know we're going to kick the mornings off with a lot of fun, man. And look, occasionally on these Brown Sundays, I might need you to hand me a virtual cigarette or something because they can stress us out from time to time.
You gonna need that by week 2?
Well, I think at some point in time, it'll be freeing. Like it's going to be one of those things, like kind of how I feel about Deshaun in general. It's like I have no expectation level, so it really can't piss me off. I think probably about week 3 or 4, give us a home game or 2 maybe, and then then I'm sure we'll be done with that, because it's a brutal start for them. I think it's like 2 of the first 6 are at home, I think is how it, or 2 of the first 7 I think is what it is. So yeah, these guys are gonna we're gonna be raising that white flag pretty damn early, I'm thinking.
Well, here's the cool thing about Brothers Lounge though too, and just first I'll peel
Manning, Dante Moore, who we getting?
Yeah, I'm going to break the fourth wall real quick. So we're negotiating with our talent, like, hey, we got this going on. Can you, are you interested in doing these shows or doing a show? Mm-hmm. And Rob looks at me. It's like, I don't have to do the Browns for the entire 2 hours, do I? Like, please, no. It's like, okay, cool.
I tried to be nice about that while I was explaining the show. I thought I was doing a nice professional job, and you were straight up about that. That was the first friggin' question I had was, dear God, do I have to talk about this? Yeah, okay. And we're going to have fun with that in the morning too. If this thing kind of goes the way that we're going to, we'll be very quick to start updating everybody on the college performance, from the Saturday before, and who the candidates are. That's going to be the next guy walking the mile here. Going to be the 41st name, I would think. Well, no, assuming if Talon gets a start, that'll be
43, I believe.
43.
Yeah.
So we're going to be looking for either number 43 or number 44. Probably by question. The current president, health withstanding here, has about another 2.5 years left on his term. He is number 47 as we speak. Are the Browns going to have more quarterbacks than that by the time the next president gets inaugurated?
I'm going to be positive and say no. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say
that'd be
42
what?
or
4 more.
42 or 43. I mean, but yes, but we'll take the under.
4 more in 2.5 years. I'm going to slate 2 new names next year. I'm going to say probably the rookie, and they're going to sign hopefully Jameis Winston, but something along that line. So if it's Winston, you wouldn't add a name to it, but probably veteran backup and rookie that'll probably get added to that list. So they would need 2 more quarterbacks probably to eclipse the White House.
They'll get there. Don't worry. Give them 2 years. They'll get there.
By the way, the White House has had, I think, 1783 was the first, sounds 1786. Mm-hmm. Sounds about right. And the Browns have had since 2001.
Don't worry. They'll
1999, I'm sorry.
I know we didn't get to it today. We will tomorrow. But Todd McShay had the soundbite about Arch Manning. He might not be going to the 2027 draft. He might be going to the 2028 NFL
oh my God!
draft.
A Manning's going to manipulate the draft process. Who knew?
But
quite honestly, and I guess this is where the Browns fans, and I'm sure you'll find a lot of them are going to be sitting. They're going to be pissed. They're going to want to be pissed, but they're going to understand. Yeah. Who would want this right now? Like, this is Baker looked like he wanted it, and until he didn't, until they threw him out of town. But like, right now, I mean, you're talking about an owner that doesn't really know, and I'm not entirely convinced right now that Todd Monken's a one and done. Like, I wouldn't be, they might be looking for a new head coach even at the end of this year. Who the hell knows? The only thing, my expectations this year are none. That's it. Who knows what the hell's going to happen? So, I am excited for the sake of the pregame shows and the postgame shows and the entire season that we're going to have a lot to talk about with this team. So, if it's going to be the lowlights, if it's going to be the draft prospects, if it's going to be highlights, I'm sure there will be a couple of good moments this season, at least by accident. Law of large numbers says that's going to happen. But, we'll have a lot to talk about. So, we'll have a good old time doing it. And it'll be fun to see Chris Beeble. I know he's been, kind of just, just wandering the earth and having a good time away from broadcasting and not have to worry about likes and clicks and engagements and ratings
well, he's back in the jungle, boys.
I'm jealous, man. I am so jealous, dude, that he can live his life without the approval of others or seeking the approval of others.
Well, that changes September 13th.
September 13th is going to be here before you know it.
That's right. And the one request we have, because Rob, look, we'd be remiss if we didn't include you in Smash or Pass. We're going to pivot to that in just a second. The one request we have, we didn't go over this earlier, is you both have to have an Hawaiian shirt at some point throughout the season.
I mean, I have a few. I mean, we can figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, the Pro Bowl is gone, but that doesn't mean we can't wear Hawaiian shirts.
Yeah, that's a network pillar.
That's right.
One of our network standards is a Hawaiian shirt. I can't believe it.
Should we do a Pro Bowl? Should we do a Pro Bowl games in January?
Oh man, a flag football.
Yeah,
game.
On our phones.
Either a flag football game or get the tires out and see if any of us has an arm or a boot or has any. Somebody will get killed with a jugs machine, but
yeah,
I mean that's a risk I'm willing to take.
There's a topic I've had in the chamber this week. We've never been able to get to it. We might save it for main event. The InsideEdge Network Adult League.
Yeah.
And how that will look. Our intramurals.
Yeah. Dude.
Well, we need like a dodgeball team or something. That'd be rocking.
Dude, whirly ball. Whirly ball. I'm telling you, whirly ball is the move.
What the fuck's whirly ball?
What is that?
Are you guys being for real? Oh my God. Look, we don't have enough time tonight. Basically, long story short, go-karts, rackets, throw it at the basketball hoop without a net, and you get points. And if you get in the hole, you get more points. And it's timed. It's like basketball mixed with go-karting, mixed with like.
So it's like horse polo on go-karts is what you're saying.
It's exciting, and nobody can get hurt. I mean, I was going to say, like.
Oh, we'll test that theory.
there's always a way, but
that's what you think.
But no,
wear a
it's
mouthpiece
cool.
in a cup, son. What's up?
No, I just said it's cool, man. I think I'll show you. I'll send you guys some videos of whirly ball. Get you guys have.
Eli,
well, it sounds like if you're on a go-kart, it takes no athletic ability, so I think that might be something that's right up our alley.
Eli, have you ever watched the movie Basketball?
No, but I've heard about it. You guys know I'm not a movie guy. We've covered this a few times on the network.
Oh yeah, we have.
I'm not a movie guy.
You don't need to watch the entire movie. Just watch clips.
Yeah.
Just pull up basketball clips. Bob Costas had a Hall of Fame line in that said movie.
And I think probably fired his agent about 10 minutes after that scene was shot.
But we're excited about the Brothers Lounge and our game day coverage with the Browns Sundays, NFL Sundays. That all kicks off on Sunday, September 13th. I'm excited. I can't wait to work with Chad Bryant. We've worked on this network coming up on a year, and I think I've had a total of like 3 on-air shifts with Chad Bryant. So me personally, I'm excited to partner with him at Brothers Lounge during the 12 o'clock hour. That's going to be a lot of fun. And again, we'll get more into all of the details coming up in the next coming days. Real quick before we go, and again, coming up in about 3 minutes or so, we have a special sneak preview of our brand new episode of the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast. Will Ospreay has some comments again ahead of AEW All In this weekend. Plus, are you buying into Solo Sikoa and his babyface turn?
Dude, I'm so happy that they debuted another Samoan. They don't have nearly enough of those guys over there. I'm so thrilled. They're so underrepresented in WWE.
Man, Zilla, bro. Hello.
Hey, he a beast. Hey, he's a beast. Okay.
Of course he's a beast. But the problem is when you have 48 Samoan guys who are all legitimate animals, and I'm not discounting any one of their talents right now, then nobody's a beast. If everybody's a beast, then nobody is.
Listen, Rob, wrestling has more than one royal family.
Hold up. Can you have Beauty and the Beast if it was just Beast and the Beast?
No.
I think that's a different show.
He has probably a different website for sure. But no, like, I don't know, man. I know we're not even remotely talking about that stuff right now, but at this point in time, I am just so insanely over any We got a double taping here in town tomorrow, don't we?
Yes, we do. And just say note for anybody watching here in Northeast Ohio that's going to attend.
Is everybody off that night and going to Rocket Arena? Is that what's happening?
Well, we're working tomorrow, so we cannot attend SmackDown / Raw. Yeah. But it's a double taping, but the shows will not air until next week.
Yep.
Monday and Friday, because they did a double taping that last Monday in Ottawa, Canada.
Yep.
So if you go to SmackDown tomorrow, you call your peoples and you're like,
so Raw's
hey, I'm on TV.
now?
I'm on TV. You're not on TV. Not until next week.
Raw's tape now?
They do. They wanted to give the talent a week off for the Labor Day weekend.
Yep.
Okay.
Because Vince McMahon's no longer in charge, and the current leadership has a little bit of a heart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. McMahon never understood. Yeah, why you didn't come in on Christmas. But
look, Rob. Well, we've understood your sentiments. I know you're going to watch the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast when we pull it up. Obviously, I'm excited. But here's the thing. What I've gathered from all of this is I need to get you some gifts for the holiday coming up in December. I'll get you a Solo Sokoa shirt. I'll look into some Zillafat 2 shirts. And maybe just a Tribal Chief shirt as well, since you are obviously a bloodline guy.
Look at him.
Just look at you.
Look at ain't no bloodline guy.
I at least knew who most of the people you were talking about were. That's kind of good, but
man, we need to get you with Chad because we're teaching Chad wrestling too.
I know. We got to get y'all back in. The new saying in pro wrestling, pew pew.
Yeah, pew pew. Oh no.
Oh no, don't mess up your camera like I did.
Yeah, don't do it.
Do you see what I'm watching right now?
Oh,
it is the 1992 Royal Rumble.
Okay,
I
that's
know
a good
about
rumble.
Wrestling. Yes,
that's a good rumble.
It's the Ric Flair one. Yes.
Oh man. All right,
let's pull up our smash or pass real quick before we wrap up. This is our segment we do at the end of every midnight run, and today we have here for you a bacon mac and cheese fries for you.
Oh my goodness! You can just hear me.
Wait, fries?
Yes, those are fries. Yes.
Oh my goodness! Let me see if I can. I got to come back to the screen, fellas. My goodness gracious!
Those are fries?
Those are fries. Yes, at the bottom.
Part of it's like fries.
Okay, I'm not turning it down if it put in front of me, but at the same time, we're putting carbs on top of carbs.
You're damn right. This part of the show isn't about being healthy, Rob. This is about would you smash it?
We don't concern ourselves with calories and being healthy. First off, if you're thinking about food at 1 a.m, that's the last. Oh, I need to eat a grape. You're not thinking healthy. You do make a point, though. It is carbs on carbs, though. You do make a point, though.
I'm not saying you should avoid it. I'm saying that you need to plan accordingly. That's not have that and then go run around all day. That's have that and probably have a couple hours to nap.
Now, is that what's that? The stuff around the fry? Is that just cheese?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
I hope not. I hope not coleslaw. That'll make it at least a quarter.
By the way, shout out to Food Pleaser on
well,
Twitter.
Bro, if you put enough cheese on anything, you're fine. What's up?
I was crediting Food Pleaser on Twitter for this. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if you put enough cheese on anything, you'll be fine. You won't even realize it's coleslaw.
Yeah, no, I will. Rizeki, respectfully, Papa Moon one time tried putting cottage cheese in something. He's like, you'll never notice it. I noticed it. Certain things, they just look mayo, coleslaw, double.
You know what I would do with this?
What's that?
Oh yeah, Eli, I forgot you don't like this particular condiment, but I love it. I would add ranch.
Oh no.
Or barbecue.
What about a hot sauce?
You could do that too.
Some red hot sauce.
That kind of says ranch. That's kind of in the
I hate
Applebee's appetizer family. That's kind of loaded fry kind of deal.
Are you a blue cheese guy, Rizeki?
Occasionally, here and there. Nikki gets it a lot. So, if I have a wing of hers or whatever, I don't have wings, it's blue cheese. I did work at a place in Brunswick. We made our own blue cheese dressing, and that was the only blue cheese I ever looked forward to having. But it was completely different than like any kind of place, anything that you'll have now. But no, if I'm ordering wings, it's ranch.
Okay, wait. Look, we're up against it. I'll start it off. I'm a little nervous about whatever the hell is going on with like the white, like if that's coleslaw or what. I'm gonna still
could be cheese.
Is that cheese chunks? Maybe blue cheese. I don't know.
And the chives. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm not a chives kind of guy. Like that's
I
the
am.
onion family.
Anything in the onion family, I'm cool with.
See, that's where we disagree a little bit, but that's what makes the world a beautiful place. Sometimes, it's we disagree. I'm gonna go with so Rob, we have a scale, so you can do a smash, a 3/4 smash, a half smash, a quarter smash, or a pass if you want to take something off. So I'm gonna go with a 3/4 of a smash because you can't put the chives on. Just take the chives off.
I'll take the whole thing. That's full way. That's fine. Like, if I'm at a I don't even know where you would get that. It looks like a stadium dish. So
I think so.
I can be completely okay with that.
All right. Hey
I would get this. I would get. I would say smash. I mean, I'm not paying like $30 for this, but like if it's at a reasonable price, I would smash. This is honestly, this is a perfect shareable. It's a perfect shareable.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like
the key though.
Yeah,
the fries need to be somewhat crispy.
Well,
they can't be wimpy. Wimpy fries, like because they got to take all that sauce and stuff.
They got to hold up. There's got to be some engineering in there.
And you got to eat it fast. This isn't like a babysit this for 20, 30 minutes. You got to eat this fast, or those fries are gonna be dogged.
Oh yeah. My rule of thumb always, like if I have like chicken and I have other stuff, but it's with fries, you got to kill the fries first.
Yep.
I wonder how malt vinegar would work on that. That might work.
Man.
Oh yes, good point.
Dang, Rizik.
Good point, Rizicki.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
good
goodness.
point, Rizicki. Yes.
Gosh, dang.
I do have a good idea once in a while.
You know what? That's why you're leading our pregame coverage at 10 a.m. for Brown Sundays.
Last thing before
see if you get Brothers Flounces or something like that. I think that's you can call the hook up there.
I think Chef Wynn does have something to this. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna find out for sure. Last thing before we go:
7,000 calories.
A bonus.
Oh my goodness, I've disappeared again. Yeah, it's a smash double. Like, come on. Are you playing with my heart right now? You can't even hear. You can't see me, but you can hear me. Are you
What
playing
is
with my
that?
heart
40
right
pounds of smoked pork in various different ways?
Sure as shit is. It looks delicious.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
Put some barbecue sauce on that. Oh my.
Actually, you could do that and the fries at the same time. Actually, that'd be a nice little. I mean, again, I would consult a physician after you consume something like that, but okay.
Yeah.
I've done dumber things and lived.
I mean, I feel like we got to reward our. We got like over 1,200 people watching right now. This is your reward for tuning in to the end of the show.
Yeah, that's right. And you know what? Damn it, Double App. Damn it. You do this every night.
Look at that. Ribs. Little pulled pork.
I mean, brisket. Is that brisket?
Brisket.
Oh,
yeah, that's everything. That's pretty much the entire pig on a plate.
The Italians, is that Italian? Not Italian.
Yes.
Sauce, but yeah.
I don't think it'd be Italian. Probably like, just smoked sausage or something like that.
I mean, hey, it's okay with me. That's okay. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, get some barbecue sauce. That's one of those places that like you need like 3 different kinds of barbecue sauce depending on what kind of mood you're in. You got the sweet, you got the Carolina, you got the Kansas City. You can do whatever you want with that. Yeah, I mean, again, if you're watching carbs, if you're counting carbs, that's the perfect thing to have. I mean, like there's a lot of stuff there, but a carb isn't one of them. So again, I'd give me that one over the fries, and the fries are pretty high on my list.
That whole platter probably costs like $300 by 2026 standards.
Well, actually, one nice thing, and we went grocery shopping today, beef is through the roof. But pork's actually not too bad. I picked up a pretty good amount of pork chops for a good price, so that might help you out here.
Hey, we haven't forgotten that we've talked about the brisket. We're still coming for that brisket. Yeah, we talked about our main event. We come on over. I buy you a 6-pack. You make the brisket. We agreed on. We shook on it virtually. I don't know. You have to go back and watch the tape. I don't know what point in the show, but we shook on it. Rob, just take my word for it.
Yeah, well, I need to get a smoker. That's the next thing I need to have happen here. Well, we need to get a grill first, and then I need to get a smoke. The problem is, I think I told you this the last time. Nikki would throw that plate out the window. She is not a pork fan. Really, bacon. That's about where she's at. But everything else on that plate, she really does not have any time for. Okay. So, yeah. But when it comes down to just grilling stuff, like a lot of burgers and chicken we'll be able to do. But if I'm doing pork, which is pretty much why you would have a smoker, yeah, it's going to be a solo activity.
Side Hustle podcast coming up in 60 seconds. One more time. Shout out to our guy, Chad Bryant, texted us. Damn it, I need to stop eating after 8 p.m. Let's put up the food. Let's put up the pork and all that one more.
Let's just do both.
Put that up. That's your app.
Just look at it.
Look at it. That's your app.
Come on.
And then.
Oh! Gosh, dang it. Oh my goodness, I love
this.
This
flagged on YouTube for inappropriate content.
Woo! That's a lot of meat.
Oh my
That's a lot of meaty meat.
You're not helping.
All right. Well, you know what the deal is.
We're out of time. Rob, thank you for joining us today.
Yes.
Absolutely. It's been a nice little 4 hour, I think 5 total hours today I've been on the air. So yes, hey, this is exactly what I wanted to do when we started this thing going 10 years ago. So yeah, here we are. Yeah, thank you for having me. And again, anytime you can pull me out of that damn radio station before midnight, I have no problem being on. So yeah, hopefully this will be one of many.
I love it. I love it. Looking forward to it. And Eli, we survived the first 10 minutes.
Dude, I mean, I couldn't hear you, but they could hear you. And look, man, I'm just proud of you, man. Proud of you.
Thank you. I'm proud of the both of you, and I'm proud of our entire network, and I am extremely thankful and proud and happy for Browns fans. I am. I know people are like, "Oh, you're so negative." I'm like, I'm not. I'm just, but I'm happy for Browns fans getting the W 37-13 today against New England.
Yep.
We're not negative. It's like looking at the Browns and saying they're bad right now is like looking at Hiroshima after the bomb dropped and said, yeah, it looks fine. No, like there's a difference between negativity and realistic. And the Browns right now are a nuclear wasteland. Have a good night.
I love it. I love it. You've been watching the Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. You can watch the main event this weekend right here on the Inside Edge Network. But this stream is not done yet. Coming up.
It's only 5 hours, Double A.
I know. Coming up, myself and Kyle Cornell, sneak preview of our brand new episode of the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast, which you can see every Friday morning at 8 a.m. here on the network. But you'll see a sneak preview of the new episode coming up in mere moments right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Can you imagine eating chicken nuggets on a water slide?
I would not advise you to do that.
Soggy chicken nuggets. He needs to try the new.
He want to be swim, sir.
He's got to try the new. Try the new Berry Blast Sprite on the water slide because it's liquid on liquid. You should be fine. I love John. He's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. This idea sucks. Just being honest. There is no world where Jey Uso beats Oba Femi. There is
no.
I don't care if you have all 15 members of the bloodline out there at once. I don't care.
14 of them should smack Jey Uso.
Yeah, one's spiking his own brother, and they're going to have that thing because now we're going to get Solo and Roman at SummerSlam. Can't wait for that. That's going to be a nightmare. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Aloha, Mother Fathers, another edition of the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast. We had a logo inside of a logo inside of a logo.
Yes, we do. I love it. And don't mind the coffee that's brewing behind me right now.
Dude, I've been this will come out Friday morning, so that means I've done it again for, I think it's 12 straight days, just water. Gallon of water a day. I feel great.
Good.
I mean,
Good.
going to the gym again and all that stuff too. Again, I told you your rope video on TikTok inspired me. But
thank you.
You know, I've just been going and feeling good. Yeah.
I was hoping Antoinette Alfred would inspire you, but I'm glad I'm the one that actually inspired you instead.
You mean her?
You look at that, man. Look at that. Did not realize the entire fit matched. I mean, you see in the intro to this show the difference between that photo and the intro.
Yeah,
so
there's
progress, but it's harder on this side, buddy. It's a little harder on this side to kind of maintain it all, man.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's the way I looked at it. I bought the box of spring water from Giant Eagle yesterday, $5 for 4 gallons of spring water. That's my drink. That's for 4 days. That's all I'm drinking. So like I spent $5 on drinking essentially, and it's 0 calories. And I put the little drink mixes in, so it ends up being like 10 calories per half gallon or whatever it is. But I mean, still, that's not terrible. So,
as you should, I just ran out though today. I ran out of my spring water, so I got to go later on and get that. I am thankfully my work vacation has kicked in, so I've already. It's the greatest when you're on vacation mode because I already flip my notifications on Slack. Like you see the tree next to my name. It's like. You see that? I still got to switch to email. Like, hey, don't even come my way. If you got something important, you probably do. I'll be in. Call me in my office.
My office, which will not be open until whenever I decide to come back. Oh my goodness! Well, hey guys,
I'll see you after Labor Day.
Oh damn! Are you taking a full week?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That means you're not going to take a vacation because you're going to be doing this. So.
Oh no, I'm I forced myself this time. I'm taking we're gonna do Side Hustle next week. That's not it. We're doing Side Hustle next week, but I'm taking from the midnight show Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I will be off.
Wow. Jeez, sound the alarm. What the fuck are they going to do?
That'll be the last thing I do is sound the alarm. I will be dead asleep after Tuesday.
Just gonna sleep for like 6 days straight. Oh my goodness! Hey guys, don't forget, make sure you like, subscribe, punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all the different social media platforms you see right there, bottom of your screen. Don't forget to check out the website as well, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Great opportunity for you to see everything we have going, everything from not only the show rundown with the schedule, personality profiles, to the partners page as well. Got some great folks that we work with. Get discount codes, save money. It's a pretty good idea if you're looking to get something. We got a bunch of different people up there for you, so check that out. And also the merchandise store on our end too. Shirts, polos, hats, coffee mugs. Double A probably needs about 15 of those coffee mugs because he's just down in that shit.
Ain't that the truth, buddy?
Oh my goodness! A good thank you to our friends over on Roku as well. We have an app that's right, just on your phone, your tablet, your laptop, your TV, doesn't matter, wherever you are. Just open up that Roku app, search Inside Edge Network, take us wherever. Big thank you to Roku, as always, working with us here on the Inside Edge Network. All right, that's a show. We're gonna there's
see ya.
I tell you what, thought about it this week because there's not a lot in the news, and that must be because there's an AEW pay-per-view coming. That means just garbage. We're not starting with that, so that's good. But we are starting with Solo Sikoa, and you brought this up from this past Monday night on Raw. A lovely program. Never thought the Usos versus Solo Sikoa and LA Knight would be a main event tag team match. But obviously we had some different things happen, which we'll touch on in a moment. But first, Double A, you think the people maybe aren't necessarily buying into Solo as much? And I say the Solo heel turn. It's supposed to be face turn. Hold on one second. Let me. Can I edit this? I have to hide it in real time. Here, hold on.
Yes, you can. Yes,
Yeah,
you
hold on.
can. I've done it before multiple times at the studio. You can do it.
Let's see how
You're,
fast
you're
that goes.
about old about 20 more mistakes. There.
We were quick.
Yeah, it was quick.
We were good.
Hey,
We were good.
I'll never forget though. In the studio, we gotta like ease out of the PowerPoint and make the you can actually see me make the edits. Like,
Dude,
come
I'm not
on,
gonna
man.
lie. I'm not gonna lie. Today, I spent my lunch. I went to the gym, then picked up Colton. I'm picking him up now on days I have him after school. So it gives me a reason to get out and go to the gym too. And then in the mornings when I drop him off, I can go to the gym before work, all that stuff. But like, yeah, I'll be dragging tonight. Hopefully, when I eat dinner, when this is all said and done, you guys have seen this Friday morning, but obviously it's Thursday evening when we're recording this. I'll be able to get that little energy boost since I'm not doing energy drinks anymore. But,
you get to move forward with that. I was gonna say, Solo looks fantastic. Solo looks great and everything. But I think what's interesting, I think we love Solo. I think a lot of the fans at home love Solo. The internet definitely loves Solo, and everything. And you saw the signs in the crowd. I've noticed this on, I would say, 2, maybe 3 straight shows where Solo has been firmly established as a babyface. I don't feel like when he comes out, I don't feel from the energy from the crowd that there's complete 100% buy-in yet. I don't know if it's just because I don't think it's anything he's doing specifically here that has led to this. It's just, can you truly buy into a bloodline member going against his family? I think there are some that still are not completely in the buy-in, still think that Solo is taking this as a joke, even though that's his character. He is the guy. And LA Knight said it later on backstage that, hey, don't make me regret this. And maybe there is something planted in the head of certain fans that this Solo thing, we watched you be quiet and be the enforcer for 3 years, and all of a sudden you're a completely different person. I don't know if people still. I think there are some that still not completely bought in.
I think that, like most situations, this will inevitably lead to a War Games match. The question is it going to be 4-on-4? Is it going to be 5-on-5? If it's 5-on-5, you feel like they're missing one more person in that group for the bloodline. Could that be Solo? Could that be Zilla? We have no idea. I mean, that would be the ultimate, like, double FU to Solo, too, if then someone actually does come back in that's part of the family, not a Tongan, but someone who's actually part of their immediate family, and he sides with Roman as well. And that's essentially their new enforcer. Jacob is kind of just the mercenary, and the Usos are the captains. But, which means absolutely nothing. But I think he's doing great by evidence of the tag I have.
Pew, pew, pew. Did you like the song I sent you earlier the week?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I didn't listen to it.
You can't do it now because it's licensed music, but you should listen to it.
Well, we are going to play a clip from Ariel Helwani's show a little bit later in the program, so he may still get copyrighted, but nevertheless, we're going to give him full credit.
Yes, we will.
Full credit. See.
Yes, we will. This is not airing on Facebook, right?
I don't know. You're the one that schedules it. Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't know. I can't see it, but
that's true.
That's true. Didn't even realize until today. Like, man, I've been off of Facebook for 2 months. Didn't even realize it.
It's wild. 2 months ago, I went at Mark Zuckerberg, and now he's paying $17.1 billion to 29 states. How about that?
Yeah, when I heard that story on your show yesterday, I'm like, oh, you know what? That cool, great. Now, hopefully, you hire some humans to enforce that for the parents and children and things like that, and actually have a real oversight of what's going on. Because that's great and all, but what happens if things go wrong? You're just going to report it to AI and take everything down?
Yeah, so it's a third party that's going to oversee and make adjustments, whatever it is. I don't know if that is going to be an AI engine that they hire in. That's like a company that does AI that will program it or what. But I mean, it's a start. The top comment again was make it for adults. It's just like,
It's a start. It's BS, but it's fine. It's a start. It is what it is. But
well, I mean, hey, speaking of a start, we saw a start of something new that came across during the main event. So apparently, this is going to be a big deal, and that's these guys. This ties into Solo and all this because all the issues they were having. But Royce Keys and OTM. If you had OTM on your bingo card of the next group to get called up from NXT, please raise your hand. I'll give you a hint. No one's hands raised. But they're here because they have a history from the streets with Keys.
Yeah, if I have Michael Cole explain to me about the hood in Oakland.
Well, he loves his rap music. He's a big Quavo guy. Yeah, he's dapping up little Yachty and all this stuff.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
and awkwardly, almost like a 60-year-old white man should, but still, I mean, it's. I don't know what to make of this. Is this wrong for me to say that this ending of Raw made me feel like it just was not important? Like it felt like this was not this huge debut or like, oh my God, this new powerhouse group, no pun intended. It felt kind of flat. And they got booed, obviously, because they went after LA Knight 2 and all that stuff. But like, I don't know, man. Something just didn't feel right with me. And it never really has with Royce Keys. Maybe it's because he's been that like baby face and I need to actually see him be and talk like a heel, like an asshole. I don't know what it is, but like something just felt weird. And it didn't feel like a main event. It felt like, oh, we're going into hour 2 of Raw now.
I can see that. Honestly, I was left confused too. On top of everything that you've mentioned, I was confused because we were just talking about we're trying to establish Solo as a main baby face and LA Knight as a main event level baby face on Monday night. We're trying to establish that. In this group, they attacked everyone.
So I think that the mindset with that too. I hate to cut you off, but like
no, go ahead.
So the reason why he targeted LA Knight and Solo too is because in that match with Jacob Fatu, they didn't come out and help him. They left him out to dry, but they were there for each other. So why were they not helping Royce Keys as well? So he kind of the mindset that I was given, or that we were kind of explained half-assedly through commentary because it was only for a few minutes, was that he said, "Fuck everybody. I'm coming over and I'm just gonna take everyone out, and I got my boys with me now, and it's now we got numbers." Is kind of what I gathered because of the fact that, again, you remember he had the chair shot, he was spitting up blood, all that stuff with the Jacob Fatu match. What was it, like a month ago, a couple weeks ago, whatever it was, and nobody came out to save him. No one came out to get his back. When they all won that match at SummerSlam, it was that 6-man tag. All three of them won it. And LA Knight and Solo. And Solo and LA Knight are buddy. LA Knight trying to keep the trend of winning another tag team championship in another organization. He's done it in every single one to this point except WWE. But I don't know. It just kind of feels like they said, fuck it. We're just going to do it. We don't really have anything for Keys anyway. So let's put him with these two young guys. And maybe the promo work will save this. But I've never seen Powerhouse Hobbs or Royce Keys cut a good promo. So I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, that's the concerning part. And because Powerhouse Hobbs, Royce Keys is over 40, you got to figure something out like quickly with him. I guess my thing though, I understand the backstory, the way you explained it. I understand it. I kind of still don't like it, just because I think there are bigger things at play here. You're trying to get Solo over. You're trying to get LA Knight over, and also there are so many blurred lines with the Usos, because for all indications, the Usos are heels, but they're still coming out through the crowd and still getting embraced by the crowd. And it's, to me, understand it's 2026 and you're trying to, everybody is their own man and things like that. I'm going to give WWE the same criticism that we used to give AEW probably a few years ago. The lines are too blurred. You need established heels and established baby faces. Like right now, I have no clue who to cheer for. Like, all right, OTM and Royce Keys, yes, they did the heelish thing and attacked everybody. But even within the framework of the bloodline, all right, I thought we were spending the whole show trying to get on Solo's good side. But when Royce Keys and OTM attacks everyone, I'm supposed to now cheer for Jey Uso and Jimmy Uso?
Yeah.
It's hard to follow.
I think you're hoping you're going to cheer for LA Knight and Solo still. I think that was But with all of that, what popped into my head is it possible that Jacob called all of this together after being disrespected by Roman after he did that to Powerhouse, to Royce Keys, whatever? Like, did he call and make amends? Yo, man, we're from the streets. We fight, but we back up. I know you're going to be back. Like, is that a seed planted because Jacob didn't come out? He listened to Jey Uso and he didn't intervene. I'm sure next week they're going to, when they're in Cleveland or whatever it is, man, where were you, Uso? Where were you, man? Why was you here helping us, man? What do you mean? I was doing what the captain said, punk ass. Like, he's going to do the whole thing. Like, it's a fucking circle that I'm hoping they'll break out of at some point, either have the match between those two or Jacob is the one behind these new three guys attacking everyone. And he's like, fuck y'all. I'm tired of I did all this stuff for Roman. I listened to you for months now and you ain't done shit for me. I'm just sitting back here doing not a damn thing. You show up every other week whenever you want. Like, I'm supposed to just sit here and wait for you to make a decision. And you don't even know what the fuck you're doing. You're getting dropped by everyone. Like, I mean, that way, and then you can, the Solo thing where they could plead for him to come back. He could be part of the bloodline. They're all of a sudden they're baby faces again versus the heel team at Survivor Series of Jacob Fatu, Royce Keys, and OTM. I mean, that feels like that probably will end up being the match because I think they're okay with doing 4v4 now. I think, I don't know, but
maybe
at least they'll it almost has to include someone from the bloodline every single year in that match. But
well, let's say you're right about. Let's roll with that theory for a second. That Jacob Fatu called OTM, Royce Keys. That's his guys now. You still have to explain why they would team up after, like, Jacob Fatu was the one that bloodied up Royce Keys. Nobody else. Jacob Fatu did that. So how do you even arrive to, like, I'm going to attack the ones who did not bloody me up, and I'm going to team up with the guy who beat me up by command of the tribal chief?
No, there's still time. Again, this is like the end of all this. Like end of November is when Survivor Series comes around. So we still have September and October and most of November to figure it all out. Which in WWE time, there's multiple shows in between now and in Survivor Series. So they're going to have new angles, new things, all that stuff, written in multiple times over. So there's a way to get there. And of course, the relationship and all that stuff, and Jacob not being a part of it, not trying to stop him. I'm following orders. I'm in the corner. I'm quiet though. I'm not throwing the ones up. I'm not doing anything. I'm just hanging out. Like, I don't know. It felt like the seeds were planted with that, and the jealousy and all that stuff. It gives him a reason to fight Jay and all that stuff too, and all that, and not be right under Roman, so to speak.
Oh, I'm with that. My question to you though, Kyle, do you feel like that the lines between baby faces and heels right now on Monday nights is a little too blurred? Because I feel that way. From I like it, it's a little too blurred right now.
I think the top guys we know, like Roman, is listed as a heel internally. And the way he's performing now, the way he's acting is very much like 2021, 22 Roman Reigns. Like, it's manipulative, all that stuff. The problem is he had a 4-year title reign. He is probably still their biggest star. And people are excited to see him because they don't see him every week. And I think that's the one thing that he's been able to capitalize on is that, okay, I'm not going to be there every week. So when I do show up, everyone automatically, when he walks in the door, is going to lose their shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually, once he starts talking, then they'll start booing. Then they'll start doing whatever after the initial OTC chants and all the crap. Then he'll start opening his mouth and saying things after acknowledge me. And then that's when, everyone will start actually flipping the script and start treating him like a heel. But until that point, you're kind of led to believe, just like the Jay and Jimmy stuff, when they open their mouths and say stuff, they're heels, especially Jay.
Yes.
Jimmy's been quiet, but Jay has been just vocally an idiot. So when they come to the crowd, like you mentioned, and do the eat thing, it's the merchandise stuff. It's still trying to get those sales in, whatever. They're trying to almost establish that you can be heels, but you can still sell merch. You can still participate with the crowd. But when it's time in storyline, you need to, because not all heels are telling the crowd to go fuck yourself. Sometimes heels are actually focused on the person across the ring, not the people outside.
Yes.
So I think that's maybe the mindset with these guys now is, okay, you're heels, but you're not mad at the crowd. You're not gonna take shots at them. You're not gonna do anything you wouldn't do with them. It's about the people you're facing. That kind of thing.
I wonder too, because there's no old school pay-per-view, hasn't been for a while, but no old school pay-per-view or anything like that. It's a tougher ask to ask main event superstars to turn heel and give up their merchandise, right? You're not going to have JBL anymore come out and not have any merch, or somebody turns heel and you just walk out with a black t-shirt and that's it. You got to have a little bit of merch, a little bit of something. And I'll just say this too real quick about Jacob Fatu and OTM and Royce Keys. I'm actually, if they are working together, I am excited about that. There's a million ways they can make that work and establish those guys, from the jump and go. But the next episode of Raw, if they establish that they are together, I'm just curious of how they arrive to those two working together. They have the background. They can pull it off. They could do it. They just got to be careful and not get the details of it lost a little bit.
I think they'll wait. It's not going to be a thing where all of a sudden now on Raw on Monday, we see Jacob and Key shaking hands, dapping up, being like, yeah. I think it's going to be a long game thing, because that's how most Bloodline stories are.
Mm-hmm.
They take time. But by Survivor Series, I'd say by maybe a week or two before, we should know what's going on. And that's got to be a little patient. It's going to be a couple months, but still, and that may mean Jacob doesn't get involved in a lot of these situations that involve these three guys, whatever they decide to call themselves. Because there's going to be a name for the faction. It's not just going to be Keys and OTM. It's going to be KeyTM or some bullshit. I don't know. They'll figure it out. But hey, yeah, to each their own.
Real quick, my favorite thing before we move on, my favorite thing is terrible. You brought up Roman Reigns. He's not there every week, but every other week. At the end of every night, when they show the graphic, Roman Reigns returns.
Yeah.
And you hear the boos from every crowd that does not get Roman Reigns.
Same fucking people will cheer him the next time he walks through the door until he gets in the ring, until he says the city's name and tells them to acknowledge him. Everyone puts the ones up, and then they start booing his ass. It's almost part of the shtick now. It's just part of what it is because of who he is that we do stuff. But I digress. We are going to take our first break here in the program. When we come back, Billy with some comments to Ariel Helwani about how he was offered a WWE deal, but he didn't take it. That's pretty well-known knowledge, but now we know why. So we'll dish on that coming up here on the program. Also, I guess there's a pay-per-view this weekend. I'm not paid for it. I don't know about you. I just don't have money to do that. Tony Khan tied into it as well about the whole John Cena Edge match in 2025 we didn't get. He made some comments. We got some exact quotes, and we got some takes on that. I call bullshit, but nevertheless. And, of course, This Week in Wrestling History. All that coming up here on the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast. Stay with us.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Welcome back, everybody. Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast here on the Inside Edge Network. Kyle Cornell, Double A Anthony Alford with you as always on the show. Double A slurping down that coffee, even though technically we're doing this this broadcast past 5 p.m. on a Thursday afternoon / evening. So that's always fun.
I know.
Hey,
always.
Speaking of fun, Will Ospreay has practically said never. When it comes to WWE, in case anyone was really harping and hoping that Will Ospreay was going to grace the E with their presence, turns out,
no.
And don't take our word for it. Take Will's.
No, I don't mean you specifically, but like, was there an offer to look at before you ultimately chose AEW?
Yeah, there was an offer, and a really lovely offer as well. But it just involved me moving to the States, and I just have no ambition to move over there.
Do you think if that wasn't on the table, you would have considered it?
Considered what?
Meaning if they said you could stay, because I know it's a big deal for you to be back home, to live in England. If they didn't want you to move to the States, would you have been more open to it?
Nah, I don't know, hey, because it's just I do respect it. I really do. It's just I don't like the way it's filmed. I don't like the wrestling behind it. I think it's very minimalistic. It's just like I'll never say never, like because that's what we kind of do in the industry now. Is we just want to just make sure that we keep all of our options open for sure. But I just right now in the format and how much fun I'm having in AEW and just how much freedom I have to be me. Like I don't have anyone putting a script in my hand and just I have bullet points and I go out there and I just waffle.
When you say it's minimalistic, what do you mean by that?
I just think like the comparison in like our matches and our main event matches is just very, very different. Like they're like one spear for them will be like super satisfying. And like I honestly I respect it. Like, man, I wish I could get a one spear over. Like I wish I could, but like it's just not in me. Like I prefer what we do. I prefer like taking people on rides and showing people different ways that I can get into a styles clash and like like the full contact of it. Like I've been seeing WWE recently, like and like I saw this one clip and the girl missed her by like flipping miles. It was like a country mile, but it's not just the girls; it's the guys as well. And I do wonder if they're being kind of told like we're already making money. Like you don't need to like kill one another.
That is courtesy of the Ariel Helwani show, so to speak. I think it's MMA Hour. He has plenty of wrestling guests on there as well. Don't take us down, Ariel. We appreciate you. Hey, did you ever hear a bunch of bullshit? I don't know, like what. The first thing he said is, I don't like how it's filmed. Like there's some cutting edge thing AEW is doing that's different from WWE when it comes to just filming the product. I don't like how it's filmed is the first thing that comes to his mind. I don't know. You are a producer too, you son of a bitch. Okay, sure. Like this guy hasn't walked near a camera except when he's been in front of it. I don't want to hear anything about that, about the production side of things, because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Unless he was talking about the old school Kevin Dunn camera cuts. That I understand. But
Kevin Dunn ain't been there for a while now, so he's full of shit.
Exactly.
But the thing about someone missing, dude, watch a Dynamite, watch a Collision. In every single match, there's a botch, there's a mess up, there's whatever. Botchamania has probably got footage for years because of these people. And that's not saying WWE doesn't make mistakes too, because they do, they all do. But it's like very consistent. And part of that is because of what Will just said. He's having fun. It's not about a business. It's not about making the most money or being the most profitable or about getting the most eyeballs on it. It's about, are we having a good time? It's the Flintstones. They're having a gay old time. The only thing they're missing is Tony Khan in the back slamming the door open and screaming Wilma. Other than that, it's exactly what we're talking about. This is what it is. So obviously, no. And I've never seen someone so adhered to moving to the U.S. and rather stay in England. It's his stepkid that's over there that he wants to keep because there's no good schools in the U.S. That was the reasoning why he gave early on when he sent away. And I guess there was an offer to be in the Cruiserweight Classic too for Will Ospreay in 2016, and he thought he was offended by it. It's because he looked like a cruiserweight. What do you mean? I don't know how much he weighs now, but it can't be too much over 200 pounds. I mean, like it just is what it is. That's what they was the under 205 group is who they were targeting. But this is everyone's got their reasons. He made the choice he did. And again, you listen to a lot of his promos too, and you kind of understand. Like there's some good stuff in there, but I don't know if he'd be a main eventer in WWE. I think he'd be kind of in a spot right now, maybe like an LA Knight type thing, where if he got over, it'd be great. But I don't think they'd ever really pull the trigger on him, just because maybe they don't see him as marketable as someone like Obafemi or Braun or one of those other guys that they have kind of circled like that. It's not even the fact that they're homegrown. They just look like they're going to be stars. Will Ospreay, I mean, he does really cool moves. I think that's the funny part too. Like one spear is, it's sold so well. Yeah, because it's called selling. That's what it is. And again, I'm not saying WWE's perfect. I'm just saying it's called selling for a reason, not getting up every 5 seconds, doing 15 more flips, then laying for 2 seconds and getting back up and doing another 10. Like, it's not, no sport does this. Even the NFL has 40 seconds in between plays. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, well, you're professional athletes. They're in great shape. I don't know. Have you seen some of these guys? They're not in the best shape. It's ridiculous.
And he's not there every single week. I think my main issue with Will Ospreay saying that, it's not the fact that he believes it. It's the fact that there are others on the roster who are less talented that believe what he just said. And that's the kind of attitude that's in the locker room there, where those guys, the others, don't progress. Will Ospreay, he is a talented wrestler. He is very talented. So he can, from a pure wrestling standpoint, he can get away with most of what he said, even though it's fundamentally wrong. But the problem, Will Ospreay can get away with that. Some of these other guys that are learning the business should not be taking that attitude. And they're going to listen to that over making money, at WrestleMania, things like that. So that's the part that concerns me. And we said this from day one here on this show, Kyle. It's not just the moves are great. What's the story? What's the story? All right, fine, it's one spear, but it's the match about building up to the one spear, or if you're going to do multiple spears for whatever reason, it's because there's a storyline reason to it. If there's no storyline reason, then the journey is just gymnastics.
The little difference between the two companies now is one company likes to do a bunch of moves, and a lot of times they don't mean too much. Some do. I'm not trying to discredit all the matches, but more bang for your buck doesn't always necessarily mean we have 45-minute matches in every single match. The most bang for your buck is the best story. And that includes the wrestling side of it, but includes the promos, the build-up, all of that. And again, not trying to say AEW has never had a story that was good or not, because they've had some good stuff. But for as many good things that they've had in that company, there's been a lot of shit. And there's shit on WWE too. But the problem with that now recently, again, is they're starting to find a stride again where some more good things are coming out and some more younger talents getting featured, and it's going to refresh and reset. And Tony Khan's still dealing with the same hand he's had. But don't worry, they'll add the New Day, two guys that are either in their 40s or close to it. And then I guess Bailey, there's reports she re-signed with WWE, so that means she's probably not going to get her unless that's a false report. We'll see what happens. But
right, I caught that too.
I mean,
because the hotter story right now is probably running it back with Lyra instead of because she's Bailey's an interesting point. Real quick on Bailey, I'm glad you brought her up. Bailey more than anybody understands in-ring quality, right, and storytelling and wrestling. I'm sure she's looking at, first of all, she's looking at the AEW women's division, and, Willow Nightingale, Mercedes Moné, I'll give them credit. I've been seeing clips and stuff. They are getting their story over. Actually, that's the one match that's legitimately getting their story over in the public eye. But overall, where is the storytelling? What's the plan beyond dream match with your best friend? And I have a feeling Bailey doesn't see that.
What's the match that we've seen, and what's the difference? They're going to bleed this time? They've been there, done that. So for Bailey, it's kind of what really is over? I mean, you get to face Willow. Is that really something that's on your pecking order of things you want to do? I don't know. It just kind of feels. It feels like Bailey is destined to be in WWE, to become a Hall of Famer, because she practically already is one. And then I could see her running NXT one day or something like that, taking that kind of mantle or whatever it is. I mean, just because she has that kind of, because Shawn Michaels ain't going to do it forever either. But I could see a Cody Rhodes type person or one of those guys taking the reins from Triple H when the time comes. And I could see someone like Bailey, if it's not Punk or whatever it is, taking NXT and going all right. Because they're all going to respect the hell out of her. She knows what she's doing. I don't know. But there's just not a lot there. You want to see Bailey versus Tekla? Is that gonna tingle your fingers? I don't know. I mean, I like.
I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't turn out that match, but I'm not.
Well, no, because what else are they gonna do?
I'm
It's gonna have to be
I'm not gonna
Mercedes,
pay.
and then it's gonna, yeah.
I'm not gonna pay money to see it, but I would watch it. But no, but
Would you though?
Ospreay,
Because
no.
it'd be on a Dynamite at a random Wednesday, so you probably wouldn't watch it. Let's be honest.
That's true. That's very true. That's just look. I think though with Ospreay though, the mentality is just. I mean, the mentality is just wrong. I mean, again, you don't want to move to the States. Sorry, you got two American companies, and you know Tony Khan did what he had to do. He got the big name, so he bent to his terms. And I respect it. It's business. I respect it, but that wasn't going to happen in WWE. And then in WWE, you have to talk on a weekly basis. You have to cut a promo.
This is the thing, man. This big name stuff. Like, so what does that mean? Like, I guess the definition varies between fans, whatever it is. But like for me, when I think of a big name, I think of someone that comes in, draws crowds, numbers go up, they make money for the company, whatever it is. Like they are an attraction and they keep ratings higher. I think of Roman Reigns, CM Punk, you know, Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton, whatever. I think of those kind of guys as actual needle movers. When Ospreay came to AEW, the sickos just got excited. And they started like, you know, huffing more paint in their mom's basement. They didn't do anything else besides like, what's the, where was this huge, like giant rating spike? And like this guy, oh my God, I can't believe he's here. And like all like, I'm sorry. I don't get, they built a reputation off these pay-per-views where they have 15 matches on the damn card, which we have the card, the unofficial, so to speak, card here. Tony Khan saying it's only going to be 4 hours is laughable. I think he'll if he's going to go a half hour over every Dynamite now because apparently TNT likes it, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's free programming. No, they want their show to go on afterwards that they also pay to rerun because that way they get better ratings because more people want to watch, you know, that 70s show or whatever plays after fucking Dynamite than the last half hour of fucking Dynamite when the crowd goes down significantly.
Oh,
because
man.
they're like, oh,
you don't want to watch new episodes of Impractical Jokers?
I tell you what, probably get better ratings than this shit show. But like again, it's not a bad card. It's not. We know the Casino Gauntlet, the fact that they relegated MJF, who is their biggest star, to that match is annoying. He should be in the world title match. It should be a triple threat. I don't understand why they did this, but I mean,
they go do them. See Darby, remember he won the title all those ages ago.
Remember the trios match is not on here, is it? I don't see it.
No, that's the
add-in.
Yeah, that you know you got the Continental Challenge Cup.
Oh,
and Nigel McGuinness gonna be wrestling.
Of course he is, because they're in England and he's English, so he has to wrestle. He's from there. It's got to be on the card. So this is not the full card. It's going to be more. The matches are going to go stupid long. Over under how many people get busted open in this?
Oh no, they can't do that anymore. I mean, they can, but
it's pay-per-view. They can do whatever they want. They can't.
Well,
do it on
WWE
TV.
Radio, they can't. They're not going to acknowledge busted open anymore because they don't talk about them anymore.
Oh my God, he was cracked open.
Yeah, that's what they're going to say. Watch, they're going to say
He's
that he was
pouring
cracked.
blood. Yeah, it sounds so much better.
That dude was
Really
cracked.
edgy.
Pause. But that's what it's gonna say. Again, AEW would be perfect if they were pay-per-view only. That mindset would be perfect if it was just a tape a promo and we'll air it for the next month going into your championship match.
Speaking of that mindset, Tony Khan telling Metro UK that if he had been presented a plan for how and when WWE would book a match between Edge and John Cena during Cena's retirement tour, he would have supported it. Do you buy that bullshit? I don't. Who the hell are they to say, yeah, if WWE would have called us, they double your ratings. This is not a thing where like you are the one, you're the sought after, no. Like them doing business for that would increase your ratings and potentially open the door to something we've talked about before, where you could actually have an actual forbidden door where you could have people from both sides. It could go on pay-per-view. You could split the earnings. That pay-per-view would kill. It would be so big. I don't know what the hell. He's so full of shit. Like, I swear to God.
Well, how would that
so
story
full of-
even? How would that story even look though? Because by the time we got to October or at mid-September, Cena was already through at least 30 of those 40 dates, maybe more.
One of those matches, one of those fill-in matches that he had, maybe the IC title thing wraps up quicker than having multiple matches with Dom. Maybe the AJ Styles thing doesn't happen and it's Edge instead. People are chanting for AJ, but he ends up coming out. It's an open challenge and Edge pops out. I don't know. It's Australia.
That would have been the only way.
I mean, or it could have been, he could have added a date or something like that, which I'm sure would have done negotiating between both sides to figure it out. One of those Raws he showed up at, or one of the SmackDowns, it could have been a thing. Or it's a treat for the crowd, whatever. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's.
But they would have had done it anyway too, because that would have or not required, but AEW would have asked Cena to make an appearance on Dynamite. WWE probably would have turned it down. It's like, hey, we only need Edge to show up either on our pay-per-view or show up on Raw.
Well, so your mindset is that's an actual program because you're going to build towards it. Whereas their mindset, if they were going to do it, probably would be like, hey, it's a one-off. We're not. There doesn't need to be a whole build. We don't need to even promote it. We just want to.
As much of a program as Cena and Styles was, which was.
It was a social media.
Yeah.
That wasn't even a program. It was legit. Fans chanted for it. People on social media called for it. They announced it on social media, which they could have done. AEW would have got a bunch of clicks, whatever it was. They could have cut promos that aired on Dynamite and on Raw, like via satellite, whatever. They could have cut promos, a back and forth, whatever it is. It could have been a thing, but it never would have because WWE didn't need to call AEW. AEW needed to call WWE.
That's the biggest thing too. And by the way, I have a confession. I still have not watched Cena and Styles from last year. Still haven't watched it.
You need to watch it. That's one thing where I will tell you that match is again as terms of a regular wrestling match with a story. It's not one of those. It's one of those just like classic thing you watch where it just you feel everything. The crowd, everyone's into it. I don't know when they're doing did they do the Slammies this year? Last year?
I don't remember.
It'd be a match of the year candidate easily.
By the way, dude, this sun is beaming.
It is.
Like, I need to make some. You go ahead, man. This sun is
I'm gonna go to break. We'll
crazy.
go to break. Yeah, you're gonna fix that. We'll go to break. We'll come back and we'll finish with This Week in Wrestling History here on the Inside Edge Network, the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast. We're back after this.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife, Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Welcome back, everybody. Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast, final segment of the show. We keep it tight here, hour or less. That's what we're shooting for. Just had a great conversation with my son. It's his today. It was a second day back. He's already got some stuff he's got to do. So he's going through that.
Homework?
Not homework, but it's just things that for like projects and all that stuff need to get ready and organize and stuff. Yeah, it's third grade ain't no joke, man. That's when I learned cursive.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't know
same.
I don't know if they do that anymore, honestly. I don't know. Let's find out. Yeah. Okay. Cursive. Watch your
We
mouth.
don't even use cursive after past signatures anymore.
Past signatures, you're right.
Yeah.
But maybe it'll make a comeback. Maybe it won't. Probably not.
Probably not.
Oh my goodness. Hey, this week in wrestling history, remember this? Oh yeah.
Don't you walk away from me, Daniel. Don't you walk away from me. I'm here for the fans. I care.
Crazy to think Miz was like in his early to mid 30s during this time. Right?
I know. Yeah, you're exactly right. These two, even at that point in time, had a lot of history between those two.
It was an amazing. Oh my God! It was so
amazing time.
So good. The fact that they did the show too, and didn't script it. It was kind of just like, hey, yeah, go out and say whatever. It's like, okay. Remember, like Daniel Bryan and Renee talking about that one time, like in the interview, I think on her podcast or whatever it was, and they were like, yeah, remember when they used to just send us out there and say, do what you fucking want. They were like, are you sure?
SmackDown Live 2016, absolute goated. I mean, you're talking about, because every person on that roster was hungry, like to be at the top, to either main event. They gave Daniel Bryan, because Bryan was hurt. That was the whole premise. They gave him the GM thing and the land of opportunity with Shane McMahon. But yeah, like somebody like The Miz, who up to that point, reality star. He had that brief championship WrestleMania main event run in 2011, but he was The Miz, right? Nobody really took him seriously. This was the first time that Intercontinental Championship run where he was legitimately taken seriously. And this stood the test of time, like a career-defining promo for The Miz.
Really was. I think that's something that he'll be able to take, and he can say that, and he can say I beat John Cena in the main event of WrestleMania.
Yeah, how about that? It was crazy about what happened here. Like, man, The Miz was the one. I mean, Miz has had a pretty clean injury history record, right? The only time like Miz is, I think the Miz has had like one significant injury, but the only time he's like been away from WWE, is to film and to do stuff, to make appearances and stuff. But you want to talk about the Miz is somebody who younger wrestlers should listen to, in terms of work ethic, in terms of cutting promos, getting themselves over, and taking care of their bodies. I'm not saying yes, not everyone could be a 5-star technician like Daniel Bryan or a Will Ospreay, but it would be kind of nice if your body is still intact 20 plus years into the business.
I think also just the mindset of coming in not with a wrestling background. Granted, he didn't play pro sports, but like it's in a different area. But I mean, like coming in and you have all these wrestlers and these people that are college athletes, or they did dabble in the pros, NFL, whatever, a little bit, gymnastics, whatever, that kind of thing, or even some people that get recruited that are, part of reality TV or anything like that. Like his ability, I think he'd be really useful in NXT. Like, I know I said that for a lot of people, but certain people, like, you circle and go, you know what? For people that are just getting into this, because he was a pariah, like backstage, they did not want him back there because of his path to there. So like people just hated him for it. And like to still be there, still featured in storylines, still doing his thing, to be, what is it, an 8 or 9 time Intercontinental Champion? Like they felt good enough about him, especially in that upper mid card, to give him that spot where he's on TV every week. I mean, like it's impressive. It's coming to an end because there's too much talent now.
Yeah.
But I think he will still always somehow find a way, whether it was working with Kit Wilson for a little bit, the Danhausen stuff. I mean, he'll still find a way to get on TV because he just happens to just get reactions. He happens to do things that somehow get him in a good spot.
Kit Wilson, whatever happened to him?
He was hot, then he was not. It's like the Spice Girls. He burned bright like a phoenix, and then all of a sudden, he's in London waiting for After All In because he wants to attend the show because apparently everyone's going to that show.
Man, ain't that something? Last thing I'll leave you with, Kyle. Saw an interview with Tony Storm. And
where the fuck has she been? Oh, I forgot she's hurt. That's my bad. Okay.
So Tony Storm, she's like, never could stand that Mariah May. Can't stand her. I banished her to a permanent end. But I am pretty much a big fan of that Blake Monroe. I've seen a few things about her. I'm a fan.
She has a ready-made story whenever she eventually decides to come to her senses and go back to a place where she could actually get put over as a real star. So, if you don't remember, before she got hurt, when she was on TV last, she was in a middling tag team with Mina Shirakawa, not in the title picture. Yeah.
One little note for those who are going to the taping tonight for Raw and SmackDown. If you try to call home and say, hey, I'm on TV. Tonight's taping is not about tonight's episode. You're not going to see it tonight.
Well, you'll see SmackDown.
What was that?
You'll see SmackDown, right?
No. They in Ottawa, they taped this week's SmackDown, I believe. That's going to air tonight.
Oh God. Okay, so it's
so the shows that are taping tonight in Cleveland
are next week's Raw and SmackDown.
Correct.
Wow, they're just okay. Giving them that time, baby. Giving them that time.
Go get that time before Sunday night's main event.
Well,
on Peacock.
We are out of time here on the Inside Edge Network. Appreciate you guys watching as always. Double A Anthony Alfred. I'm Kyle Cornell. Have a great rest of your Friday. We'll be doing high school football tonight over in Burton, Ohio.
Yeah.
So that'll be a good time. And yeah, we'll see you guys on the flip side. Double A's going to be on vacation next week. He may wear a Hawaiian shirt for the show. We'll see what happens.
Heck yeah.
Have a good night.
Because I got high.